What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku had combination quirk ability and had a harem with Momo, Mount Lady, and Rumi. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 2. As soon as Izuku left, Mei clapped her hands and turned to Melissa. Okay, what are we dealing with? To start, we need some blood from certain UA students. Melissa said. The principal said that Izuku needs at least 4 more quirks for Izuku before the festival. Okay. Mei was thoughtful about this. How will we do this? Since we are the support course, we have some privileges. This means that we can collect DNA from some students under the excuse that we are helping them with their medical exams. Do you think it will work? Mei asked. We have Nezu support. It will work. 2 hours later. Izuku had left the room and was heading to the cafeteria, but ended up being ambushed by Melissa and Hatsune. Izuku. Mei called. We were able to help you with your quirk. Seriously? Izuku asked in surprise. How did you? There's no time for that. We need to go to Recovery Girl now. To Izuku's surprise, the 2 girls dragged him to the infirmary. When they arrived, Recovery Girl was already waiting for them. Is all this really necessary? Izuku asked. He flinched when a needle got stuck in his arm. This is the first time we've done this in a controlled environment. Recovery Girl explained as she began to draw some blood. You can bet I'll run every test I can along the way to make sure you're perfectly healthy. Okay, so what are we going to test first? Izuku asked. Try these. Mei pointed to 2 blood samples on the table. The first one we got from Midnight, the other one we got from one of your classmates. Izuku wasted no time ingesting the 2 blood samples. Peculiar sequence entry number 55. Type. Emitter. Somnambulist. Allows the user to put targets to sleep by exuding a sleep-inducing scent from their skin. Details. The quirk exudes a sleep-inducing scent from its skin that puts the target to sleep. Data required. Uses. This allows anyone who breathes in enough of the scent to eventually fall into a deep sleep, which would make it difficult for opponents to confront the user at close range. Other uses require more data. Average combat potential, minimal rescue potential. Weaknesses. It is possible to avoid the effects of Sleepwalker by simply not breathing in the scent. This put Namuri at a disadvantage against opponents who had their mouths covered by masks that could act as air filters. The quirk is more effective on males than females. More data needed. Peculiar sequence entry number 56. Type. Emitter. Naval laser. This quirk allows the user to fire a powerful glowing laser cannon from their navel. Details. It's so powerful it can blow through 2 meters of solid concrete. More data needed. Uses. The beams can range from short to long range, with recoil strong enough to propel the user into the air at high speed. Other uses require more data. High combat potential, minimal rescue potential. Weaknesses. If the user fires the laser for more than 1 second at a time, they will suffer intestinal problems. More data needed. Potential peculiarity combination number 30. Combined quirks. Naval laser and somnambulist. Combination results. Sleep laser. Type. Emitter. Sleep laser. This quirk allows the user to fire a laser that puts people to sleep. Details. User fires from any exposed body part. More data required. Uses. The rays that hit the person cause them to fall into a deep sleep, and the person only wakes up after a while. The more force the user puts into the ray, the longer the person stays asleep. Other uses require more data. High combat potential, minimal rescue potential. Weaknesses. If the user fires the laser for more than 1 second at a time, they will suffer intestinal problems. The user is not immune to the beams. Other weaknesses require more data. Whoa. This one will be great for putting Mei to sleep. Izuku joked. Mei puffed out her cheeks, and Melissa laughed. Let's do some tests first. Recovery Girl pulled out another needle, wearing thicker rubber gloves. We still don't know if you're okay or not. I feel really good, in fact, I feel great. Izuku said. Sit down. Recovery Girl warned. You need a complete health check. After that we will continue the tests. Okay. Izuku obeyed. After a few tests, he finally received a clean bill of health. So they continued with the quirks. This time from 2 students from class 1B. Peculiar sequence entry number 57. Type. Mutant. Semidine. Allows the user to spray a glue-like liquid. Details. The quirk sprays liquid through holes in its head. Data required. Uses. Once hit, the glue will harden and either bind whatever it comes into contact with or make it sticky and dangerous to the touch. The user can adjust the speed at which their glue dries. Other uses require more data. Average combat potential, minimal rescue potential. Weaknesses. Acid is capable of dissolving semidine. More data needed. Peculiar sequence entry number 58. Type. Emitter. Softening. This quirk allows the user to soften any non-living thing they touch. Details. Softening works on anything solid, such as ice, metal, or soil, and has a wide range. Softened objects become similar to mud or quicksand, trapping and sinking anything caught in them. To reverse the effects of softening, the user need only touch the softened object a second time, more data required. Uses. Softening is extremely effective against enemies that rely on ground mobility or buildings, as they become unstable footholds for movement. Other uses require more data. High combat potential, minimal rescue potential. Weaknesses. Softening does not work on living beings, more data needed. Potential peculiarity combination number 30. Combined peculiarities. Semidine and softening. Combination results. Flypaper. Type. Emitter. Flypaper. Allows the user to turn things they touch into a glue-like substance. Details. The user can control the level of stickiness, from play slime to super glue. The softness of the touched item is the same as the user's softening quirk, more data needed. Uses. Capture, area denial, removal of obstacles such as walls, pillars, floors, and ceilings. Further uses require more dice. Combat potential. Medium, rescue potential. High. Weaknesses. Glue affects the user. Other weaknesses require more data. These quirks were from 2 students from class 1G and 1C. Peculiar sequence entry number 59. Type. Emitter. Sound. Allows the user to negate any type of sound from the target. Details. By touching an object or person, the user negates any type of sound, both intentional and an accident. Data required. Uses. Once the target is hit, the target cannot make any kind of sound, the user can pick it up without it making any noise. Other uses require more data. Average combat potential, minimal rescue potential. Weaknesses. User cannot negate own sound, more data required. Peculiar sequence entry number 58. Type. Emitter. Air control. This quirk allows the user to control the air in a certain area. Details. User controls air within a 10-meter area, plus data required. Uses. The user can control the air to make physical attacks like an air blade, or make long-range attacks like aerial slashing. Other uses require more data. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. User cannot control air beyond 10 meters, more data needed. Potential peculiarity combination number 31. Combined peculiarities. Sound and air control softening. Combination results. Sound control. Type. Emitter. Sound control. This quirk allows the user to control the sound in a certain area. Details. User controls sound within 10 meters, plus data required. Uses. User can manipulate sound, a periodic disturbance of a medium that radiates linearly in the form of a pressure wave. The effect of these waves on the ear is perceived as sound. From a physics point of view, sound is considered the waves of vibratory motion themselves, whether or not they are heard by the human ear. Other uses require more data. High combat potential, medium rescue potential. Weaknesses. User cannot control sound if it goes beyond 10 meters, more data required. These 2 are third-year students. Peculiar sequence entry number 59. Type. Transformation. Bat wings. Allows the user to release bat wings from their back. Details. The quirk releases bat wings from its back, allowing the user to fly. Data required. Uses. Can be used to fly at high speed and can defeat enemies in the air with ease. Other uses require more data. Average combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. User cannot release wings if back is blocked, more data needed. Peculiar sequence entry number 60. Type. Mutant. Power of dragon. This quirk allows the user to have the powers of a dragon. Details. The user has the teeth of a dragon, the claws of a dragon, the skin of a dragon, the dark circles of a dragon, and the eyes of a dragon, plus data required. Uses. The user breathes fire and has great strength on his side. Can fight at short range with his dragon arms, long range with fire breath. Other uses require more dice. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. Excessive use of fire leaves the throat dry, more data needed. Potential peculiarity combination number 32. Combined quirks. Power of dragon and bat wings. Combination results. Dragon wings. Type. Transformation. Dragon wings. Allows the user to release dragon wings from their back. Details. The quirk releases dragon wings from its back, allowing the user to fly. Data required. Uses. With these wings, the user is primarily capable of flight. But they can also be put to good use in combat. The user has several small and large muscle groups on their back that are responsible for the movement of the wings. Other uses require more data. High combat potential, medium rescue potential. Weaknesses. User cannot release wings if back is blocked, more data needed. Izuku liked it. Now it was time for the festival. The day of the festival. The sports festival was something any hero student looked forward to. It was their first chance to truly announce themselves to the world at large. While it wasn't guaranteed, doing well usually meant it would be easier in the future. Other hero schools had tried to do something similar to UA, but none of them had managed to capture the same lightning in a bottle. It was a shame, Izuku thought. He had quite enjoyed watching Taichi and Hana's sports festival ever since their Ketsubutsu days. Everyone in Class 1 was understandably nervous. No one wanted to be the only one knocked out in the first round, but they all knew they couldn't win against everyone. There were 40 hero students and 60 more general study students potentially aiming for a spot. They had to give it their all while they could. Izuku could basically hear everyone's nervousness in the room. He walked over to Momo and gave her shoulder a comforting squeeze. "You got this, don't worry." He smiled at her before noticing another dark look from Uraraka. He should definitely talk to her about this later. Jiro. Huh. He turned his head and saw Shoto Todoroki, cold eyes staring intently at him. Todoroki. What is this? Izuku asked, surprised to see that the quietest student in the class actually wanted to talk to him. The rest of the class was equally shocked to hear Todoroki call out to Izuku and turned their heads towards them. If we look at things from an objective point of view, I think it's safe to say that you and I are the two strongest in this room right now. Shoto blatantly stated that he didn't care about the other 18 people who were listening to the conversation. Izuku tried to think of something to say, keeping in mind that the entire class was listening. He didn't want to seem rude or hurt anyone's feelings, but with the way things were now, Izuku had no choice but to agree with the bi-colored teen. You may be right. You have a good point to make, but why are you saying this now? Izuku asked curiously, as he wanted Shoto to get straight to the point of why he is talking to him now. But All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Shoto said as this honestly caught Izuku off guard. He didn't realize that Shoto is so perceptive. I'm not trying to butt in on this. But I'm going to beat you. Don't expect any mercy, even if you can't use all your quirks. Shoto finished by giving Izuku the cruelest mug he could offer. Izuku straightened up. If he was going to be challenged, then he should take it in stride. Same goes for you, Todoroki. I may be at a disadvantage since I can only use concussive blasts and quirks that people won't notice, but that won't stop me. Everyone worked really hard to get here. Not that there's any point in hiding anything when your worst enemy already knows. Izuku sighed at that thought. The headmaster had told him that he could use 2 visible quirks as well, but Izuku figured he'd be fine. Izuku's speech was followed by a noise coming from Kirishima. Bro, that's so manly. We all know you're the strongest in the class, but thank you for believing in us. Yeah, fuck, hot eye, Deku's useless ass isn't the only opponent you have to overcome. Bakugo brought his exciting narrative to the table, which made Izuku and Momo roll their heads. Izumi listened to the entire conversation before turning her head and gritting her teeth. The intercom chose that moment to interrupt what would likely turn into a fight. The sports festival is starting in Class 1A, please go to the field. Izuku took one more breath and did his best to quiet his nerves before walking out of the hall and into an arena that positively screamed. President Mick yelled over the radio, it's the class that fought the villains and came out unscathed, please join hands for Class 1A. They're followed by the sister class that hasn't had a chance to shine yet, Class 1B. Next up we have the General Education Department class. Are there any dark horses among these youngsters? Who knows, but give it up for classes 1C, D and E. Next up are the people who do their best to be the hero's hero, the support courses Class 1F, G and H. Last but not least comes the course that markets our young heroes in the making, the business courses I, J, and K. Now let's let our roars be heard by our future students. Yay. Oh, and how could I forget my co-commentator Eraserhead? Stop using your quirk when I'm in the same room. Aizawa already felt his head throb. Any favorites this year, Eraserhead? Although it was more of a rhetorical question, since the man doesn't have any favorites. Izuku Jiro will at least make it to the top 8 of the final round. You still make that bet like you do every year, because if so, I'm in for the first time. Aizawa replied dryly to the man. Izuku flinched when he heard his name mentioned and turned to see the entire class looking at him, but it was more like a look of acceptance than anger. Oh, what's this? A student finally managed to beat our Eraserhead Ice. Deal, if he gets below the top 8, I win. But anyway, everyone, let's give it up for our referee Midnight. Mick lowered his tone slightly to spare his co-commentator. As the student who ranked first in the entrance exam, Jiro Izuku is the representative of all the first years. Please come up on stage and give your speech. Midnight said, blowing a kiss to the crowd. All eyes turned to the green-haired teen. Izuku knew this was probably because he had gotten the highest score during the hero course entrance exam. Amy pushed him forward, and Izuku gave her a quick smile. As he walked up the stairs to the stage, he heard the murmur of the crowd. As he made his way to the microphone, Midnight gave him a gentle nod of support. "I am pleased to represent my fellow first-year students." Izuku nodded to the crowd of students on the field. "I know some of you probably aren't too interested in this event, while others are vying for one of the 40 spots in the hero course. No matter how you feel about this event, let's have fun. But for those of you who are after one of our spots, I only have one thing to say. Bring your best. We all earned our spot in the entrance exam. If you want to take it away from us, then earn that spot here at the sports festival. We all welcome your competition. Let's all push ourselves towards our goal of being heroes." The crowd erupted into raucous applause at the short speech. Cheers and cheers of encouragement echoed from the crowd. Midnight screamed and hugged herself for her youthful crush, as she called it. All of the first-year students began to applaud Izuku's words. With a short bow, Izuku quickly walked down the stairs towards his class and the smiles of his 4 crushes. What a promise. If this didn't spark your spirit and get you going, you're probably already dead. President Mick boomed over the speakers. With this incredible commitment and the spirit of competition blazing, let's unveil our first event for this year's sports festival. Get your foot off the table. Aizawa scolded Mick, whose boot was literally on top of the table, while the blonde almost jumped on top of the furniture in excitement. The underground hero's tired voice was barely heard as the crowd continued to roar and cheer. "Time to find out the first game of the sports festival." Midnight shouted as a screen lit up behind her and began to rotate through the options. This is when our students start to feel the pressure for the first time. The first event of this year is. The display stopped at the words obstacle course. An obstacle course. Midnight cracked her whip while giving a somewhat sadistic smile. "Here we go." President Mick shouted loudly as all the students watched the first event. "Before we begin, we will announce the rules of this event." Midnight informed the students with her microphone. "The course will be a full lap around the stadium. The total length is 4 kilometers. As you all know, UA High's selling point is freedom." Midnight gave a sadistic look as she licked her lips. "There are only 2 rules. First, you have to complete the entire course. Going out of bounds by going off the track is strictly prohibited. You must tackle each obstacle in order, or you will be considered to have gone over the line and will be disqualified." The professional cracked her whip towards the first years. "The second rule, no attacking other students. Messing with the field in your favor is fine, direct attacks are not. Anyone who attacks another student will be disqualified on the spot. Other than those 2 rules, anything goes. You know the rules now, little listeners. Play fair and come back here first to be the winner. Break either of the 2 rules and you're completely out of the festival." President Mick shouted through the stadium speakers. "Now then, take your places, everyone." Midnight shouted, causing the crowd to cheer as the first event was about to begin. The students began to move towards the tunnel that marked the starting line. Izuku walked over and grabbed Momo by the shoulder. "Do you want to work together on this? If we do, we can win this pretty easily. I'll even let you win first." Izuku gave her a thumbs up. Momo thought briefly before replying, "Sounds like a good idea, Izuku. What do you have planned?" Izuku thought about it for a second. "Surprisingly, I think Bakugo is actually the most likely to win. His explosions are pretty good at that kind of thing. So we either need to get close to the teleporter or find a way to shut it down early. I have a plan for the glider, but I want to save that for later. Do you have any ideas?" Momo paused to think about it. There wasn't much they could do, since attacking Bakugo was completely illegal, and it would be very difficult for them to arrest him. "I think our best bet is to just ignore him. It's not like we're allowed to do anything to him in this scenario. We just have to hope he's not good enough yet and go as fast as we can." Momo shrugged. "As for us, I'll make a 2-seater bike, and we'll combine his super speed, concussive blasts, and his calcium booster in this course. If there's any place where the bike doesn't work, we can just pick him up and carry him for a bit. Good enough plan for me. I have a feeling Todoroki will try to freeze everyone at first. Then, I'll take him down while you focus on the bike. Once we get going, staying ahead should be easy enough." Izuku was about 85% sure he knew exactly what the ice team was going to do. They were lucky and got a spot near the front, not at the front, but close enough. That's when the countdown began. "Wait." They heard Itsuka coming towards them. She said in a low voice. "Whatever you 2 do, don't come first." Huh? Izuku blinked, his eyes widening a bit as he stared at her in shock. What does that mean? Shouldn't we?" "I think it's a trick," she quickly explained to the 2 of them, with Momo jolting in surprise. "Usually, in some of the sports festivals I researched for my high school paper, there's some kind of, I don't know, a disadvantage to getting first place that makes it harder for you when we get to the second round. If we get first place, it could backfire on us. But we also want the heroes to notice us," Momo pointed out, looking at the crowd of civilians and heroes in obvious conflict. "And wouldn't getting first place bring us that attention? Yes, but if we have something that will affect us in the next round. Itsuka raised an eyebrow. Then there is an even greater chance that we won't make it to the third. Izuku and Momo paused for a moment, turning to each other as if to gauge their own reactions. And then Izuku let out a small sigh as he shook his head. I think you're right. He told her, looking between his two training partners as he bit his lip. So. What do you think we should do? Alright, Itsuka nodded as well, looking determined, then we should aim for the top. But not the top. Second, third, fourth. Anything but first place. They both nodded at this, feeling themselves smile a little. But before they could say anything else, there was the sudden sound of a horn honking. They quickly looked around and saw a pair of 3 green lights on the other side of the pit, shining brightly for everyone inside and outside the camp to see. Everyone take your seats. Midnight ordered from her place next to him. As soon as the last light goes out, the game will begin. 3, 2, 1, go. He roared from the microphone. So what's going to be the crux of Eraserhead? Mick asked his co-commentator. Right here. Aizawa replied with his voice neutral as always. Izuku grabbed Momo and threw her forward with all the strength he could muster before flying after her. Meanwhile, Momo was busy trying to create the bike as fast as she could. They had already passed Todoroki by this point, as he had to stop momentarily to freeze everyone else. The heterochromatic teen's head whipped around as they flew past. Izuku could already see the shock forming in her. He's either going to try to catch up to us or throw ice at us. How long does that bike have left? Momo replied without trying to lose focus. You know that bigger things take longer, give me about 5 seconds. The two continued running while Izuku turned to see the heterochromatic boy surfing on the ice to speed up. Damn. My babies are getting cold. Izuku hears Mei complain about the general anger of the crowd. The power duo Izuku Jiro and Yayoi Rozu Momo take the lead. Is Todoroki in pursuit, or is it an icy chase? Mick laughed into the microphone. It seems like the two of them decided to team up instead of working against each other. It's an interesting strategy. Aizawa joined the conversation. Momo finally finished her creation, having been smart enough to open her blouse before attempting something so big, she didn't need a wardrobe malfunction on live television. Alright Izuku, you're ready, let's go. She wasted no time climbing on and pedaling while Izuku jumped into the backseat. Once they had a semblance of balance, Izuku put Concussive Blast into action as he pedaled as hard as he could, picking up speed quite a bit while activating the calcium booster when combined with Momo's pedaling. Is that a 2-seater bike? Looks like you hit the nail on the head, Eraser, they are working together. It looks like Jiro is using his Concussive Blast quirk to propel them. What is Miss Yayoi Rozu's quirk anyway? Mick asked Aizawa the question. Her quirk is called Creation, she can create inorganic objects. It's an incredibly versatile quirk, as you can see. Aizawa explained mechanically as he looked at the sheet in front of him. Izuku turned to see the distance between Todoroki and them growing rapidly. His surfing was nowhere near the speed they were going. He was about to turn around, but he just barely caught Bakugo using his quirk to quickly pass by the other teenager out of the corner of his eye. Bakugo's coming. I knew he'd be trouble. Momo, can you do something to block his vision? If he can't see where he's going, he can't get there. In fact, just throw glue behind us. If his hands can't produce explosions, his quirk won't work. Momo complied, but trying to focus on 2 things at once was really taking its toll on her. Riding this bike and trying to create something was incredibly tiring on her mind. I get it, I'll just start throwing glue bombs as we go. But it was at that moment that they realized what was in front of them. Are those the zeros the others mentioned? They're gigantic. It's okay, Momo, just move forward, they're probably too slow to stop us. Izuku at least hoped they were, since he had never fought the mechanical beasts, but something that size should be fast and slow in comparison. The power couple reaches the first obstacle, Robo Inferno. Let's see how they solve this. Mick announced to the noisy crowd. They'll go right through, they've already reached about 60 miles per hour at this point. I don't see the robots posing much of a problem for them. Aizawa added a comment. True to Aizawa's word, the slow, clumsy robots posed no threat as they passed by. Looks like Bakugo got hit by the glue, good job, Momo. I'm trying to keep up, but we're so far ahead at this point that I think we can make it. Izuku immediately regretted his words upon seeing what lay before them. A massive pit. They are so far ahead that they are not even worried about the competition. They have already reached the second obstacle and in record time. It is the fall. How will the motorcycle combo get through this? Mick said, trying to irritate the crowd. With the power of Jiro's quirk and the near-infinite uses of Yayoi Rozu's quirk, I can see several ways they could overcome this obstacle easily, Aizawa replied, ever the straight man. Hey, Izuku, we were ditching the bike for a bit. I'm going to use a jetpack, can you bring the bike over? Momo shouted back to her traveling companion. Yeah, I get it, Momo, go, I'll see you on the other side. Izuku replied. Momo charged forward, creating a jetpack before launching herself into the sky, flying over the pit, crossing it in 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Izuku grabbed the bike and launched himself from pillar to pillar. It took almost 3 times longer because of the additional weight, but Izuku knew he should be the one to do it, due to his reinforcement and concussive blast. The bike combo splits off to quickly pass through the pit. Pun intended, is there any hope of anyone catching up? Mick said. I expected this result, to be honest. I knew both quirks were heavily favored in this event. Aizawa paused as he looked at the track. I stand corrected, look who's catching up. Aizawa said, changing the camera to Bakugo. Bakugo was absolutely exhausted, he had been overusing his quirk and was already on the verge of vomiting. How far were they? He was on his 5th consecutive jump before he crossed the pit in one go. It was at this moment that the pain hit him and he knelt down, holding his arms in pain. It seems the runner-up of the duo overused his quirk and started vomiting profusely. If you guys want to have lunch later, I recommend you look away, guys. Mick said jovially. Well, it was lucky, Izuku thought, they managed to push him to his limit. The duo had since recovered and got back on the bike with Momo before taking off for the rest of the route. He took one last look at Bakugo before they left. Hopefully the boy wasn't in too much pain. Nothing seems to be even close to stopping these two powerhouses of Class 1 a bit. It seems that Jiro is your favorite, for good reason, Eraserhead. Mick said, teasing the man. Aizawa scoffed, the boy saved his life, he might as well root for him. It was logical, given the events at hand and his quirk. Present Mick joined the conversation again. And what I can tell you is his peculiarity for our audience. Aizawa held up the document in front of him. His quirk, Concussive Blasts, allows him to release highly powerful sonic blasts from the palms of his hands. They are quite strong, capable of throwing multiple enemies into the distance. Izuku was a little annoyed that his quirk was being revealed like this, but it was okay, they needed to captivate the audience. And wait, what was that about a minefield? Momo, don't stop. If we go fast enough we can get past the mines. Fearless as ever, they drove straight into the minefield, not slowing down in the slightest. Thankfully it seemed that Izuku was correct in his assumption. What's this? Didn't the mines detonate right away? How could they get around that? Mick was incredulous. Aizawa's face palmed, knowing exactly why they weren't exploding. Stupid problem child. Yayoi Rozu can even produce electronics with her quirk. It's possible she created an EMP generator or something similar to prevent devices from exploding. One day she created a GPS tracker in my class as an example. Well, with no competition near them, it seems we have our winners from the first event, and here they come. Yayoi Rozu Momo finishes in first place, Izuku Jiro takes second. Now let's get back to the rest of the pack. Mick changed the screen to show Bakugo, who was finally starting to get up. Bakugo finally recovered, only to quickly step on the minefield and immediately begin to ride. In his moment of pain, he heard the intercom. Wait a minute, are Deku and Yayoi Rozu done yet? Meanwhile, the same thought occurred to Izumi and Todoroki. Izumi cursed under her breath, damn, Deku got his girlfriend together to beat this shit and he's only on the second fucking hurdle. How fast were they going? Not to mention all that glue shit they were throwing everywhere was starting to get seriously annoying. God, Deku, I'm gonna get you for this. Todoroki wished he didn't have to deal with Izumi's screams, but at the same time he couldn't believe that Jiro and Yayoi Rozu were already finished. Todoroki saw how fast they were going on that bike and knew he couldn't keep up, but this was ridiculous. Mick's comment about people already finishing spurred Bakugo to start limping towards the goal. Our poor blonde boy continues to push through the pain, but Midoriya and Todoroki are starting to catch up to him. Bakugo turned to see that Todoroki and Izumi had reached the initial minefield. He could see the finish line from where he was, which meant he could. Oh well, time to destroy. He quickly gave one more blast, passing the finish line before limping off. Katsuki Bakugo gives himself a final push to cross the finish line, placing third. Let's give it up for our red-haired macho man. Mick shouted. Speaking of which, here comes Todoroki, placing 4th, and Izumi Midoriya, placing 5th. 5th. Fucking 5th. Izumi doesn't come in 5th place, that damn Deku needs to stop using those quirks. A similar thought passed through Todoroki. He knew that his quirk wasn't suited for a race because of the quirk assessment test, but he hadn't seen one to 3rd place since the first hurdle. Jiro was being really troublesome. Izuku was sitting next to Momo waiting for everyone to enter. Well, we made it, do you want to join for the next one too? The sports festival usually has some sort of team event for the second event. Momo nodded, of course you would know that you're a nerdy hero, but sure, she gave him a bright smile. Meanwhile Izumi watched this exchange with disgust, she wanted to vomit, shitty romantic idiots. Everyone finally crossed the finish line, Etsuka approached the duo. The 3 training heroes complained about this. So? Momo said, looking at the sky. We shouldn't come first. No. Izuku shook his head. We weren't. And. Here I am. First of all. Don't look at me. Itsuka pouted. I was doing my own thing before you two launched into space. True. They just prayed that the next event would not be difficult. Everyone finally crossed the finish line, then Midnight proceeded to announce the next event. Alright, time to announce who survived to the next round. Congratulations to the top 42 runners of our race. If you fell below that, I'm sorry but you're out, please report to your class viewing stands. Midnight announced, whipping the ground as she said this. Why is she a teacher again? Izuku thought briefly to himself. It took a few minutes, but everyone who was supposed to leave the arena. Alright, now that the top 42 competitors are the only ones left, I will announce the next event. Get ready for Cavalry Battle EE. But there's a twist, each of you 42 will receive a score based on what you placed in the previous event. The leader of each team will receive a ribbon worth a combined total of their team's scores. At the end of 15 minutes, the groups with the highest scores will advance to the next round. Starting at 5 points for the person in 42nd place and increasing by 5 points for each rank above that. However, there is one exception. First place is worth 10 million points. Midnight cracked her whip again. Momo felt all eyes turn to her, including Izuku's. I should have let you get Izuku first. She said as a nervous sweat began to form on her face. Midnight continued speaking after her dramatic pause. With that said, you have 15 minutes to form teams of 2 to 4 people. Good luck. Izuku turned to Momo and said, well, that's something that could very well happen, though I do have a plan. Let's just be a 2-person team, it'll make us more mobile, and we'll need that if we're going to be playing keep away the entire match. Though I have another idea that you might like if you don't want to do that. Momo felt like she had been punched after realizing that everyone would be after her. Well, I guess it'll be hard to avoid people for 15 minutes straight unless we follow the hang gliding plan, and even then that's not foolproof. Though we'd be safer with that since you can maintain your quirk for about 30 minutes currently, right, Izuku? Yes, but I'm more concerned about other people's questions. The brainstorming session was rudely interrupted when Mei appeared. Momo, Izuku join me. She threw her thumb out and pointed at herself. Sorry Mei, we're going in a group of 2, plus it'll be boring to watch us. I recommend going and teaming up with Bakugo or Todoroki, otherwise you won't get any exposure. The invention girl was discouraged upon hearing this, but eventually accepted. Good luck to you both. Alright, since we don't have enough space to fly safely without crossing the borders, we'll go with my second plan. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. About 15 minutes after midnight he announced the end of the planning phase. Bakugo noticed that the nerds were back together. My god, this stupid power couple bullshit was really pissing him off, and he wouldn't admit it, but they were a problem when put on the same team. His own team was that extra support, shitty hair, and alien girl. Bakugo scoffed when Pink Dreads came here asking to be on his team, but after seeing some of her inventions, he had to admit that it would be very useful to have her. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the sound of the announcer. Damn. He was better than getting distracted. Ready to start. Well, isn't that a sight, the power duo from the first round are together again, and only as a 2-man team, and it looks like Yayoi Rozu tied herself to Jiro with a harness. I guess this way it's impossible for Yayoi Rozu to fall unless Jiro himself falls, but I have to admit it doesn't look very heroic. Or good. I wonder what their plan is for this round, Eraser. Nick asked his friend. They seem to want to play far away and in this way maximize their mobility, after all they only need to escape to win this journey. Although Izawa was immediately proven wrong in his conjecture. Are you ready, Momo? Izuku asked his knight. Yes, we'll make it Izuku. She gave him a smile, and with that Izuku advanced straight towards Bakugo. Momo took off her headband and immediately placed it in Bakugo's hands. Here. Consider this a gift. She shouted to Bakugo as she walked past them. What the fuck? Get back here. I'm winning this shit fair and right, I don't need your fucking handbook. Bakugo yelled at the fleeing couple before realizing that all eyes were on him. Mina quickly shouted from beneath the exploding teen. Who cares how we got this, we have to focus on keeping it now. She followed up by throwing viscous acid as a shield to defend herself from the tape she saw Zero shooting at them. She's right, Bakubro, come on, man. Kirishima added. Fuck you. I don't need you two to tell me that. Gra fuck, right, we stick to our original plan. Bakugo yelled before throwing a smokescreen in front of him. What was that? They just gave up the 10 million points. What a surprising move from Team Yayoi Rozu. Present Mick definitely hadn't seen this before. It's actually not a bad plan, now no one will target them and they are free to attack other groups. It seems like they don't want first place, just the ability to move forward. Why can't Izawa ever predict what that stupid troublesome kid is about to do? He sighed for the 40th time alone that day. Izuku immediately ran to the outer ring looking around trying to absorb the chaos before him. Momo was placed facing backwards in the harness so she could watch her back. She trusted Izuku to move them to where they needed to go. Izuku spotted his first target, a group of people from 1B who were aggressively attacking Bakugo's team. Izuku ran using sound control and concussive blast to get past them while using tempo to make sure he could grab the sash with precision. To be honest, it reminded him of his battle with Shigaraki, a game of tag, albeit with much less consequences. He picked up the now stolen sash and passed it to Momo. 1 more to go, 6 to go, are you okay up there? Yeah, I'm just making sure no one gets close. It's a good thing I asked about tranquilizers, and they turned out to be cool, since Kaminari would basically be quirkless here if he couldn't electrocute people to stun them. Momo yelled back to her horse. She took aim and started hitting the competitors left and right. She was using a relatively weak version of her formula, but with this, she could make it easier for Izuku to grab the bandanas as they flew. Team Yoirozu is tranquilizing people. Is that allowed, Arasuhidl? Nick was starting to understand why Aizawa had so much faith in his students as he watched them tear through the competition, grabbing headbands left and right. The combination of Midoriya's mobility and Yoirozu's tranquilizer was insane to watch. Yes they are, but I have to say I wasn't expecting this tactic. The speed they have from only having 2 members is giving them a huge advantage in attacking in a guerrilla style. Most of the teams don't even seem to be aware that they are without their headband because they are too focused on the 10 million points. Or the pilot is unconscious. The camera then cut to an unfortunate individual who was hanging on as his mules tried to stop him from falling. Aizawa then looked at the scoreboard and realized that almost half of Wano was down in terms of points. With the exception of Yoirozu, Bakugo, and Todoroki's team, about what he honestly expected. The one-sided pillaging continued for a good 10 minutes, and the riders finally began to wake up. Drowsy and confused about where their spots were, only to have their horses explain the situation to them. Momo immediately realized that she had left her formula too weak and began to worry. In her efforts to make sure she didn't have to worry about anyone overdosing, they wouldn't stay off of it long enough, they might start coming after us. Izuku, I don't think they'll be too happy that I used a sedative on them. Izuku looked around and had to agree with the girl's assessment. Alright, Momo, that's enough, we're in second place, people will start hunting us now. Let's kick it back here on the ledge and wait. If anyone starts coming towards us, you know what to do. He said to the person riding on his back. Sounds good to me, Aizu, and anyway, there's no way enough people could get the points needed to get out of the top 4. Momo shifted, standing up and rearranging herself to face forward so she could shoot anyone who came after them. They lasted for another 2 minutes like this, but at the 12-minute mark it all started. They were finally noticed by the people who had woken up, and just as Momo correctly stated, no one was too happy about what had happened. The first to start attacking them was Monoma and his team of Tsunatori, Itsuka, and Bondo. Ah, you rejected 1A, I have come to repay you for the gracious gift you gave me earlier. Izuku and Momo realized that the object he was holding was one of Momo's tranquilizer darts. To think that Yue would allow such a fool. Monoma fell again, causing his team to panic and make sure the boy didn't touch the ground. Her team then just looked at Momo in disbelief. Seriously, again. Itsuka was the first to speak. Momo just shrugged, he was the one who gave the monologue. Anyway, I see a large number of teams coming here, so we leave now. Izuku just waved at them as he watched them struggle to keep Monoma from falling. The greenette started laughing as he ran off carrying Momo. Good job by the way. Momo was about to respond to Izuku, but she noticed an attack from Bondo. Izuku behind us. Izuku then noticed a large amount of glue flying towards them, clearly Bondo's revenge for knocking Monoma out again. Izuku turned slightly and threw the glue back at the person who shot it with concussive blast. The satisfying scream followed by angry shouts was all Izuku could hear as he continued running. This left Team Monoma with one leader unconscious and the rest covered in Bondo's glue. Bondo saw the anger on Itsuka's face and paled a bit. Sorry. I'm going to kill them, actually I'm going to kick them. Itsuka could feel her veins bulging. Poor Tsunatori was just crying. That should slow the others down too, in fact Momo started making glue bombs and throwing them around us too. The girl nodded over him and began throwing glue everywhere as they backed into a corner opposite the one they had first hidden in. From their new vantage point, they could see the rest of the teams fighting without any risk of anyone getting close to them. The next minute or so, there were a few close calls, but after seeing what happened to the people who got too close to Momo, many of the other teams simply opted to hunt down other prey. The combination of Momo throwing glue everywhere and Izuku's ability to deflect any projectiles that tried to reach them with Jetstream made them think they were in the clear, especially since there was only a minute left. That was until Todoroki finally noticed them. Izuku looked into Todoroki's eyes, and immediately the heterochromatic team began to make way with his team of Iida, Kaminari, and Jiro. Momo. The boy shouted quickly to get her attention. It's Todoroki. We can't let him get close, shoot him. Momo responded by unloading on Todoroki, who simply used his fireplace to melt the bullets in the way. She didn't have enough time to create fire-retardant projectiles before a glacier fell on them, and Izuku, seeing what was coming, took advantage of that moment to run as fast as he could to the right, using the small exit that Momo had left behind for them, hopefully avoiding the approaching iceberg. Without fire or decay, the greenette couldn't simply stop the ice wave normally, and he was not doing another quirk here. However, the extra weight Momo was adding to him slowed him down just enough for Todoroki to hit. Izuku's left leg unfortunately got caught by the edge of the attack, and as long as he didn't fall, he was fine. He managed to pull his leg out of the glacier just in time to avoid a second one. Space was quickly becoming an issue here, at least they only needed to last another 30 seconds. Momo, keep shooting, it'll make him stumble. Izuku was shouting desperately at this point. Izuku jumped over the next batch of ice thrown at him, using Todoroki's previous attack to gain the necessary height. But they kept coming, as it was clear that the boy was using his fire side to prevent himself from getting hypothermia. If that wasn't enough, Jiro kept trying to steal his bracelets with her jacks. Desperate at this point, Momo began using 15% moves to dodge them away from the two. Anything else you can do here that might help? We just need to last a little longer. Izuku was frantically diving under another wave of ice, using his concussive blasts to slow it down, but not by much. The glue they made earlier was definitely hurting them now, since Todoroki's team didn't need to move to win the battle while they did. Thank you, Izuku. Momo pulled out another weapon and fired it at Todoroki, who understandably tried to use his fire to destroy it, but the net remained unaffected by the heat. She watched dizzily as her creation managed to ensnare her enemies before speaking. Fire retardant net gun. Good job, let's get out of here before. Izuku was interrupted when Jiro started attacking them with his quirk. Sorry, yeah Momo, I won't make this that easy for you. Now Todoroki. The boy wasted no time in firing his next wave of ice, which froze most of Izuku's body, rendering him unable to move despite his attempts to the contrary. Jiro, I can't allow you to move on to the next round, you're too dangerous. Forgive me, for the boy fell, with a dart in his neck. Thank God Momo, holy shit, that was close. Of course, their short celebration was ruined by an explosive teenager who managed to lose his team by attacking them. Luckily, just before he made contact the event ended, and they successfully kept all their points. Which caused the attacker to groan in anger from his position on the ground. Sure thing, now let's get you out of there before you freeze, okay. Adding some laughter as she broke the ice with a combination of one for all and a hammer she made. As soon as Izuku freed himself and pointed at the board, Momo quickly glanced over before hugging him. We did it. Yes, we did. Team Bakugo. First place. Yayoi Rozu team. Second place. Team Todoroki. Third place. Team Shinsu. Fourth place. Wait, where did Shinsu come from? He wasn't at the top of the board last time he checked. Never mind. We did it, Momo. Bakugo was forced to watch the two embrace. Despite winning, he felt like he had lost somehow. The fuckers weren't even trying for first place, hell, they were in a whole different game than him. The thought angered him, so he got up and left. What an explosive round, everyone. Let's join hands with all the competitors, and don't worry if you didn't make it through, we have events for all the competitors to do while we build the arena for the final event. Oh, and a word from the referee, it looks like only 14 people made it through. 2 members of Team Monoma will be advancing to the final round as well. Choose 2 of your members to perform. With that, we'll be taking a 1-hour break for lunch, we'll be back in a bit, ratings flat. Mick sighed, happy to be able to drop his personality for a bit. Aizawa was smiling under the bandages. Are you worried yet? Mick cringed. You really like that kid Jiro, I'm kind of surprised you've never been like that with any of your students before. I can see his potential, and you know this whole thing saved my life. I'll never say this to his face, but I like the little shit. Aizawa smiled. What universe are we in where Aizawa Shouta develops a weakness? Anyway, he still needs to win one more round before he enters the top 10, but to be honest, he probably will. Mick sighed, realizing that his wallet would probably decrease in the future. Walking around the outside of the stadium was a rather surprising figure to those present. It was the rabbit hero. Maruko, a rising hero projected to easily reach the top 10 in the next hero rankings. But currently. That was kind of interesting. She said to herself, brushing a strand of hair away from her face. Nezu had asked her to keep security in case the villains from the USJ incident showed up, and to be honest, she kind of wished they would, if only because she was bored doing nothing but walking around and signing autographs. She looked at one of the screens, seeing a Jiro Izuku winning every event. Heh. The kid is tough, he's improved a lot in the last month. Maruko said to herself, watching the boy move on to the next event. I think I'll pay a visit. Elsewhere. Jiro, we need to talk. An unfamiliar voice came from Izuku's right. He turned around and saw Todoroki looking at him intently. Izuku blinked and said, if you insist. Let's talk. He gestured for him to begin. Not here, obviously. Replied Todoroki. Izuku shook his head, look, I don't know you. We've already interacted once today, and this is the first time I've heard you speak. And putting my friends in danger during the obstacle course didn't endear me to you. Not to mention, I've had bad experiences with that kind of thing in the past. Todoroki looked at him, and his gaze went from piercing to sympathetic. Oh, right. I apologize. Izuku turned around until he felt a metallic poke on his shoulder. He turned to see that it was one of his sister Kayaka's valets. The girl looked at him with a pale expression. Izuku tilted his head in confusion as he approached her. Kayaka leaned over and said in a low tone, little brother, I don't know exactly what his problem is, but I just heard him whisper, I forgot that Bakugo and Izumi were your endeavor. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as the implication set in. Thank you very much, he whispered back as he ran back to Todoroki. The taller boy blinked in surprise. My sister convinced me. Izuku said as he looked around. Let's just try to be quick. Todoroki nodded, leading them away until they reached a small alcove. When they were alone, Todoroki looked at him. I appreciate you agreeing to this. To be fair, I'm only doing this because one of them heard you comparing Endeavor to Bakugo. Izuku said, his protective instinct shining through him. Tell me, Jiro, what do you know about peculiar marriages? Shadow paused as recognition dawned in the other's eyes. What do I know? A lot, actually. I'm the product of one. Todoroki looked at Izuku in surprise. You are? He nodded. Yes, you see, my biological mother, Inko Midoriya, wanted someone who had a fire quirk that would be as strong as Endeavor because she wanted a strong son who would reach the top 10. She had me and Izumi, but… Izuku looked down. My quirk only awakened some time later, and Izumi only has a quirk similar to Inko's. His mouth twisted in anger. Inko blamed me for her failure. And Izumi took her anger out on me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw that at you. Todoroki's hateful face melted and his expression softened too. Relief. I see. I guess we have a lot more in common than I could have imagined. I'm also the product of a peculiar marriage. My father wanted me to defeat All Might. To be his perfect tool. You see, the reason I insisted we be friends is because I too was physically abused. Izuku felt his own gaze begin to soften. Huh, he whispered. I didn't expect to hear that from Endeavor's son. Yeah, well, it wasn't just me. My mother also suffered from my father's abuse. To the point that she had a temporary mental break and as a result, she poured boiling water over my left eye because it made me look too much like my father. Wasn't expecting that. That would explain the scar, though. It's because of that, because of him. I refuse to use my left side, his side. His side. This cursed fire quirk. It's his and I refuse to use it. And I will win without using it to anger him. That hateful scowl was back. But, Todoroki, it's not. This is my reason for starting a fight with you. To show him what I can do without using that damn old man's quirk. No. His eyes almost seemed to glow. I will completely reject him winning first place without him. He finally declared. They both remained in a brief moment of silence. Izuku thought about how different his and Todoroki's worlds were. It honestly terrified him how a hero was able to do this kind of thing using his status. I don't care if you're strong or have various quirks. No matter what you are to him, I will rise above you with just my right side. Seeing that he had said all he had to say, Todoroki turned and began to walk out of the tunnel. Izuku looked at Todoroki as he walked away from him. To think he's been through so much. In a hidden corner of the tunnel was Maruko, who heard the entire conversation. I'll kick Endeavor's ass if I see him. Minutes later. Izuku met Momo on the way to the cafeteria. Oh, hey Izuku. I was wondering where you were. Momo smiled brightly. You disappeared immediately after the break started. Sorry, Izuku remembered his meeting with Todoroki and looked down. I had someone to talk to. Oh. Well, let's eat then. Said Momo, dragging Izuku. Izuku checked his phone on the way to the cafeteria. It seems that he, Momo, Todoroki and Bakugo were the favorites to win the whole contest. Have you seen the news? People think you're going to win. Are you nervous yet? Momo just sighed. Please no, I'm already a mess, I don't need you to make things worse. They were stopped by the side of Endeavor in the hallway. Oh yes, I was looking for you, you will be the perfect test for my shadow. He has finally accepted himself and is using his fire. You with a super strength and creation ability are like All Might, you will be a suitable step. Shadow's path to becoming number 1. Momo didn't know why, but her friend was staring at Todoroki's father with a look she had never seen from him before. Before she could say anything, Izuku just grabbed her hand and left, pulling her with him. "Don't ignore me, boy. Respect your elders." Endeavor spat at them as they left. Izuku turned to look at the man with an expression of pure hatred. "Don't ever come near me or that girl again if you know what's good for you, you pile of flaming trash. I know what you did, and soon the director will know too. It won't be long until everything falls apart. Number 2. Izuku spat back at the man. Now Momo was really confused. What did Endeavor do? She saw number 2's scared face, but let herself be pulled by Izuku. Suo, what was that about Izuku? Momo was very worried at this moment. She had only seen him act like this around Bakugo. He's a bad person, I don't want to say, but since it seems like he's going to care about us, he abused the entire Todoroki family. He drove his wife crazy, neglected the other children, and beat Shoto, calling it training. That man is a pile of feces. Izuku slammed his fist on the wall, causing small cracks to appear. Sorry, Momo, he just reminds me of my biological mother, and I hate her. She remembered when Izuku talked about his birth mother, but he never went into detail about it, but if that was any indication, he didn't need to. She pulled him into a hug, saying it would be okay. Let's go get lunch, okay Izuku? It'll give us some time to relax. Izuku just nodded and continued on their way. Minutes later. Izuku and Momo were at the table while eating. I can't believe her. An irate Ashido followed by Uraraka and Asui sat down in the free seats at the table. The pink girl slammed her tray down and began eating with grumpy gusto. Uraraka and Asui were more gentle. Are you okay, Mina? Momo asked carefully. Just Midoriya being an idiot. Ashido grumbled. Izuku sighed heavily. What did she do now? Izuku asked. She really wasn't happy about her team's loss. We tried to calm her down in the locker room, but it didn't help. Uraraka said. No. It really worked. But that's not the worst of it. Ashido shouted. She kept pumping her quirk during the cavalry battle, even though we kept telling her to stop. Koda wasn't ready. Izumi released her quirk at his leg. He twisted his leg. Is he okay? Momo asked. Luckily Recovery Girl was on standby. She healed his leg, but now he is unwilling to watch the festival with us. He will stay in the infirmary, said Asui. Mr. Izawa sent us here to have lunch while he talked to her. Achako finished. This sounded a lot like her sister. She was always quick to find fault with other people and never accepted blame for herself. With her quirk, there were few consequences that people wanted her to suffer anyway, and when things didn't go her way, she would usually complain and change things. 1 hour later. Izuku and his classmates walked to the observation section reserved for one after lunch. They only had to wait another 10 minutes before Cementus built an entire arena in the middle of the Coliseum. Once he was done, Midnight returned with a microphone in hand to announce the next round. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final round of the UA Sports Festival. She paused, allowing the crowd to roar. Now the finals will be a 1v1 style tournament between our finalists listed here. In this our competitors will fight each other, but obviously lethal attacks are not allowed and will result in disqualification. You can win in 3 ways: make the opponent give in, get up, touch or leave them unconscious. A 16-player bracket appeared on the screen, showing all the pairs. 1. Satsuna Tokage x Hitachi Shinsu. 2. Ijiro Kirishima vs Hiryurin. 3. Momo Yaoi Rozu vs Mina Ashido. 4. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. 5. Shoto Todoroki vs Tenya Iida. 6. Nido Monoma vs Achako Uraraka. 7. Katsuki Bakugo vs Kayaka Jiro. 8. Izuku Jiro vs Mei Hatsum. Ayaka looked at the board and paled. She was giving the worst match possible. Having super hearing was not a good thing against someone who could create explosions loud enough to burst normal eardrums. She shuddered. Maybe she should just admit it, she literally cannot win this match. Izuku figured Mei wouldn't be too difficult of a match even with her support items, so it should be pretty easy for him. Then you knew his match against Todoroki would be fast-paced. Now that the boy used his fire, he couldn't play the long game. He must use Reciproburst or he would lose. Bakugo realized that his first match was an easy win, but he saw who he would be fighting in the next round. He'd barely make it into the top 10, even with Deku not being able to use all of his quirks, he knew how bad this was for him. His confidence was shaken, he knew that, his pride was what kept him going, and now it was crushed into the ground. What else did he have? Midnight returned after letting the fighters read the board. The first competitors will go to their waiting rooms, we will start in 15 minutes. Izuku then received a message from Mei, of all people. Chat started. Extraordinary inventor. So, I see that the strongest member of Class 1 is my opponent in the first round, want to make a deal. I know that after all, people will be watching our match with anticipation. Cinnamon roll. What's on your mind, Mei? Inventor extraordinaire. Simple, you let me show you my inventions a little, and I'll let you win. Cinnamon roll. It's not like I'm going to award a free win, but it helps you more anyway. Inventor extraordinaire. This is why you're my favorite baby maker. Cinnamon roll. Please don't ever call me that again. The extraordinary inventor has gone offline. Izuku just sighed, that was the most Hatsume thing he had ever read. Of course she didn't care about winning, she just wanted to show off her babies. The first match of the festival was quick, it was Shinso vs Setsuna, but it didn't last long. As soon as the match started, Setsuna simply stopped in the middle of the arena, turned around and started walking out of the arena. When she was outside the arena, Midnight announced Shinso as the winner. When Kendo asked Setsuna why she did that, Setsuna replied, I have no idea what happened, the last thing I remember is the countdown starting and then bam, I'm out of the arena, I'm sorry guys. Izuku assumes that Shinso has a mind control quirk, good for heroics, but bad against robots. The second fight was Kirishima vs Rin. Rin had a scale quirk, but they were not useful against Kirishima's quirk, and so he ended up losing. In the third dispute. Yeah, Momo, don't think I'll go easy on you just because Jiro is watching. The pink-haired girl stuck out her tongue, little did she know she was toying with the beast, and the beast was angry. Well, Momo wouldn't lie to herself, being able to shut Mina up would be nice, her hand was already reflexively picking up the sensation of creation. Waiting for the match to start feels like one of those western duels she sees in the movies. It's time for round 3. For the first time in the tournament it's 1A versus 1A on one side, we have one of the fan favorites to win it all, half of the power duo, Yaoi Rozu Momo. And on the other side we have the self-proclaiming pink-skinned alien girl, Ashido Mina. She came first with Team Bakugo in the previous round. Ready? Let's begin. Momo wasted no time in pointing the newly formed gun at her opponent before firing. Sorry Mina. She was not sorry. Mina's face quickly twisted from its usual smile as she looked down and saw the dart sticking out of her stomach. Oh, that's not. The poor girl couldn't even finish her sentence before she fell to the ground. What is this quirk, guys? It's over in an instant, Yaoi Rozu Momo won. Izuku just slapped his face in the stands as everyone looked at him. Dude, I don't want to fight in the next round. Call her, man. You can do it, right? Kaminari asked Izuku pleadingly. I mean, you still need to beat that girl with vines for hair, Pikachu. Jiro answered first. Kaminari just shrugged, I think I can beat her, but I don't know how electricity works on sensitive hair. Well, you better not be the first one to lose to Class 1B, is all I'm saying. The headset user was half teasing and half pouting as her round was getting closer and closer. Minutes later. President Mick welcomes both competitors to the stage after the ice has been removed from the arena. Ibarra asks President Mick why he introduced her as a killer and explains that all she wants to do is spread good and salvation throughout the world. President Mick apologizes and Denki admits that maybe not everyone in Class 1B is an idiot. He ponders how cute Ibarra is and decides that he needs to ask her out before locking himself up and preparing to fight. The battle begins and Denki asks Ibarra if they could go out for a meal after the battle. He states that he wants to comfort her after her defeat and that the match will be over in seconds. Denki charges his electricity and uses his indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts technique. Ibarra simply turns her back to Denki and commands her hair to create a shield of vines to protect her from the shock. Denki enters his mute state and Ibarra counterattacks by sending vines at him. The vines wrap around Denki and hang him on the stage, immobilizing him. Midnight declares Ibarra the winner. Kayaka joined Izuku in face-palming stupid Jamingui. Your inner disappointment was interrupted by the shrill voice of someone peering over the barrier between Class 1A and Class 1B's viewing areas. What's this? Is the detestable Class 1A not as good as everyone claims? You've finally begun to see Class 1's second true power. Wait Jiro, Yaoi Rozu, I've been wanting to speak with you too. The two paled for a second, as neither of them had really enjoyed the boys' company when they were in Saume. Not to mention he had known Izuku before he acquired his first quirk. There wasn't much risk. Yaoi Rozu was the first to respond. Hello Monoma, how are you? I was surprised to see you two here at UA and in one of all things, plus you and Jiro have done well so far. Us elite class have to stick together. Monoma gave them a thumbs up. But since you two are in that class, I have no choice but to crush you two with all my might, I'm sure you understand. If only you two had joined us in 1B, but alas, it was not to be. Kendo was behind the boy, barely restraining herself from knocking him out again, but she didn't want to hurt her chances in the fight, so she decided to drag him away before returning. Sorry guys, we're not all like that, he's just overly excitable. All heads present in 1A, except Izumi, turned to Bakugo before a collective response emerged. We know how that is. What the fuck are you extras looking at? The explosive teenager quickly shouted back. Kendo paused in solidarity. I see. She simply went back to class after that. Jiro, I had no idea you came from a wealthy family like Yaoi Rozu, is that how you two met? Iida questioned the boy. Well, I'm not that rich, I just got sent to a good school, I'd rather not talk about it. Izuku wasn't at all comfortable about where this question could lead. Wait a minute, I knew I recognized you from somewhere Jiro, and you Yaoi Rozu. You two went to Saomei, didn't you? I went there too, but we were in separate classes. I've seen you two in the hallway every now and then though. Yes, some of my circumstances made me stop there. So that's where Deku was sent after that day in Aldera, figuring that Deku's father would do anything for him. Bakugo scoffed at the thought. The next match ended quickly, Todoroki summoned a huge glacier that froze Iida in seconds, making Todoroki the winner. Endeavor wasn't happy to see Shadow not use his flames during that match, but it was an acceptable performance, besides he had more important things to worry about, what that boy had told him was worrying him. He knew that the rat shouldn't be taken lightly, he should start preparing for the consequences, but when he went to pick up the phone, it started ringing of its own accord. He froze when he saw the name. Hello. Nezu, this is Endeavor. Ah, yes, Endeavor, some interesting information has come to my attention. I'll be honest, I wish I had more time to compile the information I already have, but I know that Izuku Jiro has revealed everything, so to speak. In my position, I haven't gathered enough evidence, and his lawyers are the best for a reason. So, instead of formally charging him with what we have at the moment, I should settle this privately, although I always intended to do so in the first place. After all, we can't have our dear number 2 arrested, imagine the shock that would come to Hero Society. The mouse laughed at the last part. What are your terms? Endeavor replied calmly. Ah, well, you see, that's it, we had Detective Tsukauchi listen in on our little meeting with your son Shadow, and every single thing he said came out as true. As it stands, we could charge you with abuse, manslaughter, neglect, and third-degree murder, among other things. I'm sure you understand how bad that would be for you. Well, as it stands, my terms will be simple, you will not bother the family you ruined anymore, you will support them financially for the rest of your days, you will never come within 30 feet of any of them, and you will never try anything like that with any other family. Do you understand? Break any of these rules and I will gladly break them. Endeavor could hear the smile that damn rat was probably giving right now. Understood. Oh, and one last thing. You will free your wife from insanity. We know you have been bribing the doctors to keep her locked up there. Grrrrrr. Good mouse, anything else? Well, not at the moment, but if it happens you'll be the first to know, have a good day number 2. Endeavor heard the phone call end, it was honestly better than he expected, he could live with those terms. Anyway, his family never mattered, and his perfect creation already existed after all. Round 6 and 7 went by quickly, Monoma received some of Shiizaki's hair, which he used to copy her quirk and throw Uraraka out of the ring. Though it only took Bakugo a few stun grenade blasts to force Kayaka to surrender, as her enhanced hearing was causing them to bleed. Honestly, the first round of this tournament was so one-sided that he figured it wouldn't be very interesting to the audience. Then again, what he was about to do could be worse. It's time for the final match of the first round. Are you all ready? The only non-hero core student to advance to the tournament stage, Master of Inventions and recommended for the support course, Hatsume. Versus the only student in history to be more popular than the recommended students, he's literally destroying the competition, Izuku Jiro. Mick let out a laugh at the groans of his pun. Couldn't he have left that part out? Izuku groaned to himself. He saw Mei smiling at him. Izuku, I feel like your introduction was a little better than mine, to be honest. No, you're just imagining it, but I would appreciate it if you would give your introduction quickly. After this, I don't think I'm allowed to hold back. It's not his fault that everyone kept praising him. Ready? Fight. What followed was somehow worse than all the other previous matches combined. Izuku kept accidentally letting Mei's equipment capture him to show how useful his equipment was to a hero, but to everyone else who wasn't on stage, this was a 15-minute promotional trailer for some support girl against someone who was clearly holding back. When the girl in question had just left the stage, a present Mick was stunned to announce the winner. Eraser, this doesn't count as him making it into the top 8. Izuku Jiro wins. Let's just be glad it's over, guys. Mick sighed as he got off the mic. A bet is a bet, Mick, Jiro is also being detained for this. This statement at least provoked some laughter from the crowd. Izuku was just cursing internally, he didn't want any more detention yet. Ah well, at least he helped Mei. Hey, listeners, the second round will be after a 10-minute delay. So, if you need a bathroom break, now's the time. He turned to his fellow teacher. Speaking of which, I'll be right back, Eraser. Izawa just shrugged as he watched the man run off. Most of the students were sitting in the observation section, simply waiting for the 10 minutes. Most of the conversation was about how the people who advanced were doing. Shinsu had a plan to defeat Kirishima. He was training to be an underground hero. Did he need morals? No, he didn't. Assassination, subterfuge, sneak attacks, weapons, they were all valid strategies that he needed to abuse. Taking advantage of the opponent's personality was the same thing. His quirk made it so that he had to be deceptive if he wanted to win. Momo knew that she probably wouldn't be able to tranquilize her next opponent thanks to the defensive capabilities of her vines. This made her feel like she would need to resort to fire. Momo could do that, but she felt like she might go too far if she did. She didn't want to accidentally maim the girl, but she doubted she could overpower her opponent's vines if she held back. So that really only left her with one option. Todoroki wasn't even concerned about his current opponent, for him it was an afterthought. He knew who would be ahead of him in the final round, he knew that his opponent was at a disadvantage. Thanks to that, he would be able to defeat Jiro for the first time, but beating him when he was at less than half his full strength felt a bit bitter in his mouth. He wasn't a mass of pride and anguish like Izumi or Bakugo, but he wanted to fight his opponent to the best of his ability, especially since the person in question had pushed himself to the limit. Bakugo was sitting there defeated. He really didn't like this anymore. He couldn't beat the icy heat, shit, he probably couldn't beat the shitty hair when he had that hardening quirk, so how the hell was he going to beat Deku? The kid has at least 4 maybe 6 quirks he can use, plus the fucker is immune to fire, which is half of his main quirk, and his secondary is literally fire manipulation, which is also useless. His only hope is to blow the nerd out of the ring with the force of an explosion, but then Deku can just use that stupid concussive blast quirk to fire back. Yeah, he's fucked. Izuku saw Bakugo's appearance and it was strange. On one hand, the boy almost felt sorry for having single-handedly destroyed his hopes and dreams, on the other hand, it was Bakugo who had ruined his life for a long time. He just shook his head before turning his gaze back to the arena, he just let Bakugo mind his own business. Similar thoughts ran through the remaining 2 minds of the 1B students. I beg everyone, let me borrow a lock of your hair, Kamakiri can cut it. We can't lose to Wana, and now I'm stuck fighting one of the strongest. Monoma was begging his class to help him. Kendo was holding his head in thought. Yeah. Guys, we need every advantage we can get, Kamakiri do it. Everyone else braids his hair so he can easily switch between them. Monoma wraps them in his arms, it will look weird, but it should work. Monoma was looking at Kendo as if she was a goddess. I won't let you all down, I swear on the good name of Class 1B. Shiozaki knew that her opponent was not to be taken lightly. Yaoi Rozu was incredibly strong, she would need to be clever if she wanted to win. The amount of hair she could generate while extended was limited. If her opponent did what Shiozaki thought she would do, Shiozaki did not want to engage in a prolonged battle. Minutes later. We're back from the break, listeners. Are you ready? The crowd roared back into the microphone. That's the energy I like to hear. Can our next 2 competitors perform in the arena? Shinsu walked out of the tunnel seeing Midnight on his left and Kirishima looking at him. Man, Kirishima would be mad at him after this if his plan worked. Play one of the 2 rounds, your shell is as bad as your bite, Shinsu Hitachi versus the man who can stop bullets with his ABS, Ijiro Kirishima. Ready? Go. Hey, Kirishima, right. We both know you'll win if we fight. I'm not gonna lie, I know you like being manly and honorable and all that. Would you consider us fighting quirkless, man to man? If not, I'll save us both the trouble and leave. Kirishima, being the noble person he always was, obviously wouldn't hesitate. Man, of course that's. God, Shinsu felt like he had just kicked a puppy. Turn around and leave the arena. Being forced to watch the person he had lied to slowly stagger out of the arena made Shinsu ache a little. Just like in the previous game, Shinsu's opponent leaves the arena by his own volition, Shinsu Hitachi wins by ring out. Kirishima regained consciousness outside the arena. He lost, didn't he? He turned to see his opponent standing in the arena with a melancholic look on his face. Man. I was tricked. Monoma was freaking out after witnessing what he just did. I thought you said that quirk had some weakness, Rin. He just lost instantly like you, I can't beat this, Shiozaki can't beat this. Kendo took the opportunity to slit Monoma's neck. We don't need you scaring her anymore, Monoma. Does anyone have any idea how this quirk works? We need to stay calm and strategize. Dokage wasn't the smartest person in her class for no reason, she was closely examining the scene, and finally something seemed to click. You know, I think I have an idea. That purple-haired kid started both my fight and is talking to the opponent. I remember everything up until he answered, and that spiky-haired guy only left the arena after speaking. The sports festival is being recorded, someone open the broadcast so we can verify my idea by looking at this. Inagi picked up the phone before rewinding the broadcast. Yes, he spoke before his eyes glazed over. The class president finally figured it out, Tokage was absolutely right. It's Peach, don't talk to him and he can't control your mind. Alright, we have a plan now, don't talk to him if you get to him, Shiozaki, and if you still get mind controlled, we'll find a new plan for Monoma if he gets that far. The next round started as usual. Momo was walking towards the arena just a little further. No, she was incredibly more nervous than she was in the first match. This fight would be life or death. If Shiozaki managed to grab her, that would be how the match would end. As she started to climb the steps, her opponent appeared. She took a deep breath and steadied herself. I wish you good luck, Shiozaki. Momo bowed to her opponent. You two Yaoi Rozu, let's truly have a fight worthy of our Lord's grace. It's 1A versus 1B. In one corner we have the woman who has more choices than a choose-your-own-adventure book, Yaoi Rozu Momo. Against the angelic figure of 1B Ibara Shiozaki. Ready. Begin. Momo dodged the vine Shiozaki was throwing at her. She needed to buy time since there was little space in the arena. So she quickly made a small object before throwing it at her opponent. Shiozaki saw the projectile being thrown towards her and knew what it was. She didn't want to risk it exploding. She quickly pulled out her vines and surrounded the object with them. A few seconds later, a dull boom and some light came from the spot. It sounded like a grenade. Ibara was thankful that it wasn't the incendiary type, but she would need to continue to be careful, as her opponent could easily switch for them. She then quickly turned her gaze to Yaoi Rozu, which caused her eyes to widen. Oh. Momo held the large object in her hands. She wondered if breaking the Geneva Convention for a high school tournament would be considered going too far. She tossed the thought aside and just shrugged. Oh well, Bakugo is here, and he can create literal explosions. As long as I don't hit her with it, everything will be fine. Shiozaki, I'll give you a chance to surrender. I don't want to have to do it, but I will. This is the XL-18 flamethrower, and it can shoot jets of flames at distances of up to 30 meters. I won't use it on you, but your hair is fair game. Midnight, Ibara, and the entire crowd froze upon realizing the threat. Eraser, is that a fucking flamethrower? Mick almost spat the words. Azawa wanted to slam his head on the table. He really needed to make sure the problem child stopped rubbing off on that poor girl. I guess this is plus ultra, just in a completely different direction. Shiozaki was weighing the decision in her head. Giving up would be horrible, but if her hair was all incinerated, it would take more than a week for it to grow back. She shook her head. She couldn't let herself be intimidated. Sorry, Yaoi Rozu, but it won't be that easy for you. She then attacked with her hair only to watch jets of flames and napalm completely burn her hair, leaving only ashes. She quickly separated the flaming hair and watched as it turned into smoke. Seeing that a frontal attack was useless, so she decided to divide the hair and attack from both sides. As expected, Momo, noticing that she now had multiple targets instead of one, she quickly began waving her flamethrower, incinerating everything that tried to reach her. I said it's useless, Shiozaki. Give up. Momo tried to convince the girl, but she clearly wouldn't give up. You can't burn hair you can't reach. Ibara quickly replied before using her quirk to bury the hair in the concrete and make it start digging towards her opponent. Momo saw what her opponent was doing and smiled. She fell for it. I'm sorry, but it's over, Shiozaki. The girl quickly dropped the flamethrower and pulled out another weapon she had made before firing at her opponent. Shiozaki saw what was happening and immediately tried to part her hair, but it was too late. She felt a sting in her arm and looked down. Sure enough, there was a dart stuck in it. She suddenly felt intensely nauseous. Everything started spinning. She tried to use her hair to keep herself upright, but it soon failed, and she collapsed. She did it again, guys. Yaoi Rozu Momo wins by knocking out. Can anything stand this girl and her creation Quirk? Momo was blushing at how loudly the crowd was cheering for her. It took a few seconds, but she found her favorite purple-haired teenager cheering for her as well. She knew she was making the impact her parents wanted. She was almost guaranteed to make it to the finals now. After all, there was no way she would fall to that Shinsu's Quirk. She didn't like putting other people down, but in a fight against a quirkless person with no way to ambush her, her victory was basically guaranteed. Monoma was cursing up a storm in the observation section. Why does one have so many broken quirks? She built a fucking flamethrower, for crying out loud. I'm sure that must violate some kind of rule or something. Kendo just sighed. I mean, Todoroki can just create fire with his hands, so that's probably not illegal, plus Midnight would have stopped the match if it was. Monoma, when you fight her, use Unagi's braid. You can steal her weapons and use them against her. That's probably your best bet if you end up fighting her. Monoma did a 180. Of course. You're not our class representative for no reason. I'll defeat 1A hahaha. Kendo did his best to resist knocking the boy out before the fight. Shadow Todoroki was staring at the blonde boy from before who openly scolded the entire class. In a way, he reminded him of Bakugo, a massive pride who will represent nothing less than absolute victory. However, Bakugo was broken by Jiro, and now it's time for Shadow to break this boy. Momo was thinking about which of his teammates' quirks would help here. The black quirk would be very useful, as he can hide in the shadows created by his opponent's flames and ice. The mushroom quirk can hit his opponent, regardless of how he hides, and the steel quirk can protect him, at least a little, from both opponent's quirks. Vines are pretty useless here. The lizard tail splitter will allow him to dodge his opponent's ice opening, which he did in every match. Momo was currently carrying the entire weight of 1B on his shoulders. There was no way he could let them down. His class had given him a plan and he was going to follow it. 1. It's the penultimate fight of the quarterfinals, and it's one to keep an eye on, guys. We have the number 2 hero's own son, using ice and fire as his weapon, and fighting is his game, Shadow Todoroki. Ring we have the copy quirk user, whose quirk he could have, no one knows people, it's Momo. Ready. Fight. Todoroki brought down the largest iceberg he could, hoping to end this fight quickly. Instead of winning, his opponent suddenly split into about 30 different pieces. This wasn't how he imagined it, but he quickly adapted, switching to fire and trying to burn all the pieces. He managed to do a few before they suddenly came together and disappeared completely. Todoroki was starting to get a little worried at this point. How many quirks could his opponent copy? He decided to take the safe option and isolate himself from his opponent. It would be easier to watch out for surprise attacks if Shadow reduced the total amount of space available. This should have worked, but then his feet suddenly began to melt into the ground before the ground solidified, effectively trapping him. Todoroki recognized this quirk. He had seen it used in the last round and knew how dangerous it was. Momo was cackling internally, no enemy could withstand the full power of Class 1B. All the blonde needed to do was keep up the pressure, and he had it. His opponent must be trapped at this point, now it was time to cause as much panic as possible. He switched to Fukudashi's quirk and created the word slam. He brought a terrifying force upon Todoroki's ice shield. Now for the final blow, he switched to mushroom using the moisture change caused by his opponent's melting ice to quickly spread as many spores as he could. All he needed was a few of these to reach his opponent. Once he hit the opponent's throat, the match would be over. Todoroki felt the blow to his frame, but couldn't dodge it as his feet were still stuck to the ground. He kept trying to produce more fire in hopes of melting the words that were falling from the sky. Seriously, what was this quirk? It felt like he was fighting Yaoi Rozu. It felt like his opponent could do whatever he wanted. He had already used at least 5 different quirks. No, wait a minute, this was like fighting Izuku, someone with too many quirks to count. He had never won this, but if he could win, he could defeat Izuku. In his haste he decided to freeze everything around him down to the ground. He managed to free himself from the frozen ground by melting himself, but it was at that moment that Todoroki realized he was suffocating. Why couldn't he breathe? His throat felt clogged and he was choking. He weakly clutched his throat as he tried to breathe, but no air reached him. Ah, you see now, member of Class 1A, you face the combined strength of 1B. You will never win this match. With the power of all my classmates I will defeat you now. Momo began to laugh. Todoroki was struggling, his breath coming in short gasps. He had no idea what his opponent had done to mess him up so badly. He fired another blast of ice only to see his opponent split apart again. He couldn't breathe, that was it, wasn't it? He fell to the ground and passed out. I can't even describe how many quirks were used in that fight, guys. Momo wins by knockout. The resident copy quirk user wins. Kansas was so proud of his student who actually won with the powers of all 1B combined. He now had someone who could win this festival, and to be honest, he was downright annoyed at how much Wano was dominating. Seeing his student defeat one of the strongest in Wano was cathartic, and maybe he wasn't such a useless teacher after all. Back at the Wano screening is a certain spiky-haired blonde, seething with rage. Bakugo looked around as he begrudgingly listened to the conversation of his fellow outcasts. Wow, Todoroki lost. I'm kind of surprised about that. That 1B kid reminded me of fighting you, Jiro. The stupid round face said, irritating Bakugo even more, as if he wasn't even a competitor for Deku, the damn Deku of all people. Shitty Hair was the next to speak. Honestly, yeah, bro, he used at least 6 quirks. That's even more than you currently use. What's your plan to beat him? The red-haired teen asked, usually intrigued. Bakugo was furious that the extras didn't even consider that he could face that stupid copy user instead of Deku, but part of him knew it was true. Even though he beat the nerd, Deku wasn't fighting with his full strength either. That's not even a real fucking victory. Haha guys, I still need to beat Bakugo first. Speaking of which, Izuku turned to face his opponent. Are you ready? Sure, shit, Deku, I'll wipe the floor with you. Bakugo spat. Well, see you down there. With that, Deku jumped down from the observation area and glided onto the stage with a concussive explosion, an arrogant grin on his stupid face. The match hasn't even started yet and Izuku Jiro is already giving us a show. Of course that damn nerd would do something like that, would it be a challenge? If so, Bakugo Katsuki wasn't backing down, he threw himself over the edge and used his explosions to soften the landing. Bakugo Katsuki 2. Eraserhead, why is your class so extra? I promise you I didn't teach them anything like that, Mick, Aizawa replied lazily, hoping those two idiots wouldn't mess up and fall or something. Bakugo, I'd like to think that I know you better than anyone else, and I also know what it's like to be weak. Izuku really hoped that he could make Bakugo fight seriously. Right now, when I look at you, I see weakness, if only I could deal with your bullying for 6 years and still become strong. The boy paused as he took a deep breath. You can come at me with everything you've got. Do you hear me? Bring your A game, because I'm not holding back. Izuku roared at his opponent in hopes of snapping him out of whatever reverie he was stuck in. The nerd was right, what kind of hero he wanted to be, his weakness, his strength, none of that mattered, he was here to fight and win. His opponent being as strong as him only made it all the more exciting, the nervous sweat from before would be a weapon used to bring out his best. God, you nerd, I don't need an emotional talk. I told you at the beginning, didn't I? I will beat you right here and now. It's a clash of the titans, folks, the winners of the first and second rounds respectively. On one hand we have Bakugo Katsuki, our explosive student representative who claimed victory from the beginning versus Izuku Jiro, the fan favorite from our very own Eraserhead. Are you ready? Let's go. Bakugo flexed his fingers, tiny sparkles emanating from his hand. He was watching his opponent anxiously, waiting to see who would make the first move. Deku, on the other hand, kept his hands neutral, neither guarded nor preparing for an attack. If the nerd wasn't going to do anything then he might as well start, after all waiting wasn't his style. Bakugo literally exploded into combat, throwing himself at his opponent. He feigned a lead with his right, knowing the nerd was already expecting it, before quickly coming back to fire with his left. Somehow, Deku knew it was a feint and dodged the blast to his left. Probably another damn quirk, Katsuki was mad at himself for not listening when the nerd revealed all his quirks. He quickly grabbed the flame that missed his first blast and pulled it back towards himself and Deku in an attempt to create some space between them, but instead of dodging the fire, Deku simply let it pass over him, grinning the entire time. Right, how could he forget that the nerd was fireproof? Jiro is swallowed by an inferno. Is he okay? Also, since when can Bakugo control fire? Mick shouted into the microphone. Aizawa just sighed again, they were going to be found out at this rate. They'll be fine, Mick, also how many times do I have to tell you not to yell in here? His eyes glowed red, trying to calm his loud co-host. Feeling the heat warmed him a bit as Deku ducked under his opponent's initial attack. His eyes rolled rapidly in his skull as he took in everything around him. Bakugo was about to launch another blast with his right arm. Deciding that he didn't want to be hit by that, Izuku launched himself straight at the spiky-haired blonde, kneeing Bakugo in the stomach after launching himself forward with a concussive blast. Izuku watched as his opponent let out a gasping cough as the air in his lungs was violently expelled by the force. Izuku then grabbed him while he was incapacitated and threw him off the arena as hard as he could. Bakugo found himself flying towards the edge of the arena, breathing was already an incredibly difficult task, trying to focus on his quirk on top of that wasn't helping. But Bakugo wasn't just born with a strong quirk, he was talented at it. He managed to get an arm in front of him and used a blast to stop himself from flying any further away from the arena. He landed in a heap near the side of the arena, but slowly got up, trying to control his breathing. He glanced at the nerd as he did so. Midnight was squirming at the sight of such masculinity. You didn't think that would take me out of the Izuku ring? Bakugo was tenacious, making the other teenager sigh. Did he just use my name? Well, I'm impressed, Bakugo, but you can't pretend you're not still recovering from that attack. He easily saw the tense breathing of his opponents, and although Izuku was a nice person, he was not willing to show mercy, this time he would start the fight. Bakugo was still struggling to breathe after that knee to the stomach, he hoped he could have a few seconds to catch his breath, but the nerd was already attacking him. The explosion user decided to buy some time by creating a large smoke screen and running into it as fast as he could. He didn't expect it to last long since Deku was using that air-blowing quirk, but he only needed a few seconds to recover. Bakugo created a few more smoke screens as he continued moving through the smoke screen. He wasn't surprised, which confused Bakugo a lot until he thought about it. He then remembered the battle training, Deku somehow managed to see him through the wall. How the hell could he forget? The second he decided to use a real explosion to try to catch anyone around him off guard, it was already too late. He felt someone's hand grab his shoulder. Izuku watched his opponent run around like a headless chicken. Bakugo doesn't realize I have great eyesight, does he? I wonder when he'll figure out I'm right behind him. Ah well, might as well have fun with this. Boop, Izuku whispered into Bakugo's ear as he grabbed his shoulder. Katsuki tried to jump forward before Deku could attack him, but the grip on his shoulder was like a vice. How the hell did the nerd get behind me? Bakugo was about to let out a breath behind him to distance himself, but a second hand grabbed his collar, the hand then yanked hard. Katsuki felt his back hit the ground, making him grunt in pain. Damn, I'm not going to lose like this. Bakugo glared at his opponent as he lay on the ground. Die Deku. It was then that Bakugo went way beyond his maximum by unleashing the mother of all explosions on the nerd. Guys, that explosion was huge. Is Jiro okay? Momo was worried about the scene. She hoped Izuku would be okay, after all she trusted him. Izuku's eyes were sore, all he could see was black, his ears were ringing, he could smell smoke, and his chest felt like an explosion had ripped it open. Oh wait, it had. He was the first one back on the ground, but he stumbled and took the opportunity to take stock of his current situation. Well, he was mostly shirtless now, several bruises on his skin, no burns, thanks to his fire resistance quirk. It still felt like a jackhammer hit his chest. He saw Bakugo starting to get up. Fuck, I'll fix this with regeneration later. He still had a fight to win, and it would be weird if my body suddenly started repairing itself. I have to say. That was kinda rude kaken. It was supposed to be, you damn nerd, are you finally going to start taking this seriously now? Bakugo was outraged that this damn nerd thought he could toy with him of all people. Honestly, this should have knocked Deku out, but of course he was still standing somehow, probably another bullshit if the boy had to guess. Okay, I guess so, since you ask so nicely. Izuku pretended to start stretching before ripping off what was left of his ruined shirt. Hopefully, the crowd wouldn't be able to see his scar and put two and two together. It's not like he was ashamed of it, honestly, it felt like a badge of honor. The boy just didn't want to deal with any drama over it. Our competitor Jiro takes off what's left of his shirt. Looks like we're going to have more than one kind of show today, guys. Mick. The kids are watching. Getting pretty tired of his coworkers' antics. We literally have the 18+ rated heroine down there, Eraser. I don't think I can do any worse than her. Aizawa just grunted in defeat. Don't blame me for what happens next, Bakugo. Izuku flexed all of his quirks for a second, feeling them out, but then quickly reined in the ones he shouldn't be using at the moment. He had a few options here. He could safely use about 2% of one for all before it became lethal force. The instant one was ready, though he could keep it up at a regular pace after what happened with Todoroki. Well, plus ultra. Izuku shot towards Bakugo. Thankfully he had learned to wait until he got close before activating at this time super speed. Izuku took it all in, the subtle changes in Bakugo's expression, the way the air flowed from his hands, the rapid change in his opponent's stances. Izuku saw the movement in Bakugo's eyes, he was looking at his legs, so he was probably going to duck. Izuku watched as Bakugo attempted to launch a blast with his left arm, but Izuku saw Bakugo's right arm twitch and the beads of sweat as they slowly began to combust. Bakugo was going to attempt to blow his legs off. The Unity user quickly jumped over the blast before landing on the other teen. His fist swung back and he slammed into the other teen's face, not giving his opponent time to recover. He used the other to knock himself down before the other could retaliate, essentially a jet-powered axe kick. As he brought his leg down on the boy's shoulder, he swore he heard a crack from the impact of the blow. Izuku watched as Bakugo weakly held onto his probably broken shoulder as he fell backwards, barely keeping himself upright after the two blows he had just taken. His opponent was staggering. Bakugo was saying something, but Izuku didn't have the time or ability to understand him at the moment. Hearing someone speak at speed was just gibberish anyway. Time for the finishing move. Izuku charged one last time at his opponent who was trying to distance himself and grabbed Bakugo's shirt with the hand he used to punch him. The teen tried to resist, of course, but his unbroken arm was shaking and moving very slowly at the moment. He threw the explosive idiot into the air easily with his super strength before jumping behind him and grabbing his unbroken arm, so he couldn't do anything. As soon as Izuku caught the arm, he began spinning rapidly with concussive blast, before throwing the other teen as hard as he could to the ground. He had just stolen Bakugo's finishing move, yes. He cared that he had probably overdone it a bit on Bakugo, not particularly. He just made sure the other teen was breathing, and then called it quits. That was when the migraine started. Damn, guys, that attack was brutal. Bakugo Katsuki can't continue. Izuku Jiro wins. Mick commented, clearly surprised. He was about to continue when his communicator went off. Alright, midnight. Aizawa opened one eye lazily. What did she want? They just need some time to fix the stage. The little listeners broke it very well. Aizawa just shrugged his shoulders before going back to sleep. Alright, everyone. We'll be taking a short break, both to repair the stadium and to prepare for the semi-finals. Standing tall, we have Shinsu Hitachi vs Yaoi Rozu Momo and Manama Nido vs Jiro Izuku. Both powerhouses in their own right. So don't touch that remote. Izuku helped his opponent onto the stretcher before limping off the stage, everything hurting. As soon as he was out of sight, he activated a small regeneration, thankful for the food he ate earlier, as the bruises began to fade, and since it was a relatively minor injury, it should take 10 to 20 minutes at most. A strange look from a passing civilian made him look down. Right, he needed a new shirt. I should go to the observation area and ask Momo to make me one. Izuku walked through the hallway. He was curious as to how the tournament would be organized. Who would he fight in the final round? He hoped it wouldn't be Momo, but knowing her, that was a very real possibility. He probably needed to prepare for the event. Izuku froze as a green figure emerged before him. He slowly turned his head upwards, paling slightly when he saw the very angry face of a person he had hoped to never meet again, Midoriya, his biological mother, looking down at him. She was wearing her formal attire, resembling a Chinese dress with decorative green tulips around her neck. Izuku was getting a bad feeling he hadn't felt since the villains attacked the USJ. At the same time, Midoriya was silently seething. She recognized the brat beneath her as the useless son who made her ex-husband abandon her and leave her to take care of Izumi alone. In fact, she had been quite irritated in the past few weeks. Her daughter told her that Izuku was at UA and that he had a strong quirk. This really irritated her. The useless son now had a strong quirk. All her effort to get Izuku out of her life was in vain. The worst part was that she heard something that happened at USJ, but Izumi was forbidden to talk about it because of the principal. She was sure that Izuku was involved in it. And the worst part was that Izumi missed the festival because of Izuku. This didn't improve her mood either. You, she addressed Izuku, you're in the hero course. Confused, the boy nodded. You're wasting everyone's time and resources. If you have any semblance of intelligence, you'll leave the school immediately. Inko expected the boy to tremble in fear, possibly obey her order immediately, and run off to do the paperwork. Instead, she was surprised to see him straighten up and look at her. No. Judging by the expression on the heroine's face, she wasn't used to anyone, let alone a teenager, denying her requests. I'm not leaving. Izuku continued. I worked hard to get here, and I managed to overcome all the obstacles that people like you threw at me. I earned this chance and I'm not going to let it go. But that, Izuku walked past the heroine angrily. Watch your step. They waxed this floor recently and you don't want to slip. Inko, however, couldn't believe what she was hearing. That boy, that waste of space, dared to talk back to her. If they weren't on UA property, she would have had no qualms about sending him into space right then and there. Unfortunately for her pride, she was on UA property and thus in full view of no less than 10 different cameras. So instead of giving that brat what he deserved, she just gritted her teeth and walked away. Whip. Kaya. Thud. I warned you. Izuku joked. He took a small drop of blood from the unconscious heroine with a paper and saved it for later. After that he left. Once he reached the cabin with the rest of the class, he deliberately chose to ignore the whistling he heard coming from the pink-skinned girl and the invisible girl. Momo, can I get a shirt, please? It didn't go unnoticed by Izuku how his friend was looking away, but her eyes were still pointed straight at him. Eep, ah, sure, Izuku. She reached out and a replica of UA's sportswear appeared. He gave her a knowing smile and put on his new shirt. Oh, Jiro, we wouldn't mind if you stayed like this, said Mina. Yes, Jiro, just take off that stupid shirt. He assumed there was a pout on her face too, but you know, invisible. The two no longer responded when Kayaka's connectors hit them. Man, I know Bakugo is an idiot, but what you did to him was kind of harsh. Kaminari decided to join the conversation. Yes, Jiro, you went beyond what could be considered reasonable strength with your attacks against Bakugo. When Iida suddenly started vibrating before picking up his phone. My apologies, I must answer this call. But you saw that explosion that Bakugo used. If I didn't know that Midoriya was resistant to fire, it could have killed him, Kiro. Yeah, sorry guys, I was kind of mad about the explosion, even I knew I went too far. Like Tsu said, even though I'm fire resistant, it still felt like I got hit by a truck. He started scratching the back of his neck as he said. But I made sure to hold back, but I probably should have held back a little longer. Momo looked at her friend. That was definitely not the whole story. She was absolutely worried about the fact that Bakugo Katsuki was her personal tormentor. Although she didn't want to bring it up in front of the whole class, she just pushed it to the back of her mind for a while. Just don't do that to me when we fight Izuku. Don't you still need to beat Shinso first? Kaminari asked with a mischievous smile. No offense, Kaminari, but I can't imagine Shinsu defeating Yamomo. I have a feeling it'll be like it was with me. Ashido looked down after saying that. At least the tranquilizer darts don't really hurt. I apologize if I seemed rude, but even you have to admit that I have the advantage. Speaking of fights to win, does anyone have a list of 1B's quirks? Because having to fight about 15 unknown quirks at the same time doesn't sound pleasant. After all, Izuku saw what happened to Todoroki and wasn't looking forward to choking on mushrooms. Sorry, Jiro, I don't think the teachers will give us that. She gave him a cheerful smile. Well, I guess I'll just go plus ultra and end the fight as quickly as possible. Izuku thought to himself. Minutes later. Yaoi Rozu kept her distance from her enemy feelings for him, but after what happened with Kirishima, she would show no mercy. Shinsu just gave a knowing smile. You know, I wish I was blessed with a quirk like yours, heroic, strong, flashy. That being said, I would like your friend's quirk. Imagine having a powerful and flashy quirk would be amazing. In fact, it's really impressive. Momo knew what Shinsu was trying to do, but she also wanted to try out something Izuku mentioned. She focused intently on the ground before replying, you know ground, Izuku mentioned that his quirk was brainwashing, and he was going to try something like that, but since I'm talking to the ground, he should shut up and take his own advice. Just get out of the arena. She was still pretty much in control, it makes sense that she wasn't responding to her opponent after all. Huh. Of course he would discover some kind of weakness in my quirk, that's typical of intelligent people. He paused realizing he had lost. Midnight, I don't need to fight this match, I admit defeat. Present Mick let out a shocked exclamation. What does Shinsu Hitachi concede before I can even announce the match? Yaoi Rozu Momo wins. It seems that my lessons on the logic of actions have at least reached a student who isn't even in my class. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance once Yaoi Rozu found a way to defeat his brainwashing. Well, since he's out of the tournament, for those who are wondering, Shinsu's quirk allows him to take control of anyone who responds directly to a statement he makes. That's how he won the previous 2 matches. Shinsu continued. Besides, reaching the top 4 is a good showing for me. You need to tell Jiro so I can practice my quirk with him sometime. He gave the girl a genuine smile. After all, he was the one who discovered my quirk and told you, I think he can help me with that. He will do it for sure. And his eyes glazed over after being subjected to his previous opponent's quirk. Wow, you're going to let someone fool you someday. Shinsu smiled at his opponent before letting her go and walking away. When Momo finally recovered, she was watching her opponent's back getting smaller and smaller. What a strange guy. It's potentially the final battle between the 1B and 1A crew. 1B's quirkier than a circus clown, Monoma Nido versus the man who can create cyclones at will, Izuku Jiro. Ready? Fight. You know I was bullied for my quirk before you arrived, Jiro. You never told me what your quirk was and I must say I'm jealous. People laughed at my dream, after all, who can become a hero when they have to rely on others to fight, but now you're facing the power of class 1B, and how can I disappoint them? Monoma said this mockingly. Izuku, to his credit, started laughing at the irony of that statement. You know, I don't think you understand how much I understand that. Even so, I have a promise to keep. You may have the strength of all of 1B, but I have the strength of the people who believe in me. You will fall, Monoma. Izuku clenched his fist and pointed at Monoma. Although internally Izuku was panicking, he couldn't let his opponent touch him. Who knows what would happen if he got his hands on Unity. For some reason, Monoma having that quirk seemed like a horrible idea. Izuku immediately began blasting out concussive blasts to push his opponent out of the arena as quickly as possible, only to see something familiar. His opponent had split into about 20 pieces and surrounded him on all sides. Sure, it wouldn't be easy, with pyrokinesis and fire breath it wouldn't be so bad, but fighting someone with more quirks than him when he's at his strongest. Even if Izuku was at 100%, it would still be a tough match. The only advantage Izuku had here was the fact that Monoma seemed to only be able to use 1 quirk at a time, but even then the period of change wasn't exactly long. It's time to launch my newest move. If I can stop him from regrouping, he won't be able to use any other quirks. At least in theory. His opponent was currently surrounded by pieces, all spinning around the arena, so Izuku began to blow the pieces away with condensed air. He had learned this trick from Mina, actually. By changing the way he held his hands, he could change the way the air was expelled, and now he was using it to shoot at Monoma's floating body parts. Hopefully they had enough impact to injure said parts. When he tested them, they had left welts, but this was much closer. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a leg flying towards him from behind. He raised a hand behind him and fired a long-range shot to keep it at bay. They were light enough that he could push them wherever he wanted, meaning they were highly unlikely to do any damage. It seems like this won't work, the pieces are too light, and you can keep blowing air on them to keep them away from your Wanna scum. Monoma began to put his pieces together, but then he realized a problem, that Izuku wasn't letting him reconnect. He was isolating the pieces of his body from each other. This wasn't good. The lizard tail splitter uses a lot of resistance. His only option was to climb up and try to get out of range of the air blasts his opponent was firing. His landing strategy would have to be either black or vines, but the second one takes some time to grow as black. After reaching what he believed to be a safe height, he began to gather himself, but then he realized that his opponent was flying straight towards him. Monoma cursed internally, the only source of black was his opponent's shadow, and now it was gone. You're not the only one who can fly, Monoma. This was the result of all the years of hard work, he was finally able to fly. He was attacking his opponent at his highest speed, the only problem was that he had to momentarily stop flying to attack, but he needed to keep Monoma in that quirk. It seems that his guess about one quirk at a time was right, as his opponent hadn't used any other quirk since the beginning of the battle. Damn, guys, this is quickly turning into an aerial battle. As long as they don't touch the ground outside the arena, they can do whatever they want. Mick explained to the crowd. This announcement gave Izuku an idea. If he could grab one of his opponent's pieces, he could simply tap it on the ground to win. Izuku saw his opponent's foot and charged forward. If there was ever a time for rhythm, this was it. He felt the world slow down to half speed. His hand was inches from its target before it was blown away in another direction. Feeling frustrated, he turned around before unleashing a strong gale over most of Monoma's body, but he failed to account for the fact that when he wasn't on the ground, his wind also pushed him much more easily, and he accidentally launched himself towards the crowd. Fortunately, he recovered quickly enough to right his body before hitting the crowd. Watch out, guys in the crowd, looks like you're in the splash zone for this one. Izuku immediately turned to Monoma, he couldn't let the boy recover and switched to a more troublesome quirk. He was already starting to transform into larger pieces, he had dropped from 15 to about 5 now. A leg was the closest piece, so he threw himself at it, only to try and kick him when he luckily dodged and grabbed the offending thing. Yes. He did it. Only for his victory to be cut short when he split into 2 pieces and escaped his grasp. He grabbed his shin and foot, but with their smaller size, they escaped his grasp again, and Izuku had to start using his quirk to fly again when he felt gravity acting up. Meanwhile, Monoma was sweating heavily, he shouldn't have been using this quirk for so long, and having to split his leg again was tiring him out even faster. He was starting to slow down and he knew it was only a matter of time before his opponent captured part of him, and once that happened he wouldn't be able to recover. He shuddered at the thought of abandoning this quirk while a piece of him was missing. No dismemberment today, yes please. If his opponent wouldn't give him time then he would have to get it, no making an omelette without breaking a few eggs and all that. He began to float towards his shin, leaving the other pieces closer to him so he could quickly put them back together, but if that part of his body reformed, he would start to fall. So you figured it out, Jiro, I'm not surprised. I can see why you're trying so hard to stop me from reforming. Monoma hoped his stall tactic would buy him some time, though the longer he kept using the tail splitter, the faster he would tire. I mean, it was a guess at first, but it became pretty obvious as it went on. The only reason you wouldn't use other quirks is if you couldn't use them. Izuku smiled as he said that before noticing that Monoma was moving his foot and shin very slowly towards him. Ah, so he's winding me up. Izuku thought. I must admit, you're quite strong, Jiro, you're kind of driving me into a wall here. I'll be honest, I shouldn't have been using this quirk for so long, and if I let go of control over it while a piece is missing, you can imagine what would happen. Izuku shuddered, but remembered his goal. Yeah, that would be very difficult, you're taking a huge risk using that quirk then. What if I knocked you unconscious while you were using that quirk? Wouldn't you die? A few more seconds and the rhythm will be ready, you're not the only one delaying Monoma. It was Monoma's turn to shudder. I hadn't thought of that, but you're probably right. You're correct, I'm taking a big risk with this one. Just a few more seconds and he suddenly pulled his limbs back, thankfully, it seems Jiro hasn't realized what he's doing yet. The familiar feeling of his brain recovering from time's blow and Izuku instantly attacked the offending limb. If he was right, Monoma had a limit to the number of times he could split, a limit he was quickly approaching. Monoma was about to pull his foot and shin back when Midoriya attacked them. Shit. I'm not fast enough, but I have to try. He slowly began to float towards his limbs as they floated back towards him. But Izuku was faster, grabbing his foot and shoving his sneaker back under his shirt so he couldn't escape again, before activating the jet stream in front of him to blast them both away. He pointed his other hand back to slow him down, before letting gravity do the rest of the work, activating his quirk only when he got close to the ground. Good fight, Monoma. He landed softly near the edge of the arena before grabbing his sneaker and shoving it into the line. Wait, does that count, Eraser? Well, a piece of it touched the outside of the arena, but asked Midnight. Mick lifted his headset before contacting Midnight, and apparently that did in fact count. You heard it here, guys, this counts. Izuku Jiro wins by ring out. Izuku grabbed the branch before walking over to his opponent, who had just landed on the other side of the arena. That was a good fight, Monoma, here you go. Handing over the other boy's foot. It seems that using Tokage's quirk was a bad idea, I didn't think I would get trapped in it. In fact, it's a shame that I couldn't secure the victory for 1B, but it was a good fight, Jiro. If one were to beat me honestly, I wish it was Yuri Rozu. Remembering what this guy did to Momo made him a little angry, but he didn't want to be unsportsmanlike. Honestly, if you could use more than one quirk at the same time, I'd be screwed. I have to say, the braid idea was pretty clever, you should add something similar to your hero costume. I'll really do it anyway, good luck in the finals. Momo said as he extended his hand. Izuku saw the other boy holding him and stumbled back, though he realized later that the other just wanted a handshake. Momo, on the other hand, observed the strange behavior and retracted his hand. You're not even willing to shake my hand. You must actually think you're better than me. I'm just a huge germaphobe. Yeah. Izuku stammered quickly. Momo just shook his head, whatever. He then turned around and started walking away. Izuku let out a sigh before flying back to the guys. Since his secret was revealed, there was no reason to hide it anymore. Izuku just casually greeted his class as if flying off the side of the wall was a totally normal thing to do. Hey, guys. What's up? Jiro answered first. You're apparently green. Since when can you fly? Well, I haven't spent the last 2 weeks doing nothing. I was pretty close at the beginning of the year, I only finally got there a few days ago, so I'm still getting used to it. I kicked myself out of the arena. Momo was pouting, how come Izuku didn't tell her about this? I thought you said we wouldn't keep secrets from each other. Alright, so her pouting face suddenly became even more adorable. We're literally 10 minutes away from fighting for first place in the UA Sports Festival, why would I show my hand like that? Still. Okay, you're right, but that doesn't make me happy. She waited as Izuku sat down and put his head on her shoulder. He whispered. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you later, how does a massage in my room sound? His face instantly turned red. Millimeter. Sure. That last part was very easy. Jiro, stop flirting right in front of us, it's not fair. The pink-skinned girl waved her arms frantically. He raised his head before casually replying, alright, by the way, where's Iida? Perhaps the blood loss from his fight with Bakugo had lowered his inhibitions because he definitely wasn't that bold. Oh. He had to leave for a family emergency. Uraraka replied dejectedly. I hope everything works out, Kiro. Izuku just nodded along with the frog girl. Can our finalists come to the stage? The final round starts in 5 minutes. Okay Momo, we're here. Are you ready to get your ass kicked? Izuku stuck his tongue out at her. You're going down, Izuku. She tried to stick her tongue out at him, but the boy apparently decided to escalate his antics even further because he fell backwards off the observation ledge, causing everyone to panic a bit. Momo ran to the edge before looking down and seeing him floating casually with his tongue still hanging out. Are you coming? You know I hate you sometimes, Jiro. That adorable pout, yes, something is definitely up with him today. She also used his last name, it's official, she's upset. No, you're not. I hope you know you're only making things worse for yourself. She sighed, creating a wingsuit before jumping in and after her currently smug as shit friend. Eraserhead, you're concerned about your students' increasing lack of faith in the stairs. Mick gave the man a questioning look. He wasn't getting paid enough for this. I don't think there's a word to describe how pleased I am with Mick today. Azawa just sighed again. Bakugo opened his eyes only to see the grayish-white ceiling of a medical ward. So he lost Damn, it looked like he had been through a wood chipper. The teen struggled to sit up in bed so he could look around the room, but as he did so he found the school nurse removing what looked like mushrooms from Icy Hot. He knew Icy Hot was lost, but where the hell did those mushrooms come from? What the fuck? Bakugo wondered more than anything. You should lie still and rest, dear, you've been hurt badly. Several ribs are fractured, your arm is broken, and parts of your spine are damaged. You were too injured for me to heal you all at once. I swear the things they do to you and everything they do to each other is simply unforgivable. Making children beat each other unconscious. The nurse frowned as she sighed. Deku fucked me up that bad. Shit, that looks like something I would do, not that fucking nerd. Katsuki turned to the screen to see the final fight starting. Of course, those are the only ones left. I get sick just looking at this. Then he promptly rolled over, no need to watch this stupid shit. Besides, his abs felt like a rocket had exploded inside him, he might as well try to sleep. So we're finally here, Izuku turned around and completely surveyed the arena and the crowd that filled it. It kind of feels like a dream come true. Momo followed his gaze. Yes, but it was 1v1 Izuku, aren't you the one who's always telling me to have more faith in myself? The boy paused for a moment before answering, it's just that for so long I've been the quirkless loser. I guess part of me is afraid that I'll wake up one day and this will all be a dream. Izuku gestured around him. It would have all been some kind of crazy dream. I'd never awaken my quirk or meet you, I'd still be back at my old school getting kicked around in the dirt day after day after day. I couldn't go back to that life. Izuku had a 1,000-mile stare as he muttered the last part. That last part horrified Momo a little. Her boyfriend never went into detail about how much he was suffering back then, but to think it was this bad. Don't worry, Izuku, this is all real and he'll never hurt you again, I'll make sure of that myself. Present Mick interrupted the two. Are you ready, guys? It's the finals of the first year sports festival. And what a sports festival it was. It's a 1 versus 1 AA powered duo who has worked together in every other event. Except now, here at the top. They've been forced to face off. In one corner we have the man whose hands produce explosions, Izuku Jiru. And in the other corner, we have the girl with a talent with weapons, Yayoi Rozumamuo. Ready. Begin. Izuku didn't admit it to Momo as both his girlfriend and his currently very intimidating opponent, but he didn't like his chances for this match. The only advantage he had was mobility, and even then, he wasn't much faster. Without access to his other quirks, he really couldn't think of a good strategy to beat her. The Greenette knew what she was going to do, since she barely posed any risk to her and had a chance to end the fight once and for all. That and well, she had done this in literally every previous fight, but that's beside the point. Then Izuku began running to the right while firing Jetstream at his opponent to try and change the trajectory of the darts he knew were already on the way. He only had 3 usable quirks here, so the weapons Momo would be using would be effective. I'll have to do better than that, Momo. He winked at her. Momo sighed. She hadn't expected this to work, and there was no way she could push Izuku to exhaustion, even if he had been using his quirk all day. He had plenty of time to rest between matches. With the exception of his last match, but that match had only lasted 5 minutes at most, meaning she had another 25 minutes to deal with if she wanted this to be a valid strategy. Luckily, her friend didn't have access to a large number of his quirks, which meant she had a lot more options than he did. While her friend was running, she decided to weight herself down with diamond armor to counter his explosion quirk. She wasn't stupid enough to use normal diamonds that were incredibly fragile. No, she was using Bort diamonds, the material used to make industrial strength drills. Normally she would use carbon rings, but that was too light for this fight, but she made a carbon staff. The total weight of the things she added was about 150 pounds, but with the training she had, she barely felt a thing despite nearly doubling her weight. Momo was now wearing full armor and attacking him with a staff. Izuku fired a few concussive blasts to test the waters, but it did nothing, so he took to the sky to get out of her range. Izuku stroked his chin as he thought. Well, we're at a stalemate here, she can't reach me or shoot me, and I can't move her with my quirk, and if I caught her, I doubt people would believe I was that strong. So Momo, how do we want to do this? Because as it stands, we're kind of stuck like this. Her response was to simply drop the staff and pull out what looked like an AK-47 assault rifle. Just rubber bullets, honey, I hope you can dodge them well. She smiled at him as she said this, but the expression was not one he would associate with a cheerful person. Momo, I don't think you can use this thing here, Izuku said as he looked at her in exasperation as he floated in the air, about 15 feet above her. What? Why? Momo thought he was stalling her, but her quirk limit was decreasing, so it couldn't be that. Momo, if you miss. What's behind me? Izuku looked at her questioning how the girl hadn't thought of that. The light bulb went off in her head, causing her to suddenly blush. Midnight then slammed her whip on the ground, catching the two's attention. Jiro is absolutely correct, Yayoi Rozu, you can't fire that weapon as you risk hitting the civilians in the crowd. Momo only blushed even more as she dropped the gun. You saw it here first, guys, contestant Yayoi Rozu brought a weapon to a peculiar fight. But he was disqualified from using it due to safety concerns. Aizawa just slapped her in the face, he needed to save that poor girl from the problem child sooner or later. You really didn't think about it. Izuku teased the poor girl. Shut up. She quickly backed away before retrieving her staff from the ground. I'm just saying, Izuku added as he began to laugh at the poor girl. Izuku, when I get you out of there, I swear you'll regret making fun of me. The girl pouted back, but without much bite as her ears were still very red from what was essentially a rookie mistake. Well, that's more a question of whether, as it stands, there's not much stopping me from staying here indefinitely. Izuku teased. Momo hated that he was right, most of her other projectiles would be too slow to hit Izuku, and anything with enough speed threatened the crowd. I know you have a peculiar limit, Izuku, I'm fully willing to wait until you're done. Well, that would be a problem, Izuku sighed as he descended, she was right. It would take forever for that to happen, but it would happen, and it's not like this match had a time limit, not to mention the crowd would probably hate seeing him float around there for about 30 minutes before coming down and losing. Well then, I guess I'll just have to stay down here, huh? Izuku said as he landed softly. Momo only gained a fierce grin before charging at him, a stun grenade forming in her offhand, goggles forming over her eyes, and earmuffs forming over her ears. The girl wasn't as fast as normal with the armor she wore, but taking it off was foolish, so she would just have to surprise or disorient Izuku before making an attempt at victory. Izuku already saw the black glow of creation coming from her empty hand and prepared to deflect the object as his arm pulled back before throwing it at her with a supernatural strength. He barely deflected the thing as he backed away, using the propulsion of his quirk to create some distance between himself and Momo. Although he was getting dangerously close to the edge of the arena, which was part of his plan, but it was still incredibly risky. There was no way he could beat her in a battle of brute strength, so he would have to be cunning and trick her into falling out of the ring. Although when the thing he deflected exploded, his ears rang and his eyes only saw white. Knowing he was seconds away from losing the match, he simply launched himself into the air, hopefully giving her some time to breathe. He rose higher and higher, making sure to stay as straight as possible, since he had no idea where he was going. Momo narrowly missed as she swung her staff in a vicious arc aimed at her boyfriend's shoulder. She watched him fly higher and higher, far beyond her reach with anything other than a gun, but once again that wasn't allowed. She had to come up with some idea that could either hit him in the air or be quicker and catch him off guard on the ground. Those were her two paths to victory. She slowly walked back to the middle of the stage, thinking about what her next device should be. And that gun? No, Izuku would just knock him down. A grenade launcher with stun bullets. Potentially an option, but there was a slight risk to the crowd, so it probably wasn't allowed. As she ruminated, her boyfriend's eyes opened and he began to look around in panic before looking down and seeing her. Alright Izuku, she almost got us, and we're currently above the arena, what do we do? She's too dangerous to fight on the ground, and he can only stay in the air like this because he's essentially using the crowd as hostages. Yayoi Rozu's close call, it looked like she had won for a second, but Midoriya's quick thinking got him out of danger and into a safe spot where he could recover. A good move on his part. What will these two do next, Eraserhead? Probably something incredibly stupid that I'll have to punish them for later. The man grunted. Izuku dropped down once more, a good 10 feet away from Momo. He still didn't have any plans other than to trick her into losing control, but it was better than nothing. She was pretty heavy in that armor, so he could probably knock her over if she got off balance. Either way, he wasn't winning a prolonged battle and could barely hold his own in a close-range battle. Hey, Momo, that was kind of dangerous. I didn't think you could be so insensitive to me. Izuku gave her the best puppy dog eyes he could. If all other options didn't work, it was time for a different psychological approach. Momo just looked at him in exasperation as she let her guard down, like, seriously? You really? Izuku responded to her brief moment of vulnerability by attacking her at full speed. She didn't avoid the blow, but Izuku's kick barely had any force due to the short distance he had flown. Insufficient speed built up, and when his foot slammed into her chest, the black lightning the girl was radiating from her legs only increased in size, which made Izuku swallow hard and try to retreat. But his moment of stun was cut short when Momo grabbed his leg and held him back, preventing him from retreating. I understand, Izuku. The girl smiled evilly as she pointed the gun at his vulnerable ankle. In response, Izuku blasted everything he had at the girl, hoping she would lose control. He was actually the stronger one in this tug-of-war due to his training. However, the weapon still fell, with a much reduced force, thanks to the concussive blast giving her arm some resistance, but it still hit, and Izuku winced in pain as he broke free from her grip. Feeling his ankle throb, he already knew it was going to hurt, but it didn't seem like anything was broken. Luckily, he took a few test steps across the arena and cursed as he felt pain when walking on it. That wasn't nice, Momo. It wasn't even that surprise attack Izuku. Izuku just shrugged, she wasn't wrong. Izuku examined the situation once more. The strength in her arms was just the physical strength she had from working out. Her quirk was almost useless to the girl, but it could be used to slow down and even knock down her arms and creations. If she stopped moving her legs, he doubted Momo would be able to move, potentially she wouldn't even be able to stand. So maybe he could trick her into moving her quirk somewhere else. He doubted it. Momo got tired of standing there and decided it was time to try and end this once more. She created a dart gun with her left hand and fired it as she attacked. Her heavy footsteps made the ground shake as she approached. Of course, the dart was deflected, but she never counted on it hitting. Just something to make Izuku stumble. She once again raised her club and was going to knock him down, but then Izuku did the unthinkable. As she approached, he attacked back, his eyes changing abnormally at speeds that shouldn't be possible. She already knew what he was doing, but she just had to pray that she could survive this. If she survived, she would win. Super speed. Izuku muttered as time moved slowly. He focused on the help of the dart gun at his hip, his finger on the trigger slowly pulling back, another dart surely coming. Above him, his staff was coming down for a not-so-soft blow to the head. Izuku's first priority was to avoid the gun. He landed directly under the girl's swinging arm. Izuku heard the dart being fired and moved away, as he was now on the other side of her body. Her eyes tried to follow his movements, but he could see the panic starting to form. He grabbed her wrist from below and bent it into an incredibly painful position as he ran after her, bringing her arm with him, her fingers tensing under the stress causing her to drop the staff, and the object slowly began to fall to the ground. Her other hand was already trying to reposition itself to fire another shot, but that was exactly why he had stayed behind her, to make the situation as awkward as possible. Before Momo could aim back, Izuku kicked the back of her knees as hard as he could, using a bit more of his super strength than he should have. The girl gave in and the gun arm swayed with her falling body, causing the object to shoot blindly away from them both. Izuku only had to immobilize her and it was over. As time returned to normal and his body fell to the ground, Izuku heard the sound of many objects colliding with the ground, recognizing them immediately. Izuku jumped back with Jetstream blowing the objects away as fast as he could, before covering his eyes and ears. A few seconds later, a blinding sound of explosions and popping came from where Momo was lying. Izuku was almost impressed at how stupid that would be under normal circumstances. She had basically used herself as a suicide bomber to clear space between them. "Geez Momo, you really aren't making this easy for me," Izuku said as he opened his eyes and saw Momo still lying on the ground. His quick thinking had saved him from being blinded and deafened, but she was still dangerous. When Izuku didn't get a response, he just repeated, "Momo." The girl responded by violently twisting her legs to try to lift her body, but she was unable to do so. "Momo, are you under arrest?" Izuku asked in disbelief. "No." She huffed back quickly. The girl then moved her quirk to her arm so she could stand up, but as she did so, her legs buckled as she tried to stand up, once again making her fall. Izuku quickly realized the girl's situation, ignoring his headache and the pain in his right ankle. He limped over to the staff she dropped when he grabbed her wrist. She still had her gun and other creations available, so despite her current immobile status, he was being cautious as he approached her. He kept to the side of her body without the gun, since she was pinned to the ground, aiming it accurately in that direction was basically impossible. As he approached, he quickly jumped on her back, grabbing her arms and pinning them above her head. "We won't have any of that today, Momo." Izuku then held the staff right at the edge of her vision. "Do you surrender, Momo? I'd rather not hit you with this." The girl was silent for a few seconds, her quirk still shining in her arms that Izuku held due to a combination of his strength and the armor that weighed them down. "I said, do you admit it, Momo?" More silence. "Okay, I didn't mean to do this, but you made it to the count of 5." Momo smiled, before creating a shock rod from a gap she left in the back of her armor, shocking her boyfriend sitting above her. Izuku let out a scream as he felt his body being electrocuted, convulsing violently before falling next to the girl as he felt all motor control leave his body. The smile on her face as she silently began to point the gun at the body. Izuku cursed loudly, refusing to be beaten like this. He just activated concussive blast in both hands as his body convulsed knowing the pain it would cause. He exploded wildly in all directions, unable to aim properly with his hands as they shook, just trying to escape his fate, his face and arms scraping against the concrete, leaving the skin raw and bloody as he skidded, but he managed to get away from Momo before she could shoot. A few seconds later he stood up again, his body still feeling raw and slightly restless, but the match wasn't over. Seriously, he really hated that he didn't have access to any harmful quirks. His opponent could do whatever they wanted, and he couldn't give anything back. "It's okay, Momo, I was being nice. I'm done being nice." "Yes, and what are you going to do, Izuku?" The girl smiled arrogantly from the ground, which only made Izuku even more irritated. "Wow guys, Yaoi Rozu is still trapped inside the iron coffin she made herself, but even trapped in the ground, she's still dangerous. Jiro, on the other hand, is willing to inflict dangerous self-mutilation to free himself." Aizawa just sighed again, because they had indeed done something stupid. The crowd erupted as the match wasn't over yet, but Izuku was drowning them out. He had to think, and he had to do it soon. An idea then struck him. He dropped his staff after being electrocuted, so he didn't have it anymore. Instead he just transformed his quirk to the highest level of power he could, before he started pushing it back, slowly walking towards Momo. She was curious to know what he was doing, but in her current situation, she couldn't do much more than create a shield with one hand and hold the gun behind him. She would have a chance to shoot, she just had to wait, even immobilized as she was. Izuku on the other hand just kept up the pressure. He didn't want to let her fire anymore, and with that level of strength, it would stop anything Momo tried to use on him, grenades, darts, net weapons, all of it. As Izuku got closer, Momo was becoming less and less happy with the strong winds bearing down on her. Her hair was messy, she felt her body being forcibly pushed into her armor. Since it was the only thing holding her body to the ground, it began to painfully penetrate her skin. Even her shield arm was starting to give way. This effectively meant that they were both trapped like this, since Momo couldn't move nor attack, and Izuku had to continue using his quirk. She had no idea what his ultimate goal was until he stopped right in front of her, continuing to fire. So, Momo, how long do you think you can hold out like this? That kind of blast won't do any serious damage to human skin, but just because I can't hurt you doesn't mean I can't make you incredibly uncomfortable. Also, Izuku turned into Midnight. I technically immobilized you, didn't I? Momo realized his plan. He wasn't trying to cause more damage or make her surrender. He was only going to win through the immobility clause, and she was immobilized at the moment. Momo turned her head to Midnight, who seemed to be thinking about something. Izuku Jiro is right, if competitor Yaoirozu Momo can't free herself in 10 seconds, she will lose the match. Momo was forced to watch as a timer appeared on the mega screen, counting down to her eventual defeat. Seeing that she had no choice, she began creating everything she could think of, from vials of acid to try to escape her cage-like armor, to flashbangs that were harmlessly thrown out of the ring. She even raised her dart gun and unloaded the entire clip at Izuku, watching as they stopped in mid-air before being knocked back, one of them coming dangerously close to hitting her as she flew back. She looked back at the mega screen, and there were 3 seconds left. What else could she do? She needed to get up somehow, but she could only keep her individuality in one place at a time. 2. She was an idiot. Momo prayed as her quirk swept through her entire body, hoping not to break anything. If she did this wrong, she could not only fracture her insides, she could easily cause lethal internal bleeding. 1. Momo screamed as she practically used all her strength to jump off the ground with her newfound strength, breaking the concrete as she dug, charging at Izuku before he could realize what was happening. This was her chance. She discarded her empty weapon, forming another staff as she ran against the wind. She saw the panic in Izuku's eyes and felt the wind pick up. Izuku began to blow himself backwards as he increased his total wind output. Momo responded by running. She was in front of Izuku before either of them could realize. She discarded her weapons and charged at the other boy, the weight of her armor pinning him completely beneath her. Izuku struggled a bit before he felt a taser on his neck, sighing he realized it was over. Alright, I give up. He then smiled at her. Good job, Momo, you deserved it. Wait, what? She won. Izuku Jiro gave up. Yaoirozu Momo wins. We have our winner among the first years, everyone. She was just looking at the boyfriend she had pinned. She had really done it. She had won the sports festival. She couldn't even hear the roars of the crowd around her, as she was too focused on the fact that she had won. I don't want to sound defeatist, but I knew I basically had no chance from the start, but I tried my best. And for a second there I thought I had succeeded, but unfortunately, you caught me, Momo. Izuku chuckled lightly below her. Wait, Izuku thought he never had a chance. Why? With just the concussive blast I didn't have anything destructive enough to harm him from a distance, and with his unlimited options, I simply couldn't see a scenario where I would win. That being said, the reverse is true, you only have me because I wasn't allowed to use all of my quirks. We'll have a real match one day, where we'll both be at full strength. She stopped to think, a real pair, it looked nice, but she couldn't resist teasing him. You just don't want to admit you lost. Izuku laughed again. You're not wrong, I'm a sore loser. Izuku then noticed Midnight and the entire stadium just staring at them lying in the middle of the arena. The clapping stopped and now there was only that awkward silence. Momo. Yes, Izuku. Can you get off me? Everyone is looking and this armor is really heavy. Momo then noticed that the boy below her had a whistle from the crowd, momentarily took her out of the deer in the headlights moment. She then hurriedly got away from Izuku. Izuku gasped as the weight in his stomach disappeared, taking a deep breath he didn't realize he was holding. Momo then extended her hand to him, which he gratefully accepted. The crowd began to jeer and Midnight herself was saying something about their youthful crush, but the duo simply ignored it and quickly left the stage. Damn, my arms and face hurt, Izuku said as they entered the tunnel that led to the arena. The flesh there felt so soft and as if it had been torn off. He then took a brief look around, noticing that the coast was clear before activating his regeneration, the green light of his quirk working quickly to repair his injured flesh. When it did, he looked at Momo, who was standing there, awkwardly, looking at him. Yeah. She was still blushing, probably from their mocking at the stadium, but then she mumbled something he couldn't hear. You'll have to speak, Momo. I can't get it off. She stuttered. Izuku looked at her and then just sighed in disbelief. He could tease her about it, but he chose not to. His girlfriend was incredibly smart, but sometimes she just didn't think about the consequences of her actions. Basically the D&D equivalent of a 20 in intelligence and 5 in wisdom. Alright, let me think. I saw you making acid back there. Can you make some more and I'll help pour it? Momo nodded before preparing 2 vials of acid. Be careful, this might burn your skin, Izuku. Yeah, I thought, I'll pour it very carefully on her back, it'll be easier that way, Izuku said as he brushed and pushed her hair at the nape of her neck. He then gently began to pour the substance in a line down the crook of her back. It was mostly silent until Momo spoke up. I still can't believe I won everything, Momo said, but Izuku could hear the disbelief in her voice. Yeah, well you did, and I'm honestly not surprised, think about every event we've entered. We've never placed lower than second, and we destroyed everyone in the first event. I heard Mick say we set a new record for the obstacle course. Izuku then stopped as he smelled the horrible smell of the crackling and bubbling substance as it slowly corroded his armor. That being said, we were both using barely any of our powers, just wait until I can use all of my quirks and any I have in the future. Izuku said, lamenting the unfortunate situation of him being a government secret. Ah, it's okay, Izuku, one day you'll get there. Until then, I guess you'll just have to suck it up and use a quirk like everyone else. Actually, wait, you used like 5 quirks during the tournament, I can't complain. Momo pouted in front of him. Yeah. Izuku then paused for a second as he continued to work on his armor. Hey Momo. Yes Izuku. I said I'd tell you and the girls in the future, and I know you weren't there at the beginning of Bakugo and I's conversation. So, I guess now is as good a time as any. He took a deep breath before continuing. Like I told you all those years ago, he bullied me a lot. He originally targeted other people because we were friends as kids, but then his amazing quirk showed up, and mine. No, when I tried to defend another target from Bakugo. After that, Bakugo decided that the quirkless freak was the best victim, after all who would defend the quirkless boy. I was a genetic reject, inferior to H-human. Izuku's breathing and hands started to shake a little, but he continued. Before, he came to me about our childhood, he blamed me, for him being the way he is. That this whole time I was looking down on him, even after everything he did to me. The boy then clutched his belly, feeling the familiar scar. Somehow, it's his victim's fault. What kind of twisted person abuses the people around him? Not a sign of remorse, and then, as soon as one of his victims fights back, they're the reason he's like this. Momo, I think I hate him, even more than my father. My father was never around, sure he was a villain, but I never had to deal with him. But Bakugo. Every day for over 5 years, I was burned, scratched, beaten, kicked, left bleeding on the floor. I want to hurt him, I want him to feel like me, a useless Deku. I want to grab your quirk, tear it out painfully, then laugh because I'm the one burning. Izuku had long since stopped pouring acid, focusing entirely on his trembling hands. Izuku, are you done with the armor? Momo asked without turning to him. Izuku was shocked by his thoughts. Ah, yes. Momo then tore the armor with her arms before turning around, picking up the acid, placing it on the ground, and hugging Izuku. It's okay, I'm here. Izuku rested his head on her shoulder as she stroked his back. You're right to be angry, I'm angry too, not just angry, even furious. You're so much better than him, do you hear me? He will never compare to you. Izuku snuggled into his embrace. Besides, I will definitely help you severely mutilate him. This made Izuku laugh. Hey, I'll tell you something. Don't freak out, please. He once told me. Izuku then remembered the quote. If you want a quirk so much, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof? Izuku whispered what the other teenager had said literally. Momo was silent, even more so than before, her grip only tightened. Izuku, I want you to be honest with me. Have you considered this advice? Izuku swallowed hard, though he suspected she was going to ask, why yes, but no more. Momo was silent once more, though Izuku could hear tears coming from her. The thought that she would never meet the person who changed her life because of that piece of shit infuriated her. She was about 5 seconds away from finding the other boy and beating him half to death. Momo's grip on him threatened to crush him, but as her tears fell onto his back, Izuku did nothing, he just felt that she needed this. She then grabbed his head and forced him to look at her. Izuku, if you're feeling like that again, tell me. Do you understand? Yes, Momo, I will. Izuku leaned towards the girl once more. They stayed like that for some time, thankful that no one other than the participants were allowed to descend into the depths of the Colosseum. Izuku can watch the second year's matches. He saw Kami lose in the second event. He, Mei, Momo and Itsuka went to console Kami. After the second year festival ended, the third year festival began. At first it was simple without any fuss, but it wasn't until the second event that things got ugly. Izuku was in the stands with the girls waiting for the third event to start. And now for our first match, it's Japan's rising star, Nijire Hato, vs the brilliant support corps student, Melissa Shield. Something was wrong. The crowd looked upset when Melissa walked on stage. Midnight looked nervous, as if she felt she needed to intervene at any moment. And then, Izuku heard it. Quirkless freak. Someone threw something into the crowd, Midoriya, and Midnight didn't have time to react when a fist-sized rock hit Melissa in the temple. The girl almost fainted. Shit. Midoriya cursed as he and Midnight ran towards her, ignoring the jeers from the crowd. Momo got angry. Mei was furious. Itsuka had veins popping out of her forehead. Kami had a killer aura. And Izuku had all four combined. Izuku looked like he was going to kill the entire crowd. And then, everything went silent as All Might suddenly fell into the middle of the ring. Of course, this little fact went completely unnoticed as the crowd fell silent and startled by the fact that the symbol of peace was not smiling. In fact, he looked downright furious as he took the microphone. Who threw this? He demanded, his voice low and foreshadowing retribution. When the crowd remained silent, he continued. Are you a professional? He demanded, looking towards the hero section of the crowd, where the rock had come from. It doesn't matter. Whether you're a professional or a sidekick, you need to turn in your license and burn your costume, because you have no right to call yourself a hero after attacking a child. He addressed the rest of the crowd. You should be ashamed of yourselves. So what if she doesn't have a quirk? She's just as human as the rest of you. The crowd shuddered under All Might's gaze. Someone just brought to my attention the fact that my presence as an all-powerful hero may have caused more harm than good, that my existence has created a toxic society that values only strong, flashy quirks and defeats those who don't fit that mold. After what I've just witnessed, I'm afraid I have to agree with her. I would have thought that the existence of quirks would cause this country to lower its conformist values, but it seems like it has only doubled and gotten worse. I am truly disgusted to see how low this country has fallen. We must be better for the sake of the new generation. It is high time this country underwent some serious changes. Otherwise, your pride and arrogance will be your downfall. He handed the microphone to Midnight as he went to check on Melissa. Melissa, can you hear me? How many fingers am I holding up? Strawberry. Damn, she's out of it. Hado, don't move her, you might make her head injury worse. Just stay with her, okay? The med bots are on their way. The bots arrived and took Melissa out of the arena. Izuku, Itsuka, Mei, Momo, and Kami ran off to the infirmary. Elsewhere. I assure you, Mr. Shield, that I have already narrowed down the list of suspects, and I guarantee that they will be hit with the full force of the consequences of their actions, Nezu said. He was on the phone with David Shield, and frankly, he was just as furious as he was, if not more so. He was able to trace the source of the doxing back to the HPSC's main headquarters. So the president wanted a war. Nezu would deliver full force and more. No one hurts their students and gets away with it. Back to Izuku. Izuku entered the infirmary first along with the girls and sat next to Melissa's bed. Of course, the HPSC wouldn't allow the sports festival to be cancelled just because a quirkless child was attacked. And it ended with Midoriya as the winner. Down below, the students gathered at the podium to receive their medals, with Midoriya and two other third-year students on the podium. And now, let's hand out the medals. We have a very special guest. The crowd went wild as Maruko walked out with the medals. Before Midnight could say anything else, an Izuku Jiro stormed the podium and grabbed her microphone. I have something to say. Izuku spoke, the crowd went quiet. Rikishi Lithos. Hero name. Stonehenge. Your quirk allows you to manipulate stones. I see you sitting in the middle of the crowd. Were you the one who threw that stone at my friend? The crowd went dead silent, mostly out of fear as Izuku released what looked like a murderous aura emerging from him. That's right. That quirkless girl you attacked. She's my friend. And I happen to care a lot about my friends. Izuku's face was the epitome of tranquility. You treated her as less than human for something she couldn't control, and because of that, I refuse to dignify a more peculiar society by accepting this medal. There was silence, then Midnight cleared her throat. Jiro, I understand your reasoning, but you have to. What do I have to do, sensei? Izuku asked. What are you going to do? Chain me up and force me to leave. Try that and my family's lawyers will be all over you. Midnight managed to calm the situation. Anyone who agrees with me can feel free to join me, Izuku said as he walked out of the stadium, much to the shock of the crowd. After a few seconds, Midoriya ran after him. UA seems to be raising her children the right way. Maruko smiled before dropping the remaining medals and turning them into scrap. These kids. You could hear a lot of pride in Izawa's voice. Nezu. Principal Nezu, sir. Nezu's assistant spoke over the intercom. The commission chairwoman is on the phone. She doesn't seem happy about the third-year award ceremony. Really? Nezu thought. Then he reached out and put the president on hold. This pettiness was always the most fun. With Kayaka. Kayaka and Ichako were in the stadium hallway, facing each other. Hey. Kayaka tried to hide her nervousness, being as casual as possible. I'm really sorry. Uraraka realized that there was a lot on her mind. When wasn't it there? Why? For everything, how I've treated you, avoided you and not helped you as much as I could. You didn't do what Izumi what did, you've always been nice, friendly, genuine. I don't deserve your kindness. She didn't really know, but she felt like she understood. Putting away her phone, she approached Kayaka. It's okay, I can't imagine how horrible it must have been for Izuku to have to live with her for 4 years. I was ready for you to hate me forever. I never hated you. Kayaka confessed. And I never hated you. I just had a lot of mixed feelings. But I want to fix things, I want to be a real friend, like I should have been. Wait, do you want to be my friend? Yes, if that's okay. Uraraka couldn't help but squeeze her tightly, hugging her as she felt more relief than ever before. Yes, I would love to be your friend. With Melissa. Melissa was in the infirmary bed when she heard Izuku's speech, she couldn't stop blushing at that, her heart was beating wildly. Izuku. She whispered. We need to do this now. Izuku was in Recovery Girl's office, with Melissa and Hatsune by his side. Mei carried more vials with DNA. There's no better time for this than now. Hatsune said excitedly. Melissa sighed. Well, we got these quirks recently, so let's see what happens. Izuku nodded and absorbed the DNA. Peculiar sequence entry number 61. Type. Emitter. Acceleration. Allows the user to accelerate their own time. Details. The quirk allows the user to move faster than a normal person. Data required. Uses. User can move faster than a normal person and do things much faster, other uses require more data. Average combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. Overuse of the quirk causes the user to become nauseous, more data needed. Peculiar sequence entry number 62. Type. Emitter. Reduction. This quirk allows the user to slow down a person's time. Details. When the user touches someone it can slow down a person, making them sluggish, more data needed. Uses. The user can slow down time by varying degrees, while still being able to move normally, slowing down time for a certain target, other uses require more data. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. For the quirk to work the user needs to touch the target, plus data required. Potential peculiarity combination number 34. Combined peculiarities. Acceleration and reduction. Combination results. Team. Type. Emitter. Time. Allows the user to speed up or slow down time. Details. The quirk can speed up or slow down time for 5 seconds within a 5-meter radius with your vision. Data required. Uses. The user slows down time with his right eye and speeds up time with his left eye. He needs to close one eye to activate his quirk, other uses require more data. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. If the user overuses their quirk, they will become dizzy, suffer memory loss, unconsciousness, coma, or ultimately lead to death, more data needed. These peculiarities in 2 second-year students. Peculiar sequence entry number 63. Type. Emitter. Creation. Allows the user to create anything. Details. The quirk allows the user to create any non-living material from their discovered body through molecular manipulation of their fat cells. Data required. Uses. The user can create practically anything he wants, no matter how complex or advanced its structure. He only needs to understand the atomic configuration of said object to reproduce it. First he imagines the necessary parts, then the materials, then the assembly process and finally the coding, other uses require more data. High combat potential, high rescue potential. Weaknesses. Since the user needs time to create and use items, and larger and more complex ones take longer to make, this puts her at a disadvantage against repeated attacks that force her to be on the defensive and do not give her time to think or act, more data needed. Peculiar sequence entry number 64. Type. Emitter. Wave motion. This quirk allows the user the ability to convert their vitality into energy and release it. Details. The user converts their vitality into energy and releases it in the form of exceptionally powerful spiral shockwaves, plus data required. Uses. The user can release very powerful shockwaves from their hands as an offensive blast. They can also draw energy from their feet to increase their mobility and allow themselves to fly. The user can attack with their quirk in close-range combat, adding more force and power to their kicks and punches, other uses require more data. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. Overuse of this quirk will cause the user to suffer from great exhaustion due to using their stamina as a power source, more data required. Potential peculiarity combination number 35. Combined peculiarities. Creation and wave motion. Match results. Constructor. Type. Emitter. Constructor. Allows the user to create anything. Details. The quirk allows the user to create any non-living material from their body through their vitality. Data required. Uses. The user can create practically anything he wants, no matter how complex or advanced its structure. He needs to understand the atomic configuration of said object to reproduce it and have vitality. Other uses require more data. High combat potential, high rescue potential. Weaknesses. Overuse of this quirk will cause the user to suffer from great exhaustion due to using their stamina as a power source. More data required. Peculiar sequence entry number 65. Type. Transformation. Body manipulation. Allows the user to alter the shape, density, and size of their arms, legs, and tongue by altering the molecular structure of their body. Details. This allows Dachi to increase his strength, mobility, and speed, transforming his arms and legs into various weapons and means of transportation. Data required. Uses. The quirk can also be used to replicate other mutant-type transformations and quirks. However, these replications are not on the same level as the originals, and sometimes they simply don't work. It also cannot replicate many mutant-type quirks, as they often change the color or transparency, or change the appearance of the user's body, which Dachi cannot do. Other uses require more data. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. Overuse damages your skin, more data needed. Peculiar sequence entry number 66. Type. Transformation. Big fist. This quirk allows the user to enlarge one or both of their hands to enormous sizes. Details. The user's hands become gigantic, about 3 times larger than their own body, almost immediately. More data required. Uses. Big fist is used for close-range combat, as the user has enough power to break through most defenses. The sudden expansion of his hands can be used to surprise enemies, as long as they don't know how his quirk works, or increase the power of his attacks through the momentum of the expansion. Other uses require more data. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. Unknown, more data needed. Potential peculiarity combination number 36. Combined quirks. Body manipulation and big fist. Combination results. Big body. Type. Emitter. Big body. Allows the user to have the ability to enlarge every part of their body to larger sizes. Details. The quirk has the ability to increase every part of his body to larger sizes, as well as the density of his muscles. Data required. Uses. The user is able to enlarge their lower area to an enormous size, transform their head into a giant structure, and even stretch each of their limbs and stomach at will. Other uses require more data. Average combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. If the user overuses their quirk, their body will become numb. More data needed. Guys, this is incredible. Izuku said, beaming. Mei smiled at him. Melissa blushed at the comment. Guys, can I ask you something? They both looked at her. Would you like to? Izuku was surprised when he was invited to stay at Melissa's house for a week. Melissa gave the excuse that it was so he could train his quirk. Not only him but Momo, Itsuka, Mei, Midoriya and Kami. Izuku stared in mild horror at the large house in front of him, his things placed on the side of the stairs. He had brought his things here, a large house on the edge of the forest that Yue had set up, and he felt nervous in every fiber of his being. He wasn't ready to live with a bunch of girls. What if he said something weird and everyone got embarrassed? Kayaka was one thing, she was his sister, but a bunch of girls he thought were pretty. That was ridiculous. And of course, when he arrived, he realized another problem. He didn't have a key. He was half tempted to bury himself in the garden outside the house when a voice behind him spoke. Izuku. Izuku jumped, surprised by the voice right behind him, and turned around. Itsuka Kendo was staring at him, panting a bit as she slowed down her running, and looked a bit confused to him as she took her headphones out of her ears. Izuku blushed a bit as he looked down and saw that she was wearing a crop top that exposed her belly, which was quite muscular when he looked at her, and shorts that rode up to her upper thigh, exposing her pale, healthy legs. He felt like slapping himself at the quick glance and returned his gaze to her eyes. Idiot, Izuku. What was our deal? Stick together. Are you okay? Itsuka asked curiously and tossed her orange ponytail behind her shoulder, narrowing her eyes for a few seconds as she looked at him. Izuku felt like an idiot when he couldn't speak right away, suddenly distracted by how beautiful she looked, sweat glistening on her forehead, running down her face. This time, Izuku almost slapped himself to snap him out of that mindset immediately. He had clearly been warned by his parents to behave, so he needed to watch himself. And subtly pinched his leg, trying to distract himself from the pain to make him stop looking at her. Damn it. Well. Izuku cleared his throat nervously. I just got here. Melissa said I would spend a week at your house with you guys. Oh. Itsuka gasped, realization filling her face as she clapped her hands together. That's right. I forgot she invited you too. Yeah, Izuku shrugged, grateful that she had managed to come to that conclusion when he clearly couldn't spit. Well, it's great to have you here. Itsuka climbed the steps and stood next to him, hands on her hips and a relieved smile on her face. I arrived early so I could enjoy the house. I wanted to meet you so we could go in together, but it seems I got too late. Yes. Oh, that doesn't mean I'm not glad it's you. She assured him, waving her hands frantically. You're amazing, so I'm looking forward to moving in with you this week. But why were you standing on the front porch? Why didn't you come in? Izuku felt himself blush again. I don't have the key. Oh, right. This time, it was Itsuka's turn to blush, slapping her hand on her forehead in exasperation. Oh man, Melissa forgot she had to give you a key. Don't worry, Midoriya, I'll let you in, and then I can ask Melissa to make you a key. Oh, okay, I can do that. No, let me. Itsuka shook her head, going to the door to open it with the key around her neck. I couldn't allow it after that little mistake that happened, so I'll take care of it. After unlocking the door, she turned and placed the key in his hand, surprising him. Here, you can use mine for now, since you're probably going in and out to get your things. I can ask Momo to help you too, but I think she's busy. Oh no, that's Izuku. He zipped up when Itsuka gave him an indifferent look, placing her hands on her hips. It's not a problem. Seriously. Okay. Good. Itsuka nodded happily and turned to open the door, holding it open for him. Swallowing a little nervously, Izuku gave him a shaky smile and walked into the boarding house, Itsuka following behind him and closing the door softly. The downstairs was spacious, with a kitchen and dining room that had a large table that could seat up to 7. The kitchen dining room also connected to the living room, with several comfortable couches and chairs lined up facing a large TV that was playing a Korean show. Sitting on the couches and chairs were Mei and Kami, who were dressed in casual clothes, including gym shorts and t-shirts, and turned when they heard the door open. Hey girls. Itsuka said behind him, making him jump. All the attention on him, he had almost forgotten she was there. Izuku just arrived. Let's get along with him, okay? Izuku. Kami smiled at him and stood up, stretching her arms over her head. Her chest stretched and Izuku quickly fixed his gaze on the floor. Honestly, I'm glad Melissa invited you, man, it would be boring to have only girls for a whole week. Ooh. Izuku. Mei said happily, jumping up from her chair to greet him. It's so good to see you here, Izuku. Mei's eyes lit up slightly, holding her hands together. Let's make lots of babies. Oh okay. Izuku. Izuku looked ahead to see the owner of the house, Melissa Shield, wearing casual clothing. Oh, I'm glad you could make it. No problem. Izuku said smiling. Okay, since we've all introduced ourselves. Itsuka continued speaking, looking at the girls on the couch. Izuku needs help putting his things away and taking them to his room. I can. Kami got up from the couch. Great, Itsuka nodded happily, glad that everyone was willing to help her new roommate move his things, and turned to Melissa. Melissa. Izuku doesn't have the key yet. Geez, I'll run to the locksmith and make that key for you. Just wait until I get back and I'll give you your own copy. Izuku tried to make some sort of confirmation, or at least thank her for taking care of him, but he was a bit distracted by the fact that he had to see the beautiful female bodies of his classmates. As he struggled with this information, Kami caught a glimpse of his red face and felt a mischievous smile fall over hers as she realized that the guy they lived with could go supernova in the blink of an eye. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. You should go, Itsuka. Mei told her friend, wrinkling her nose a little. You stink. Am I? Itsuka gasped, then slapped her head, turning red. Oh god, I forgot I was running. Sorry about that, guys. Izuku, like I said, if you need anything, just message me. With that, she turned and walked to the door, opening it and saying goodbye to everyone. As soon as it was closed, Kami approached Izuku, who was trying to calm his embarrassment, and cleared her throat. Now, Izuku, would you like to hand over your things? We can do that right now if you'd like. Oh. You sure, Kami. Izuku nodded and followed her as she walked out the door with that mischievous smile on her face. Outside, they walked over to the small pile of bags outside the door. It didn't take long for Izuku to get all of his things inside, assisted by Kami using her arms to bring everything up the stairs in one go, giving her time to tease Izuku more and make him look like a beetroot instead of parsley. Izuku would be in a separate room on the top floor, so she agreed to go up with him and pack his things. As Izuku walked up the stairs, Kami grabbed a backpack and slung it over her shoulder, intending to follow him up the stairs, only to see him going up first, and her eyes automatically went down. To his butt. Kami blinked, a definite feeling of approval washing over her. She liked to pervert guys, but Izuku. From the look of his shirt and clothes, he was intentionally wearing baggy clothes. His arms looked twice the size of hers, the muscles tense as he picked up his things. The way he walked up the stairs drew Kami's eyes back to his ass, and she felt a small shiver run through her body. It was odd, usually she liked to admire and not touch, but Izuku went from being eye candy to wanting his clothes on the floor as soon as possible. She followed him up the stairs, not looking away, and nodded to herself. Once they reached the top floor, Izuku grunted as he put his things down. Wow. Izuku wiped some sweat from his forehead, and Kami shivered a little. Damn horny, she wanted to lick it off his forehead. That was a lot easier than I expected. Thanks, Kami. No problem. Kami nodded, looking completely normal as her eyes practically undressed him. If you need anything else, let me know. I'm going to go to my room for a bit, it's on the second floor. Alright. Izuku nodded, smiling at her. Thanks again. Kami nodded and walked out of the room towards her. He heard a shower running down one of the hallways. That must be the bathroom. And that person inside must be Momo or Midoriya, well, at least one of them. And, without thinking twice, the boy entered the room. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with a familiar face, or in this case, a figure. His eyes scanned this person's back up and down a few times, before focusing on that black ponytail sticking out of their head. Momo. True to his guess, his classmate turned around and found him. Izuku. Their eyes met for a few seconds before he realized she was only wearing shorts and a white bra. Two things happened in quick succession. Izuku's face turned bright red, and he quickly ran out of the room, closing the door behind him. However, before he could calm his racing heartbeat, a second shock came as the bathroom door opened and he met his second roommate. Izuku. It was Midoriya, his senior from UA, greeting him while wearing only a towel around her body. It's so funny that you're here. My roommate is also in your class. The boy remained quiet, however. So close to fainting when his eyes froze on Midoriya's cleavage. That's when the door behind him opened and Momo walked out after putting on a shirt. Izuku, are you sure you're in the right room? Noticing Midoriya almost immediately. Midoriya, you shouldn't come out of the shower like that. Momo turned towards her classmate. Especially if there's a boy. Quickly realizing he wasn't there anymore. Puzzled, the girls turned the corner just in time to see Izuku pulling his luggage out of the room, his face still flushed. Sorry about that. I was told I would be staying in the room with the green door. I must have been confused. He opened the door and pointed directly at the color of it. See? That's the color. After a quick thought, it was clear he was in the right place. Oh my. Midoriya jumped downstairs. Let me make a call real quick. She turned and went to the room to get the phone. You stay here, don't worry about anything. With those comforting words, the older girl left the other two teenagers alone. Confusion swept through their heads as they processed everything that had happened. Minutes passed. Momo was kind enough to share a cup of tea with Izuku, while Midoriya was busy with Melissa. The initial surprise had already worn off for her. It wasn't a big deal for the girl, all things considered. However, it was clear that the same couldn't be said for her classmate. The poor boy could barely look at her without getting all embarrassed. Wait. Izuku jumped in his chair. I'm not mad that you saw me in my underwear. Not knowing what to say in his defense. I should have knocked first, sorry. You don't need to apologize. You couldn't have known I was behind the door. Not that that seemed to help anything. But. He let out a worried sigh. It could have been worse, and it was worse with Midoriya. She must think I'm a pervert or something. I don't think that's the case. She could tell that Midoriya had no problem with it. It was an accident and believe me, we understand that. She knew her classmate and understood that he wasn't like that. What's more, he genuinely felt bad about what happened. There was no way he was faking it. Just as Izuku was about to answer, Midoriya walked up to the table. Alright, I know what happened with Izuku here. She cleared her throat before explaining. The house only has 2 bedrooms, Kami, Mei and Itsuka are in Melissa's room, and we have the guest room, so we'll have to share the room with Izuku. When she put it that way, it seemed like an honest mistake. So, can I just sleep on the couch? Melissa said you would have to share the room with us. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, he didn't want to bother them, even if it was just for a week, but he couldn't stay with them. Okay, I'll talk to Melissa if I couldn't stay on the couch. With a surprised expression on her face, the blue-haired girl spoke. What? No, I told her you could stay with us. This provoked a reaction from both teens, but Izuku's was by far the loudest. What? Yes, we already have space for you here, and it will be fun to share the room with my juniors. She was speaking for herself, but Momo hadn't said anything against it either. Or would you prefer to stay on the couch? Scratching the back of his neck, the green-haired boy replied. It's not that. But there's no way I can stay here with you too. Looking lost, Midoriya tilted her head to the side before asking, why not? This question took the poor boy by surprise. How could he begin to explain the problems with her idea? Luckily, his classmate was there to clear things up. I think he means that we'll be more comfortable if it's just us girls. Well, I have no problem with that. Midoriya gave a big smile as she explained. Melissa's idea is to strengthen our bonds, and I would love to get to know you even better. She missed the real issue by a mile. However, her cheerful attitude didn't discount the truth of her logic. I guess if you're okay with it, the girl jumped in to justify her answer. If you agree to share a room with us. I also don't want you to live in discomfort for the entire week. She knew her classmate very well. He wasn't the type to overstep boundaries or pervert them, at least not on purpose. They could trust him to be a good roommate. Come on. It'll be okay. Midoriya sat down next to him, never losing her bright smile. I once had to stay with Mirio and Tamaki for a month, and we got along well. This was news to the juniors. Is that so? The boy asked, still perplexed. The blue-haired girl nodded. Yeah, we had a bigger place to stay, but it was basically the same. Having roommates can be a lot of fun. If his superiors had managed to go through something similar, perhaps he was overthinking the situation. Yeah, I can try. That surge of courage was quickly extinguished when he remembered Momo by his side. If you're still okay with it, I can always move somewhere else. Letting out a soft laugh, the black-haired girl waved him off. I'm fine with that. Who knows? We might get closer this month. That settles it. Midoriya stood up and grabbed Izuku's hand. Come on. I'll help you unpack. The boy barely managed to grab his luggage as he was dragged. Momo joined them soon after. She still needed to unpack, after all. The next day, Izuku decided to test the warp gate quirk once again. And once again he had a bad time. When using the quirk, he realized that he was in Melissa's house's pool, but in the desire not to get soaked, he moved the gate too far and ended up hitting directly into the wall of the changing rooms. Izuku. Mei said, and Izuku turned around in surprise. The girl from the support course was standing near the locker room doors looking at him. She was wearing a dark pink swimsuit, and Izuku couldn't help but notice how it clung to her body. Even though the suit covered everything from her neck to mid-thigh, it still showed off Mei's figure quite well. Hi Mei. Izuku smiled while trying not to look like he had just run face first into a wall. What are you doing in the pool? Mei questioned her friend. He was in his gym clothes, so she wasn't sure if he was here to use the pool. I'm trying to practice a bit with the warp gate, Izuku informed her with a determined smile. I see. Mei placed her right index finger on her chin. Izuku thought she looked adorable when she did that. That makes sense, we're here to swim and work on our endurance. Us. Izuku blinked as he looked around and saw no one else. Itsuka, Momo, and Kami are with me today. Mei informed her crush with a cute croak at the end. Oh, that's great. Izuku tried not to imagine the 4 girls in swimsuits. He actually did. But the other 3 arrived and made that literally impossible. Izuku. Momo blinked as she left and noticed Mei next to Izuku. Izuku. Itsuka repeated when she also spotted the green pair. Izuku. Kami was all smiles as she approached. She may have added a slight sway to her hips as she walked towards her crush. Momo, Itsuka, Kami. Izuku greeted each of the girls. He was getting nervous when Kami walked towards him. She was doing it on purpose, wasn't she? Did you come swimming too, Izuku? Kami asked as she leaned forward a little. The black swimsuit didn't let her show any cleavage, but she knew it suited her body, and that would be enough to tease Izuku. Actually, I was coming here to practice with my new quirk. Izuku was trying not to be a total pervert, but his eyes roamed over what Kami was showing him. The brown-haired girl caught his eye and gave him a flirty smile and a wink. Izuku knew her cheeks were red. Oh. Well then you'll need to change, right? Kami smiled at him. Huh. Izuku winked at the girl. You'll get your clothes wet if you practice with a water-based quirk. Mei pointed at her crush. You should wear the swimsuit provided by the school so you can dry yourself and change later. Okay, that makes sense. Izuku nodded. He was planning on doing that anyway, well, before he knew the 4 of them were here anyway. I'll be back in a bit. He waved to the 4 girls as he headed towards the boys' changing rooms. Bravo. Kami applauded with a bright smile on her face. Good one, Mei. She gave the other girl a thumbs up. Thank you. Mei smiled back as she looked very pleased with herself. Izuku in a swimsuit. Momo's hands were on her red cheeks as she imagined it. All bare-chested and wet. Kami joked as she approached Itsuka. Kami. Itsuka's face was so red that she hid it behind her hands. Let's start swimming, Momo suggested as she walked towards the edge of the pool to start stretching. Her red cheeks didn't diminish at all. Right. Kami agreed with a mischievous smile as she walked forward. As the girls stretched, Izuku came out of the changing rooms. He was wearing the men's swimsuit, which was just a pair of tight dark green trunks with a yellow and white stripe on each side. Oh. Izuku felt like he had been blessed with some sort of perverted luck as he walked out just as the 4 girls bent down to touch their toes. All 4 of them were blessed with very nice butts. He looked away as the girls straightened up and noticed his presence. Nice. Kami muttered softly as she spotted Izuku shirtless. Kami, shhh. Itsuka was so easy to fluster. Amy smiled back at the girl as she noticed that the brunette was clearly checking out Izuku as well. I'll be here. Izuku pointed to the opposite side of the pool before approaching. He had the strange feeling that the girls were looking at him. As he began to do his own stretches, the girls entered the pool. We should be swimming. Momo reminded the other 3 girls. To be fair, all 4 of them were watching Izuku stretch more than anything, but at least Momo was trying to swim. Okay. Kami laughed as she fell backwards into the water. The 4 girls began swimming the length of the pool in laps. Sai was naturally the fastest of them. Her muscles made it easier for her. Kami proved her athleticism by being the second fastest. The voluptuous teen swam with great form and was even able to enjoy brief glimpses of her shirtless crush. Itsuka and Momo kept pace with each other as they did laps. Both were using the activity to distract the boy they enjoyed being so close to and bare-chested. Izuku couldn't stop staring. Kami had a mischievous idea. The first one to reach Izuku gets to feel his muscles. Kami declared before pushing off the wall with her legs and swimming towards Izuku. Hey. Mei quickly swam behind her with a pout. That wasn't very sporting, Kami. Momo also swam after them, leaving Itsuka the only one still holding onto the wall. You idiots. Itsuka had a smug expression on her face. With the raising of her hands and a single push, she cleared the distance that had formed between her and the other 3. 2 more strong strikes with her unique physiology and she was right in front of Izuku. That was incredibly fast, Itsuka. Izuku praised his friend from 1B. Thank you, Izuku. Itsuka smiled happily as the other 3 finally reached the shallows near them. Right, I forgot, challenging Itsuka to swim would never work. Amy was breathing a little heavily from swimming against the current. You were so fast, Itsuka. Mei smiled at the other girl. We never stood a chance, did we? Momo smiled softly as she caught her breath. Well, claim your prize, Itsuka. Kami encouraged with her tongue appearing between her full lips. Prize. Izuku blinked only for Itsuka to approach him. She had a large blush on her cheeks as she stood in front of him. May I, Izuku? Itsuka questioned with one of the most adorable looks Izuku had ever seen on a girl's face before. Her hands were in front of her, palms facing Izuku. Okay. Izuku wasn't sure what he was agreeing to. Did Itsuka want to hug or something? The teenager's face instantly turned red when Itsuka's hands touched his pecs and then slowly moved down as the girl gently explored his muscles. Eyes at Itsuka. You didn't like it, Izuku. Itsuka was about to pull her hands back, feeling like she had crossed a line. Fortunately, before any misunderstandings could happen, Izuku's teenage hormones kicked in and he shook his head no. It's okay. Izuku stuttered a little, but let her continue. Itsuka, also blushing, took back her feelings as she ran her hands over his torso. You're still muscular, Izuku. Itsuka murmured as the 2 teenagers had difficulty looking each other in the eye. Thank you. Izuku was sure his face could boil water right now due to the heat he felt. Your hands are soft, Itsuka. The girl lowered her head but had a bright smile on her face. Alright, let's get back to the subject at hand. Kami interrupted with a teasing smile. We all want one turn, after all. Huh? Izuku raised his head to look at Simi's provocation. What? Kami laughed when she saw the expression on his face. You don't think Itsuka is the only one here who wants to feel those beautiful muscles, do you? Momo. Mei. Izuku turned to them with wide eyes. He found Momo blushing deeply as she nodded. Mei nodded too, but she wasn't blushing. One by one, the girls touched Izuku's muscular body. The boy would die before the end of the week. He was once again in the place to do quirks, with a question in his head. What is that golden pedestal for? When he took a look at the golden pedestal, it was the same height as the combination pedestals, had a golden color, and perhaps the most important difference. It displayed a symbol of a star. Having succeeded so far, Izuku placed his hand on the surface of the pedestal, praying that it would give him the answers he sought. However, nothing happened. A frustrated sigh escaped Izuku's lips, but he vowed to figure this out. His head was bowed as his left hand partially covered his mouth, while his right rested on his left forearm. With nothing else to really inspect, Midoriya had an idea. Does it work like the combination pedestals? He placed his hand on one of the pedestals, choosing one at random. Potential quirk combination number 13. Combined quirks. Wing and black form. Match results. Black wings. Type. Transformation. Black wings is a quirk that allows the user to manifest black wings on their back and fly like a bird. Details. The peculiar wings are extraordinarily durable and have enough force to knock over a car, more data needed. Uses. User gains the ability to fly, and user has super strong wings, other uses require more data. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. Once the wings manifest, they cannot be guarded for 20 minutes, other weaknesses require more dice. Okay, everything is normal. Now the next one. Potential peculiarity combination number 33. Combined quirks. Power of dragon and bat wings. Combination results. Dragon wings. Type. Transformation. Dragon wings. Allows the user to release dragon wings from their back. Details. The quirk releases dragon wings from its back, allowing the user to fly. Data required. Uses. With these wings, the user is primarily capable of flight. But they can also be put to good use in combat. The user has several small and large muscle groups on their back that are responsible for the movement of the wings, other uses require more data. High combat potential, medium rescue potential. Weaknesses. User cannot release wings if back is blocked, more data needed. Before he could fall into a fit of mumbling about the uses of sequences, a low humming sound caught his attention. Sound could be heard emanating from the two illuminated pedestals, a quiet mechanical hum, similar to that of a computer being turned on. He watched with wide eyes as two streams of blue and red light flowed along the side of each pedestal respectively, like a small stream of water. Hitting the ground, the two tubes of light began to flow towards the golden pedestal, and upon meeting with the sides, they began to rise up through the golden material, pooling at the top of the screen. The once glowing circle vibrated with energy as a brilliant golden light shone towards the endless sky above, a vibrant projection only for him to see. Izuku simply stood there, mouth agape, for unlike the previous two that contained the DNA strands, this one showed what could only be a 3D model of himself, the image slowly rotating in the center of the column of light. Of all the things I thought could happen, this wasn't one of them. The rational part of his brain that Izuku used to solve problems was taking a much needed moment to collect itself. Then, instinct took over and told him to place his palm on the display. His hand landed face down on the illuminated projector, and while the last time he had been here nothing had happened, this time two screens appeared before him, Izuku noticing the left one first. Supreme combination of peculiarity number 01. Combined quirks. Black wings and dragon wings. Batch results. Black dragon wings. Type. Transformation. Black dragon wings. Allows the user to release black dragon wings from their back. Details. The quirk releases dragon wings from its back, allowing the user to fly. The wings are extraordinarily resistant and have enough strength to knock over a car. Data required. Uses. With these wings, the user is primarily capable of flight. But they can also be put to good use in combat. The user has several small and large muscle groups on their back that are responsible for the movement of the wings, other uses require more data. High combat potential, medium rescue potential. Weaknesses. User cannot release wings if back is blocked, more data needed. Midoriya read the white text, then read it again, and even a third time for good measure, before turning his head to the second screen, his face expressionless. Proceed with quirk combination, user authorization required. Yes, no. Izuku's face continued to show no hint of emotion, his mind too busy trying to process what he just read. The screen wanted him to confirm the combination of the two quirk sequences he had collected into an entirely new quirk. Words failed him, he couldn't articulate what he was feeling. Finally, however, something managed to break through the confusion of thoughts. Can I make even stronger quirks? The last part screamed to the endless sky. As all the possibilities swirled inside his head, Izuku unconsciously began to raise his hand, the part of him that had always wanted a quirk urging him to press the button. Any doubt that still lingered in his mind had been banished. Midoriya Izuku firmly pressed the yes icon. The two windows briefly highlighted themselves before disappearing from the screen. The 3D model of his body disappeared, replaced by the two strands of DNA that sat on the pedestals behind him, one blue and the other whitish green. Izuku watched in fascination as different parts of each strand were removed, the holographic projection illuminating what was being kept and a grayish one being discarded. In the end, both strands seemed half vanished. Once each sequence was finished dissecting, the two strands began to move towards each other, locking together as they met, each filling in the missing parts of the other. The finished sequence shrank and moved to the side as Izuku's 3D model reappeared in the center of the column. The shrunken thread moved to intersect with the model, glowing briefly as the two met, before leaving only Izuku's floating model. The process seemingly complete, the pedestal glowed and hummed, similar to how it had done the other days ago. A stream of golden light flowed over its edge, a river of condensed energy, and shot along the ground, stopping only when it reached the alcove in front of it. Midoriya practically glided across the floor following the light. Looking into the dark room where the light stopped, he saw that the smaller pedestal in the once dark alcove had begun to glow green. As the light fully enveloped the closet-sized room, another 3D display of himself appeared, projected by the pedestal. However, instead of the arms to the side pose that the central display had, this one showed Izuku with his arm pointed forward and what appeared to be a small ball of energy at the tip of his finger. Looking at himself, Izuku noticed another green interface hovering in front of the projection's feet, the white text simply reading, "Black Dragon Wings." He didn't think about the projection, didn't mutter about its supposed success, Izuku didn't have time for that either. No other sound or light faded after the alcove finished its work, the combination was made. Now he needed to know the answer to his final question, the question that had been quiet in the back of his mind since he learned he could combine already combined quirks. Is it possible to do more? He decided to test it. Potential quirk combination number 20. Combined peculiarities. Mossy repair and soothing hands. Match results. Freya's garden. Type. Emitter. Freya's garden. The user can grow a moss on themselves or others that accelerates healing and repair of injuries. Details. Unknown, more data needed. Uses. Can be used to heal wounds, other uses require more dice. No combat potential, extremely high rescue potential. Weaknesses. Unknown, other weaknesses require more data. Potential quirk combination number 24. Type. Emitter. Prana. The user can drain energy from plants and convert matter to energy. Combined peculiarities. Absorb energy in plant. Details. The absorbed energy can be used to strengthen the user or release energy, more data required. Uses. Can be used for combat, released energy can be used for offensive or defensive purposes, other uses require more data. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. The quirk cannot absorb energy from dead plants, other weaknesses require more data. Supreme combination of peculiarity number 02. Type. Emitter. Combined quirks. Freya's garden and prana. Prana. The user can drain energy from plants and convert matter into energy that accelerates healing and repair of injuries. Details. Absorbed energy can be used to heal wounds, more data needed. Uses. Can be used to heal wounds on self or others, other uses require more dice. Low combat potential, high rescue potential. Weaknesses. The quirk cannot absorb energy from dead plants, other weaknesses require more data. Potential quirk combination number 12. Combined peculiarities. Claw refraction and titanium. Combination results. Titanium claws. Type. Transformation. Titanium claws. The user can extend and retract highly sharp titanium claws from their fingers, hands, or feet. Details. The bones in its body are as hard as titanium and can extend highly sharp claws, more data needed. Uses. He can use his claws for various purposes, being able to cut different types of material, the most resistant, or even use them as hooks to attach himself to steep surfaces and climb, other uses require more data. High combat potential, minimal rescue potential. Weaknesses. Unknown, other weaknesses require more data. Potential quirk combination number 16. Type. Transformation. X claws. The user can transform their fingers into sharp steel claws. Combined quirks. Clawed hand and steel knuckles. Details. Sharp enough to cut wood, possibly stronger materials, more data needed. Uses. Can be used to scratch and cut enemies or certain materials, can open materials or doors that people get trapped in, other uses require more data. Average combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. High temperatures can damage the metal, other weaknesses require more data. Supreme combination of peculiarity number 03. Type. Transformation. Combined quirks. Titanium claws and X claws. Titanium claws. The user can transform their fingers into sharp titanium claws. Details. Sharp enough to cut steel, possibly stronger materials, more data needed. Uses. Can be used to scratch and cut enemies or certain materials, can open materials or doors that people get trapped in, other uses require more data. High combat potential, average rescue potential. Weaknesses. Unknown, other weaknesses require more data. Waking up, Izuku now had great news to give the girls. When he went downstairs, he reached the living room, with the news on the TV. Stain, or more commonly known as Hero Killer, was connected to the attack. Another pro-hero injured beyond recovery by the crazed serial attacker. Everyone was in a state of despair beyond what he remembered seeing them in. Momo's hand was over her mouth, her eyes almost tearing up, while Itsuka just stared at the ground. Melissa was crying against Mei's chest, who had an unreadable expression that he could only compare to the moment before she confessed to him. Gee girls. What's going on? Kami's head turned to his immediately. Stain's last victim was Ingenium. When Izuku and Momo arrived at UA, it was pouring rain. It was fitting, given the bad mood they were in, that Tenya was. What do we do? Izuku asked, not knowing how to do this. Well, there's a chance Iida-kun won't be able to attend today. Momo replied. He might need more time to recover from such a devastating loss. I don't think Iida would do that. Izuku shook his head. On the bright side, coming here might offer some relief from the oppressive atmosphere at home. However, he might also feel it's his duty to come here, even if it's better to try to recover from this shock. Momo frowned. I guess I don't have experience dealing with something like that. Okay. Don't force anything. Izuku replied. Hold out your hand. Be prepared for him not to accept it. Thank you, Izuku, said Momo. That train of thought died when Tenya approached them, wearing a poncho, looking dazed. Izuku approached him. Iida-kun. It's good to see you. Iida nodded and smiled, likewise, Jiro-kun. Congratulations on winning first place, Yaoi Rozu-san. I hope you enjoyed your days off. Izuku frowned at the subdued response. It wasn't a good sign, but it was to be expected. I want you to know that if you need help with anything at all, please come to me, Momo, anyone in the class, anyone. We're all here to help you. Tenya bowed. I appreciate your concern. For now, I'm coping as well as I can. We should get ready for class. With that, he obediently took off his raincoat and shoes and headed toward the classroom. Minutes later. It's good to see that, so far, you all understood Nezu's lesson on operational security well. Eraserhead said to the class when the last students entered the room. Today we will focus on a special hero informatics course, but first we need to show you the offers you received. You should be aware that the number of offers you received is highly unusual. First-year students rarely, if ever, receive hundreds of offers. Your year, by contrast, had offers similar to those of third-year students. And, as with third-year students, there is a large gap between the finalists and everyone else. Eraserhead pulled the whiteboard aside to reveal the numbers. Izuku Jiro. 4,873. Shadow Todoroki. 670. Iida Tenya. 296. Momo Yaoi Rozu. 272. Sayu Asui. 184. Ijiro Kirishima. 92. Ichako Uraraka. 69. Mina Shido. 17. Half Shoji. 15. Denki Kaminari. 3. Yumikage Tokoyami. 1. As always, the first and loudest to respond was Bakugo. Hey Aya. These damn pro heroes don't know what they're looking at. I'm the fucking future number 1, not the 3D printer and your idiot boyfriend. Ignoring Bakugo, Izawa continued. For those who did not receive offers, or if the internships offered do not meet their needs, UA has partnered with 40 hero agencies to provide experiences. Eraserhead explained. And for that, you will need hero names. He paused as the class burst into applause. Eraserhead silenced them with the use of his quirk. Once they were settled, he continued, now, these names are meant to be temporary, but you better be careful when choosing them. Or there will be hell to pay. Midnight burst into the classroom, posing sensually as she always did. What you choose today could be your hero name for the rest of your life. You better be careful or you'll be stuck with something totally indecent. It's Miss Midnight. Several students shouted in unison. Yeah, she's right. Izawa acknowledged as Midnight stopped next to the podium. Midnight will have the final approval on your names. He bent down to pick up his yellow sleeping bag from the floor. It's not really my forte. He remembered exactly how he got his hero name from his Ashi when they were in school. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. The hero name tells people exactly what you stand for. Everyone will grab a whiteboard and a marker and brainstorm ideas. Midnight handed out sets of 5 to the first table in each row. Once you've thought of a name, raise your hand and you'll be called to the podium to share and for final approval. Izawa watched for a few moments before getting into his sleeping bag. He leaned against the wall and quickly fell asleep. The class would have been quiet even if they weren't busy trying to think of hero names. I think I know the name I want. Izuku thought back to all the time he had spent trying to plan his future as a hero. He had come up with a lot of different ideas for names while training Unity and the various quirks he had copied. Alright, let's start presenting who already had ideas. Midnight said at the 5-minute mark. The first to present his idea was Aoyama, who stood up confidently before anyone could be called and walked to the front. Hold your breath. Aoyama warned his colleagues. The shining hero, my name is Chevalier. Monami, you can't deny my style. This is more normal than I expected. Almost the entire class thought upon seeing Aoyama's hero name. Continuing with the night theme, I like it. Midnight approved with a smile and thumbs up. Merci, mademoiselle. Aoyama thanked the teacher before returning to his seat. Small sparkles seemed to radiate from the boy. Ah, let me go next. Mina stepped up to the podium with a smile. My hero name. Acid Pink. She winked at the class with a smile and a peace sign. There you go. Midnight approved with a smile. Make these looks work for you, girl. It's accurate and easy to remember too. Good job. Mina laughed happily as she returned to her seat. Mind if I go next? Sai raised her hand. Come. Midnight agreed as she pointed at the frog user. I've had this name in mind since elementary school. Sai turned the whiteboard. Hero of the rainy season. Froppy. That's wonderful. Midnight gushed. It makes you sound approachable. What a great example of a name that everyone will love. Saya mumbled happily as she returned to her seat to the applause of her classmates. I have mine. Izuku stood up and walked to the podium with a small smile. The unifying hero. Unity. Oh. Midnight smiled at the name. Yeah. I really like that too. It incorporates your quirk and how you use it. Very good, Jiro. Most of the class applauded at the appropriate name for their representative. Thank you, ma'am. Izuku nodded to his teacher. He shared bright smiles with his friends on the way back to his seat. That's a great name, bro. Kirishima punched Izuku as they passed each other, while the Redeed headed to the podium next. The robust hero. Red Riot. Ah. Midnight smiled and her eyes softened. Are you paying homage to the gentleman hero? Crimson Riot. Yeah, he's kind of old school, but I always wanted to be a hero like him. Crimson is my idol. Kirishima smiled brightly. If you carry the name of someone you admire, then you have much more to live up to. Midnight gave the boy a smile. Living up to the ideals that inspire us can sometimes be difficult. But for those who carry these burdens to continue the names of approved heroes, it is a requirement. I know, and that's a weight I'll happily carry. Kirishima clenched his fists in front of him. I'll stand up and inspire others just like Crimson did, no matter the situation. I'll face this and overcome all fear and doubt. Wonderful. Midnight smiled at the hardening quirk user. That's what I came up with. Achako smiled shyly as she revealed her whiteboard on the podium next. Uravity. Ah. Midnight gushed at the name. It fits you perfectly, so cute. She approved the name without hesitation. Achako breathed a sigh of relief and smiled widely. I hope I live up to this name, the everything hero. Creative. Momo showed her whiteboard next. Creative. Midnight nodded with a smile. I like that. Momo smiled as her choice was approved and shared a warm look with Izuku as she passed by his seat on the way back to hers. From there it was smooth sailing. Ayaka named herself after her quirk with auditory hero. Earphone Jack. Sato chose the sweets hero. Sugarman. Zero was the recording hero. Cellophane. Kaminari proudly declared himself the stun gun hero. Charge Bolt. Tokoyami chose Jet Black hero. Tsukiyomi. Shoji used a suitcase with the tentacle hero. Tentacle. Toru kept it simple with stealth hero. Invisible girl. Koda went with the petting hero. Anima. And then came Bakugo. Explosive king assassination. Bakugo declared only to be instantly killed at midnight. No. Midnight shook her head. Come up with something less violent, please. Shoto. Todoroki had just decided to use his name, apparently. Just your name? Are you sure? Midnight looked at the two-toned boy curiously. After receiving a nod, he returned to his seat. Villain destroying assassin. Bakugo exclaimed. This is just a PR nightmare waiting to happen, no. This is going better than I thought. All that's left is Iida, Midoriya, and Bakugo, who need to rethink their. Midnight noted. Iida looked at the board and began to write for a second before stopping, hesitating on the name that came to mind. He remembered when he saw his brother in the hospital. His brother, Tensei, confessed that his injuries were severe enough that he could no longer work as a hero. It almost broke Iida's heart to see his brother in that state. To hear from his role model and older brother that Ingenium would have to retire when he had always done so much good. It had always been Iida's plan to learn under his brother's tutelage as an adjutant after he graduated. Can you use the name Ingenium for me? Brother. Tensei had requested that day at the hospital. I'm sorry, Tensei. I can't. Not until I'm sure you can't continue. Iida glanced at Izuku from the corner of his eye. He shook his head before deciding to erase what he had written. He simply wrote his own name like Todoroki did. Are you sure? Midnight looked disappointed, but accepted. She was a close friend of Tensei. It wouldn't surprise her if he asked his younger brother to take on the name Ingenium for him. Seeing Tenya not accept this was a bit worrying. Alright, Eraserhead, wake up. Midnight woke up the homeroom teacher. We're done with the names. Okay, I'm up. Izawa blinked for a moment before standing up inside his sleeping bag and letting it fall to his waist. Now that everyone has chosen their hero names, we can go back to talking about your internships. He looked around the class to make sure everyone was paying attention. They'll last for a week. As for the people you'll work with, whoever has offers will choose from the ones sent to them. Everyone else will have a different list to choose from. You have a lot to think about. There are about 40 agencies from all over the country that have agreed to hire interns from your class. Each agency has a different specialty that their heroes focus on, keep that in mind. If you plan on being a rescue hero in the future, you'll want to choose an agency that specializes in that area. Midnight offered a simple example to the class. Think carefully before you decide. Aizawa instructed his students. Yes, sir. The class responded in unison. The bell rang and the lists were distributed for the students to look over during the break before the next class began. I want to fight crime and bandits in a big city. Kirishima smiled as he looked over his list of offers. I'm hoping for a place with lots of water, maybe a lake. Sayu looked thoughtfully at the list she was given. Just turn in your choices before the weekend, Aizawa informed them as he and Midnight left the room, the modern hero art history professor waving at the kids with a smile. We only have a few days. Zero shouted in dismay. Yes, then you should start now. Aizawa replied flatly before closing the door behind him. Silence filled the classroom as the students looked over the various lists. Izuku was happily looking over agencies with his friends and classmates. Hey guys, have you decided which pro agency you're going to? Mina asked. I'm going with Mount Lady. Kaminari shouted. Kaminari, you're thinking of something perverted, aren't you? Sayu pointed out. Of course not. Kaminari denied. Ashido, you've also come very far in the tournament. It's strange that you haven't received any offers. Ajiro said. You can believe it. Jiro, have you decided yet? Achako asked, but immediately dropped her jaw when she saw the state Izuku was in. This is too much. Izuku said as he began to mumble about how many heroes were up for grabs for him and he had no idea who to choose. There was a stack of papers on his desk listed with all 4,873 offers he had received. He had received offers from all the major heroes. He had even gotten one from 3 that he knew. Ryukyu, Maruko, and Blizzard, which piqued his interest a bit. He wanted to thoroughly examine all of his options before making his final decision. Wow. Jiro seems to be overwhelmed. Achako said with a drop of sweat. Yeah, I couldn't even imagine how I would decide if I had received a large amount of offers like his. Momo said as she and the rest of the class laughed as they saw Izuku panic nervously due to the large number of offers he received. Izuku noticed that they were paying attention. Oh, sorry. I was just lost in thought. You're really thinking carefully about this, huh? Sayu asked. Actually, I've already decided. Achako announced. Serious? Where? Battle Hero. Gunhead Agency. Izuku widened his eyes in surprise. Huh. Gunhead is a great battle type. Are you going there, Uraraka? Yes. I got an offer from them. Seriously? I totally thought you were trying to be a hero like 13. Ultimately, yes. But fighting in the sports festival made me think. The stronger I get, the more possibilities I'll have. If I just do what I want, I'll have a narrower perspective. Izuku studied her and then nodded in agreement. I see. The bespectacled teenager seemed to be having trouble with his words. Jiro, what are the limits of your healing quirk? He finally decided to just ask a direct question. My limits? Izuku blinked at the unexpected question. In its base state, it can heal bruises, cuts, and other minor forms of damage. He explained the basis of the quirk. When I reinforce it as much as possible, I'm able to heal most types of damage, as long as I have the energy to spare. Izuku informed his classmate. Recovery Girl's lessons had revealed quite a bit about what his enhanced quirk could do, after all. Barring something like severe brain injuries or the loss of a limb, fully reinforced healing energy could work wonders. Jiro, may I ask you to accompany me after school today? Iida asked with a formal bow. Izuku blinked at the request, and the 90-degree bow Iida was giving him in full view of everyone. Both Momo and Kayaka were looking confusedly between Iida and Izuku. Sure, Iida. I'll just have to tell my parents that I'll be home a little late. Izuku agreed, and Iida stood up again with a grateful smile on his face. Thank you very much, Jiro. Iida seemed so grateful that Izuku could only think of one thing that was being indirectly requested. No problem, Iida, we're friends. Izuku smiled back and hoped he could help. After school. University of Tokyo Hospital. This way, please, Jiro. Iida led his colleague down a hospital corridor. After telling his parents that he would be home late, Izuku went with Iida after school. The pair had traveled by train in the opposite direction to the one Izuku usually took. After going through some procedures with Iida by his side, Izuku was allowed inside to meet the Iida family and see the injured Tensei. Iida. You do realize that I'm not legally allowed to try to heal your brother, right? Izuku didn't have a provisional hero license or any medical certificate that would allow such a thing. Not only that, but Tensei was already admitted to the hospital. Anything Izuku did could be construed as potentially harming the patient. You don't need to worry about that, Jiro-san, Iida's father said. He was an older man, quite a bit taller than Tenya. He was starting to show some gray in his navy blue hair, as well as a few wrinkles, but Izuku still found the man strong and steady despite his age. It was to be expected from a retired pro hero, he supposed. We've given permission and signed all the necessary forms with the hospital. You can try to heal our son without worrying about any legal repercussions. What wasn't said was the fact that the hospital had already admitted that there wasn't much more they could do for Tensei. He would probably be able to walk again after enough recovery time, but even with physical therapy, the chances of him running again were basically zero. Oh. Izuku blinked at the Iida family, having already settled everything. The fact that they clearly expected him to be able to do what the hospital couldn't was a sudden weight on his shoulders. See soul. That's what you're learning at UA for, right? To be able to heal people in need. To save lives. To be a hero. I'll do my best. You have my word. He bowed to the Iida family. After taking a few minutes to wash his hands and put on a surgical gown and mask, Izuku approached the unconscious Tensei. There were several machines connected to the injured pro hero, and Izuku made sure not to touch any of the sensors connected to Tensei's body. He gently placed his hands on the man, as close to the wound as he could. Izuku took a deep breath as he closed his eyes and compiled the quirks he would need. Prana Garden, one for all, Izuku compiled the two quirks together and began to fix the problem. The Iida family watched from the sidelines as Izuku did his best to heal their eldest son. The light green glow around the boy's hands grew stronger, and everyone collectively held their breath. It was only Tenya who noticed when Izuku began to hunch his shoulders. He was fairly certain that Izuku only did this when he expended a large amount of his energy using his various quirks. What was Izuku doing that would require so much energy? Prana Garden. Izuku activated a quirk that he had only used before to practice and learn to control. Izuku concentrated to make sure everything went well. Here we go, just a little bit more. Izuku assured himself as he worked with the internal heat and energy consumption. He used his quirk to guide the new material towards the missing part of Tensei's spine. The raw material automatically transformed into blank stem cells. But Prana Garden to guide him and ensure everything aligned and healed properly, Izuku watched as the missing piece grew back. He had to stay focused, though. The quirk connected new nerves to once again complete the spinal cord. The nearby disc was also healed from the damage caused by the loss of part of the spine. After the last of the internal work was done, Izuku focused on the rest of the raw material and let it mold itself into the missing section of the vertebrae. The bone grew back quickly, and soon it would be impossible to tell if there was any damage without some very specific medical technology. Midoriya. Tenya took a step forward as the bright light of Prana Garden disappeared. The second son Iida quickly moved to steady his classmate, while Izuku staggered as he turned to look at the Iida family. I just need to sit down, Izuku assured his classmate as he was guided to a chair. A bottle of ice-cold water was handed to him by Iida's mother. He placed it against his forehead for a long moment. After cooling his head a bit, he quickly drank the entire bottle in one go. It wasn't until he had rested for a few minutes that Izuku seemed to perk up a bit and sat up fully. Midoriya, are you okay? Tenya asked carefully. He would feel even worse if his classmate had gotten hurt trying to fulfill his own selfish request. I'm fine, Iida, don't worry. Izuku gave him a small smile. I never thought I would have to use this specific combination on a person before. And, will Tensei be okay? Tenya's father questioned as he looked between his eldest son and the green boy. A few days to be examined by the doctors and I'm sure he'll prove that he's fine. Izuku smiled softly at his parents. I acted as if the injury never happened. Ingenium can go back to helping other people as soon as he's discharged. The ever-proper Iida family let out a loud cheer upon hearing the news. Tenya almost hugged Izuku, but stopped himself at the last moment. The entire Iida family bowed deeply to Izuku in gratitude for his help. Izuku felt good about healing Tensei and saving the career of the turbo hero. Ingenium. But the tears of happiness and joy he saw on the Iida family's faces as they gathered around the still sleeping Tensei meant more than anything else to Izuku. He really felt like a hero. Upon returning to Melissa's house, Izuku found it strange to arrive to find Melissa, Kami, Momo, Itsuka, Najire, and Mei all sitting on the couch, their faces a little flushed when Izuku arrived. Girls. Is there a problem? Izuku asked. Izuku, could you sit down? We have something important to discuss. Momo said. Izuku sat down, feeling strange about the atmosphere of the place. And suddenly they all spoke at once. We love you, Izuku. Izuku turned completely red at this revelation. What? Izuku got nervous. Look, Izuku, each of us likes you. Momo said with a red face. I've been wanting to tell you this for a while now, Izuku. I think I discovered how I really felt on the night of the USJ. I was building up the courage to tell you. Me too, Izuku. Said Itsuka. From the moment you entered the dojo, I started to have a certain crush on you. I just had difficulty expressing myself. With that, each one confessed. Mei started to like him ever since he helped her with her babies. Amy and Najira liked him ever since they met at the beach, and Melissa was the one who surprised him the most. She started to have a crush on him ever since the festival when he defended her. Izuku managed to compose himself. I like all of you too, but I didn't want to hurt any of you, so I kept quiet. Izuku said, leaving the girls embarrassed but at the same time relieved with his statement. What should we do now? Each one was thoughtful, until Momo intervened. Polyamory. The polyamorous relationship. That's what it is. She looked at the girls with a soft smile. We all love him and he loves us. That's polyamory. Can we really do something like that? Itsuka asked, looking a little guilty. I don't know. Mei hummed. It all kind of happened today, actually. By the way, you have great muscles. Itsuka blushed at the sudden compliment. Izuku froze. It hasn't even been a day. He walked up the stairs robotically. It hasn't even been a day. The 6 girls watched him leave. Some things don't change. The girls laughed at Kami's comment. A few days later. You all have your costumes, right? Aizawa questioned his class as they stood at the station entrance. Wearing them in public is strictly prohibited, but don't drop them. Yes. Mina raised a briefcase above her head with a bright smile. It's yes, sir. Ashido, don't forget that. Aizawa stared at the pink-haired girl. Yes, sir. Mina pouted as her enthusiasm subsided. All of you be on your best behavior. Aizawa briefly activated his quirk and all 20 students straightened up. Now go. He pointed to the platforms and watched the teenagers separate. Class 1 began to separate after the teacher's warning, with Yaoi Rozu, Izuku, Iida, and Uraraka walking together. So, Momo, what's it like working with a model like you, Abami? Uraraka asked. I must say, I'm ecstatic. I can't even imagine how much I can learn from her. What about you, Izuku? You're going to learn from Endeavor's daughter. You must be excited. Izuku immediately perked up. Yes. Blizzard is an excellent heroine. I need to know what. Ah. Izuku was suddenly dragged to the opposite side of the group of friends. Now he and Yaoi Rozu were on the left with Izuku at the end, with Uraraka and Iida on the right. Izuku was confused as to why Yaoi Rozu decided to drag him to the other side, but then he realized why. The group had just passed Bakugo and Izumi on their way to the train. If she hadn't moved him, Izuku probably would have brushed against their shoulders. Izuku still hadn't spoken to Kaken since the festival. Originally, it was due to Bakugo having a sudden lack of interest in him, but now it was something else. While Izuku was happy that Yaoi Rozu had sworn him to secrecy about her past, it seems she made up for it by being protective. Uraraka and Iida ignored the action and stayed out of Bakugo's way, as did many in the class. Iida then looked at the train sign. This is my train. Good luck on your internships. Let us know how everything is at the end of the day. Said Ichako. It's time to go, Momo. Ichako shouted a moment later, seeing the time and that the train would arrive soon. See you in a week. Izuku said. The two said goodbye to Izuku with a hug. When the train arrived, they boarded. With Kayaka. To say the Kayaka Jiro was conflicted was an understatement. She was sitting on the train, waiting for it to depart. Ever since the festival, she had been having strange thoughts about a certain gravity quirk user. At first, they were just small things. She would look at Ichako and compliment her inwardly. Things like, she looks really pretty today or she's so smart. Then she would worry about what Ichako would think of something she did. She wanted to impress her all the time. Then it escalated to comparing Ichako to others. She would watch someone do something and almost immediately think of how Ichako could do it better. The compliments and little things she noticed about Ichako intensified as the days went by. Kayaka knew that Ichako would be feeling bad about her loss at that time. She tried looking for her after the festival, but she couldn't find her anywhere. Apparently, her parents had much better searching skills than she did. At the time, Jiro had no idea why this made her want to vomit. But then the dreams began. She started having vivid dreams about Ichako. Many nights after the festival she would wake up sweating and completely confused. She thought she had never had a crush on anyone before. But after these dreams, she realized that she had never looked at a guy before. She realized that every time she gave any kind of glance or compliment to another human being, they were of the same sex. The night she had her epiphany. She couldn't sleep for the next 24 hours. She looked at all the posters of her band and the male musicians and felt absolutely nothing. But she kept looking at all the female players. Accepting it was weird. After quirks came out, people stopped caring about appearance, sexuality, etc. Every person was weird, and quirks affected people in many different ways, not just physical. Judgment about those kinds of things was usually left out. However, realizing something like that about yourself was still a big deal. It was something you had to adjust to, completely readjust how you felt in your own skin. She was still a little lost. Okay, a lot lost, but at least she knew one thing. I, Kyoka Jiro, am completely in love with Ichako Uraraka. She had to repeat this to herself several times a day. She felt that if she didn't, she would go back to denying him and running away from him. Jiro just wanted to accept this now. Ayaka knew she would have to talk to her at some point. Well, you know. Except for the gay stuff. Rocker Girl looked out the window as the train started moving. She could see Izuku and Momo talking. Yaoi Rozu was giggling and twirling her front bangs like a cliché schoolgirl at Izuku. Blechk, gross. Seeing her brother dating was really annoying. Ichako was nearby and looked at Jiro, smiled and waved goodbye, her flawless face smiling brightly at Kyoka. Ayaka waved back, a stupid grin emerging on her face. Fuck. Back to Izuku. Izuku would also have to catch his own train soon. It wouldn't be good to be late for the first day of his first internship. Jiro. Todoroki greeted his colleague coldly when the two found themselves in the same carriage. Todoroki. Izuku blinked as he saw the two-toned teen heading in the same direction as him. I didn't know you were heading in the same direction as me. Who did you choose to intern with? My father. Todoroki informed him with a moderate air. I've received some advice since we started the school year. After the sports festival. I realized that I need to make some changes in my outlook on things. It's time to start being the hero I want to be. He wouldn't tell Izuku about his ongoing sessions with Hound Dog, that was private, but he decided to take the counselor's words seriously. Then I'm rooting for you, Todoroki. Izuku smiled at his colleague. I'm rooting for you, Jiro, Todoroki replied, a hint of a smile on his face. Maybe the next week spent at his sister's agency wouldn't be so bad. Blizzard Hero Agency. Quick guys. Fayumi told her companions as they ran to prepare the agency for the arrival of the two interns. We're receiving interns for the first time, this place needs to be spotless. She was even cleaning and organizing things to make the best first impression on Jiro. It's kind of weird that the boss wants everything even more in order than usual, huh? One sidekick whispered to another. Yeah, it kind of is. The other one agreed with a nod. I think it's because she might have met him before and she wants to make a perfect impression. A sidekick chuckled behind her hand. Oh. The first sidekick seemed to understand quickly. Who would have thought Blizzard was so interested in a teenager? The second companion laughed. Right. Sidekick laughed at the situation. If you have time to talk, then you have time to clean. Endeavor's deep voice spoke from behind the three companions, causing everyone to start sweating. Yes ma'am. All three saluted before running off to do more. Fayumi huffed at her sidekick speakers before heading to her office. I see. You were the ones who attacked the UA, right? A man with long black hair that he wore in a messy fashion, stated as he looked at the two men in front of him. He wore a dark combat suit, lined with metal armor all over his body to hold his various weapons. His torso was sleeveless, so he wrapped his arms in bandages from below his shoulders to his wrists. He also wore long black bracelets and a watch on his left arm. His knees were protected by metal pads, and the suit was complemented by black boots with steel armor. He would be most recognizable by his blood-red scarf and matching sash, as well as the tattered cloth he wore around his face as a mask. This was the hero killer. Stain. The villain was practically snatched from Hosu City by the swirling black portal that the man behind the bar undoubtedly controlled. Stain was in no rush with his self-imposed task of purging the world of false heroes. But he didn't like the sudden forced encounter. The bar the portal brought him to also looked like a cross between functional and rundown. Given that it was a villain hideout, it was probably falsely listed as vacant. And you want me to join your little gang? Stain looked at the young man with his hand covering his face like a mask. He didn't look like much of a leader. Yes, exactly. Shigaraki Tamura replied indifferently. When it comes to being evil, you are a professional. And what do you want? Stain asked categorically. Well, we want to kill All Might, eventually. Shigaraki mentioned the goal as if it were just a task to be performed. But I also want to destroy everything I don't like. He held up a picture of Midoriya Izuku from the sports festival, with just his thumb and index finger. The way he kept the rest of his fingers open revealed that his quirk required all 5 fingers for the experienced Stain. Like that brat, for example. Everything. It's ridiculous that you almost piqued my interest for a second. Stain sighed heavily at the other villain. You're. The type I hate the most. He looked at the light blue-haired man. Shigaraki looked at Stain in confusion. As if I would join some child throwing a tantrum. Stain took out 2 of his large knives. Bloodlust without conviction is meaningless. Shigaraki Tamura knows nothing but the urge to destroy. I thought inviting this man here would help him grow. But it seems I was wrong. Gurujiri thought as he saw how quickly the meeting was deteriorating. Sensei, should I stop them? He directed the question to a screen that displayed nothing but was clearly on. No, it's fine. The voice that came from the speakers assured the warp gate user. There is no point in simply giving someone an answer. He must be taught to come to these conclusions on his own. We must help him mature. There was a dark chuckle for a brief moment. That is what education really means. Stain almost blurred as he moved. Kurogiri felt one of the large knives slice into his left arm. In the next instant, he lost all ability to move. Only leaning partially on the bar top kept him upright. In the next second, Shigaraki was knocked off the bar stool and thrown to the ground. One of the large serrated knives was embedded in his right shoulder, while the other was pointed at his neck. To truly accomplish anything, it takes will. And conviction. Stain looked into the other villain's eyes. Those without it. The weak. They will be eliminated. It's natural. He moved the free knife towards Shigaraki's neck. That's why you're about to die. Ouch. So strong. Shigaraki commented without caring. Kurogiri, send him away. I can't move, it's probably the hero killer Quirk. Kurogiri informed the one he was supposed to watch. The word hero has lost its original meaning. Stain looked at Shigaraki with disgust. In this corrupt society, full of counterfeits and frauds. He almost spat as his tone became harsher. Criminals who also exert their weight aimlessly. He brought the knife closer and closer to the other man's neck. You are all targets of my purge. The knife cut the hand that covered Shigaraki's face. Hey, wait. Shigaraki grabbed the blade with his right hand, not caring how he was making the knife stabbed into his right shoulder move, causing him more injuries. Not this hand. Not this one. His tone changed, becoming distant for lack of a better term. I'm going to kill you. The steel blade began to corrode and break under the power of his quirk. Huh. Stain's eyes narrowed as he saw what power the villain wielded. You sure talk a lot of conviction, huh? Shigaraki spoke with a hint of mania in his voice. No, I have nothing as grand as convictions. The blade crumbled to dust in his hands. But if I have to say what motivates me, I'd say it's all might. His eyes widened as a demented smile appeared on his face. That piece of trash. And the society that worships him. I want to turn them all to dust. That's my conviction. Stain jumped as Shigaraki tried to grab him, roughly ripping the knife from his shoulder to cripple his arm. My wounds from last time had just healed. Shigaraki's right arm hung limply as he scratched his neck with his left hand. We don't have a healer in our group, you see. So, how about you take some responsibility for what you did? You first. Stain replied as he sheathed his still intact knife. Our respective goals couldn't be further apart. But, a dark smile, practically showing his teeth to the other man, spread across the hero killer's face. Destroying the status quo. That's the only ambition we have in common. Get lost. Go home and die. Shigaraki's tone returned to normal. I'm the type you hate the most. Or something like that. I was just testing your sincerity. Stain informed the younger villain. People show their true face when death stares them in the face. His piercing gaze showed that he was analyzing Shigaraki. You're strange, but your will. I can see the seed of some twisted conviction within you. He looked at the villain behind the bar, realizing that he could move again. I wonder what this seed will produce. Shut up. Shigaraki mocked the older man. I'll deal with you properly once I've resolved this. Stain declared to the two villains in front of him. Maybe it's not too late. Deal with me. Shigaraki gently touched his injured shoulder. I can't say I really want that crazy guy as a member of our group. Shigaraki Tamura Kurogiri spoke, catching his attention. He will add much needed firepower to our efforts. Our negotiations were successful. We're done here. Stain refuted the war portal user's words. Send me back to Hosu. There's still something I need to resolve there. He showed his tongue longer than usual. Part of my work was even undone. Genius Hero Office. Tokyo. To be honest, I'm not a fan of yours. Best Genius spoke to his newest trainee. The current pro hero number 4 was a tall thin man with a rather long neck and dark heavily eyelashed eyes that seemed to slant slightly inwards. He had long blonde hair that he combed sharply to the left, covering his left eye. His hero costume consisted of a pair of jeans, a denim vest with 2 large pockets on the chest, and a denim shirt with a very high collar that covered his face to just below his nose. He wore 2 belts, one at the collar and one at the waist, and short dark brown boots with thick gray shafts and soles. Huh. Bakugo barely resisted the urge to glare at the pro hero. I imagine the only reason you chose my agency was because I'm one of the 5 most popular heroes, right? Genist easily deduced why Bakugo accepted his internship offer. But you were the one who sent the offer. Bakugo was looking now and he growled with a tone of disdain. Yes. Because all I've had lately are little benefactors. Genist pointed at Bakugo. But you're the first one in a long time who's a little more fierce. He ran his fingers through his blonde hair and made sure to comb it to the left. Part of my job as a hero is to reform people like you. Genus took a comb from his left chest pocket, holding it as he gave Bakugo a serious look. Heroes and villains are two sides of the same coin. I can see it in that look of yours. Bakugo felt his eyes twitch at the comment. So, let's start by answering this, what really makes someone a hero? I didn't come here to get lectured, damn it. Bakugo was furious at how the first day of his internship was going. While you're here, I intend to teach you as much as possible about this industry. Ayumi spoke clearly as Izuku stood before Harem and Blizzard's desk. I got a good feel for your abilities at the sports festival, but we'll review your physical abilities a bit later anyway, understood? Yes ma'am. Izuku replied promptly. For now, though, you'll learn the crucial part of this job, the one that most heroes end up getting in trouble with the government for. Fayumi picked up a stack of papers and placed them on the table. The paperwork. Izuku almost fell on his face at the sudden loss of tension. It's not glamorous, but it's absolutely necessary for any pro hero, and even more so for a hero who has his own agency. You have to know the law to uphold it. Serving the people and protecting them from villains and disasters means knowing what you can and cannot legally do in the field. Reports, forms, requests, and all sorts of paperwork can and will come your way as a pro hero. So, we'll start with that before we move on to patrols and fieldwork, understood? Yes ma'am. Izuku nodded this time. Izuku stood in front of Fayumi, he had one thing to say. Blizzard. I know about Shoto's past. Fayumi stopped what she was doing. What? Shoto told me. He doesn't know everything. Izuku was surprised by that. Fayumi looked at him. You must already know about peculiar marriages, right? With those 6 little words, Izuku felt his stomach tense. Endeavor has money and accomplishments, and he used both to conquer my mother's family and control his quirk. Since he could never beat All Might, he decided to try the next best thing. Using my brothers and I to fill the role he wants, since All Might is better. Before me, he was focused on my older brother. Tuya. Izuku felt his eyes widen. You mean? Tuya Todoroki. As in? The hero of the blue flame, soul. Fayumi nodded. That's right. I'm not sure. With my brother, he went easier on him, the icy heroine grimaced, training him fairly and keeping an eye on his limitations. But when it became clear that my brother had no control over his flames, he'd inherited our mother's resistance to freezing cold instead of Endeavor's resistance to heat. My old man moved on and started focusing on me after I was born. Tuya tried to prove himself to Endeavor, but, well, I'm sure you already know the story. I know, Izuku nodded, feeling himself shiver slightly at the thought, whether it was that or being frozen half an hour ago, Sakoto Park. He lost control of his flames and disappeared for a while, didn't he? He did. And for a while, my family thought he was dead. My mom didn't take it well. She had a breakdown right after my brother disappeared. It wasn't just my brother's death, it was a lot. And she ended up throwing burning water at Shadow's face and giving him that scar. Izuku felt his jaw drop in horror, and the shuffling of feet near the wall also stopped. Shortly after my mother was admitted to the hospital, Fayumi's voice turned bitter. Endeavor doubled down on training Shadow. After Tuya died, he lost any hesitation he had when it came to training him. Like, he wasn't hesitant to be rude to him anymore. But then, one day. Fayumi removed her hand from her face, looking at the ground. One day, Tuya came back. He survived whatever happened to him and came home, covered in surgical scars. What? Izuku blinked in surprise. Well, of course I'm aware that he eventually came back and became a hero, but I thought the surgery scars were from when he apparently survived. That's what he said during one of his interviews. It's technically true. Shadow frowned, shaking his head. He never said who helped him. He said he didn't even remember how he survived, much less who saved him and saved his life. He changed. He made it clear to the old man that he would be a hero, even if Endeavor didn't want him to be one, and began training independently to become a hero, until he was finally chosen by the HPSC. I don't know that since he disappeared when Shadow was a baby, he was different. Fayumi frowned sadly. He wasn't anything like the one I remembered. There was another pause. Tuya once told me. She grimaced at the ground. That he knew Shadow was his replacement. That Endeavor kicked him out in favor of Shadow. And he's treated me coldly ever since. Nothing I've done could impress him. Shadow never cared what Endeavor thought of him and endured the training that doubled when Tuya returned. But for Tuya. She let out a small sigh. I don't recognize him anymore. Fayumi began to tremble. Izuku doesn't know what happened, but his body moved on its own. He hugged Fayumi tightly, intending to calm her down. Fayumi returned the hug. Hosu City. Ingenium Agency. From now on we will be patrolling in groups of at least 3. Tensei informed his companions at the morning meeting. I was attacked by the hero killer when I was alone, and that is Stain's Mo. All the helpers, and Tenya as the only intern, nodded in agreement. Now that we know he is here in Hosu, we will take all precautions to prevent another attack. Yes, sir. The companions sang in unison. We'll have to alter our normal patrol routes a bit to compensate for the groups of 3, but safety is our main concern. Tensei pointed to the large map of Hosu on the table. We're not going after Stain on some revenge trip, understand? Our duty is to the civilians and their safety. If Stain shows himself, we'll engage, but we won't play into his hands and let him tear us apart. We'll patrol as we normally do, but if you see anything, call in and we can all support each other. Yes, sir. The companions, and Tenya this time, confirmed together. Alright, we have an intern for the week, so let's show him how we normally operate. Tensei smiled at his younger brother, and all the companions applauded to welcome the young man. Tenya could only thank them for the warm welcome, with a smile on his face. Now, let's define the new patrol routes and head there. I already have a team-up request placed on the HeroNet. I am hopeful that, with several pro-heroes, Stain will release Hosu into custody to face justice for his crimes. Who did you request, Ingenium? One of the assistants asked curiously. It was always good to know which heroes they would be working with soon. I've made a request to the Ryukyu Agency, Blizzard Agency, and Endeavor Agency. Tensei informed the group. If both of them can join the hunt for Stain, I'm sure he can be captured before he hurts anyone. The daughter of the number 2 pro hero, the number 2 hero himself, and the number 9 pro hero, not even Stain could face the 3 of them. Another companion commented with a thoughtful look on his face. They'll also bring some of their companions, if they agree, so we'll do our best to help them navigate Hosu. Tensei tapped the map on the table again. Until I hear from them, we'll operate as normal. Yes, sir. The companions agreed with their leader and went to the table to define the new patrol routes. This is what I've always wanted to learn from you, Tensei. Iida was doing his best to keep his face neutral, but a smile kept threatening to take over his face. It had been his dream for a long time to learn alongside his older brother. Now, here he was, working as an intern at his brother's agency. He couldn't be happier if he tried. Ryukyu Agency. Tatsuma Ryuko, also known as Dragon Hero Ryukyu, looked at the notification on the computer screen. Professional hero number 9 had just returned from her last patrol of the day and was eager to take a shower and soak in the tub afterwards. Chasing a speed quirk-wielding villain for most of the afternoon had been tiring. All the effort the villain had put into escaping after robbing a jewelry store, and he might have gotten away if it weren't for her ability to fly. Aerial reconnaissance with his companions on the ground had allowed them to corner the man and left him out of breath from overusing his quirk. After that, it was a simple matter to hand the exhausted villain over to the police. I wonder what this is. Ryukyu clicked on the HeroNet notification. She would start writing her report for the day after her bath. At team. She raised an eyebrow before starting to read. Once she finished, the dragon hero leaned back in his chair with a thoughtful look on his face. Ingenium Agency and the hero killer. It wouldn't be a bad idea to form a team and try to arrest Stain. The serial killer was a threat and had already killed or maimed many heroes. Supposedly, the man was a madman who claimed to be purging the world of what he called fake heroes. As if his idea and definition of a hero were the only valid and legitimate ones. It might be good to have several eyes in the sky to prevent him from escaping. Ryukyu thought about it and considered bringing her work student, semi-companion and basically her protege, Hadu Najire. Of course, Ryukyu. What's the matter? Is it a powerful villain? Black market stuff. Please tell me. Ryukyu chuckled to herself, already able to hear Najire's acceptance. Who else did Ingenium request? The blonde woman went back to the beginning of the request. Blizzard. Ryukyu smiled, it was good to be working with a friend. Endeavor. Ryukyu didn't say anything about the man, he had a near impeccable track record and decades of service as a professional hero. But he might be a bit much to live with. She exhaled, shaking her head. It wasn't like it was impossible to team up with Endeavor or anything. He was quite abrasive in the line of duty, always pushing forward and trying to do more, to be better. Chasing All Might's shadow. Ryukyu hoped the man would eventually let that go. He was already a sidekick, fresh out of UA High, when Ryukyu was born. After all this time, the man only recently seemed to calm down a bit. Asking me an Endeavor. Obviously Ingenium wants aerial reconnaissance to help track down Stain. Endeavor is fast and has the power to take on most villains on his own. Not a bad team. The woman thought to herself for a few long moments. What the hell, we'll do our best to stop the serial killer, Stain. She clicked the accept button and began typing her response to Ingenium. She needed to tell him how many of her companions she was bringing and which ones. This would be a good case to bring in Najire as well. The young girl was already on her way to being a beacon of heroism and peace in Japan. Much like her two friends, Tagada and Amajiki. These three would be incredible in the future, continuing the era of peace that All Might had helped usher in over the past few decades. The number one hero couldn't be the sole pillar forever. Symbol of peace or not, he was still human, he would have to retire one day. The man was close to 55 years old, based on when he graduated from UA High. That was already much older than most heroes who retired, save for a few like Yoroi Musha. This man had to be older than Ryukyu's father, and was still an active pro hero. Hosu City. Alley. Where are you, Ingenium? Stain was searching for the fake hero he had already punished. Somehow, he had fully recovered in a ridiculously short time. The fake had found someone to undo his work. It didn't matter. He would soon learn the fake hero's routine again. So it was just a matter of getting rid of him permanently this time. This corrupt society, beset by forgeries and frauds, will be purified. No matter how long I must continue my work, it will be done. The serial killer moved through the shadows of the alleys, always careful to stay out of sight. He never took any chances with his purge. One by one, he would pick off the fakes alone and then punish them for claiming to be heroes. For those who at least tried to act like heroes, he crippled them for their recklessness. Those who mocked the title of hero were sacrificed to create a better world for true heroes to rise. Once Ingenium was dealt with this time, he would go after his next target, the pro hero named Native. This fake would be another sacrifice, just another fraud in search of money and glory. He grabbed the hilt of one of his knives. It would soon be between the faker's ribs. League of Villains hideout. Sensei. How many Nomu are ready to go? Shigaraki asked the blank screen on the counter. He was still bandaged from his fight with the hero killer. None on the level of the one you attacked the USJ with. All for one replied through the television speakers. But 6 are fully operational at this time. Send them to me. Shigaraki asked as he thought about Stain and what he would like to do with the bastard. Why? All for one questioned his protege with an invisible smile on his face. Because I don't like that hero killer. Shigaraki replied immediately. And I can destroy everything I don't like, right, sensei? You can have 3. All for one granted after a moment of reflection. Take this opportunity to learn something. Tamura. Yes, sensei, Shigaraki agreed, though all he wanted to learn was the best way to destroy Stain's dream and work. He wanted to leave the hero killer with absolutely nothing before killing the man. All for one location. Let's see what you learn from this chance, Tamura. All for one chuckled darkly once more, fanning the flames of Tamura's anger and hatred for the world. He was eager to see how his project would develop from this experience. Perhaps the boy would learn proper planning and some leadership skills. The former villain pressed a single button on the arm of the chair. The sound of a call was heard on the speaker next to his ear, built into the chair as well. The call didn't even ring before it was answered by a familiar voice. Ah, to what do I owe the pleasure of your unexpected call? An elderly voice asked with a chuckle. There was the sound of typing heard in the background during the call. Doctor, I need 3 Nomu. All for one said and the typing stopped. Which 3 would you like? Garaki asked with a curious tone. Just one of the near high ends. The weakest one. All for one wouldn't waste a lot of high-end resources just to test Tamura. The flying one that's in storage, and the last one can be any of the low-end ones you choose. I see. Garaki resumed typing as far as All for one could hear. I'm not ready to waste something very important, I assume. Just letting Tamura try for leadership again. All for one chuckled darkly. I hope it goes better than last time. Garaki grumbled, still irritated about losing one of his near high ends at the USJ. I've had to do more rounds at the hospital since that incident. The investigation heroes have been looking into the history of several doctors in the country. They clearly know that someone had to make the Nomu they recovered from the USJ. Would you require extraction, doctor? All for one would not allow Garaki to be captured if he could help it. The man was still vital to his century-old plan. Not yet, they have no reason to suspect me other than my doctorate in medicine and quirkology. Many doctors have that nowadays. I shouldn't stand out too much. Garaki replied, seemingly dismissing the concern. If my lab is in danger of being discovered, then the story will be different. Noted. All for one made sure to start making some extra contingency plans in case something happened to the lab or Garaki himself. He wouldn't allow a century of work to be ruined for any reason. Let me know your coordinates when you have them prepared and I'll pass them on. Of course, it shouldn't take long, the one in storage will need a day or so to fully revive. I'll talk to you then. Garaki informed in a clinical tone as he spoke about the process. Very well, Tamura will wait until he has the Nomu before doing anything, I will make sure of that. All for one ended the call and leaned back in his chair. It was time for another lesson and to see how far the next Nomu had come. He needed obedient and powerful soldiers to fulfill his ambitions. Another field test will provide good data and at the same time teach tomorrow. Truly, two birds with one stone. An amused laugh filled the dimly lit room a moment later. At Endeavor Hero Agency, a lot happened on the morning of the third day of the internship. Todoroki was confused at first, but the confusion was cleared up when Endeavor came out of his office and got everyone's attention. Listen up. The Endeavor exploded and everyone practically stood at attention. We have received a team-up request sent by Ingenium. He is requesting help from myself, Lizard and Ryukyu to deal with the hero killer. Stain. Some murmurs were heard among the various companions for a moment. The hero killer. Shadow knew that he was the one who had originally injured Ingenium. It seemed that Iida's older brother wasn't taking any chances. A team from the Ingenium, Endeavor, and Ryukyu agencies should be more than even the elusive hero killer could escape. I'll take Burnin, Kidm, Anima and our intern to Hosu. Endeavor informed his sidekicks with finality. Boss, is it okay to take the intern? This is the hero killer we're talking about. Burnin looked at Todoroki and then back at Endeavor. I know he's one of the best in his class at UA, but Burnin is right, sir. Anima expressed her agreement with her colleague. He won't be facing the assassin. He'll be there to observe and learn. Endeavor fixed his eyes on his son, making sure the teenager firmly understood his instructions. At most, they'll be tasked with keeping civilians out of harm's way. Alright then, right. Kidm looked at Burnin and Anima for their opinions now. I think so. Burnin looked at the two teenagers. She would be lying if she said she didn't like the boy. He was a hard worker and didn't complain about the tasks they had been given the last 2 days. Yes, if they are not on the front lines, then they should be safe. Anima nodded after a few moments of thought. We'll be leaving for Hosu soon, so make sure you're prepared. Endeavor looked at the 4 who came with him. For everyone else, I expect you to continue with your duties normally while we're gone. I want the daily reports on my desk, as always, and I'll review them as soon as I return. Yes, sir. The rest of the sidekicks replied professionally. Ryukyu Agency. This is so exciting, it's a really big case, right Ryukyu? Nijire said. Yes, Nijire, it is. Ryukyu couldn't help but smile at the brunette. She was an adorable ball of energy, sometimes a bit headstrong. We'll be tracking down the hero killer in Hosu and putting an end to his string of murders and attacks. Oh, that guy. Nijire didn't look angry, but a grimace was on her beautiful features. He definitely needs to be stopped. What's his problem with heroes, anyway? He believes that the modern hero system is flawed and thinks he can change it by force. Ryukyu sighed as he thought about what was known about the villain. Honestly, he's not entirely wrong. There are some people in this industry who don't do hero work to help others, but to get rich. However, his methodology is absolutely incorrect, and he's nothing more than a serial killer at this point. That's why we're going to stop him. Right. Nijire nodded, her face serious but somehow still adorable. Ingenium Agency. Noon. Endeavor, Burnin, Anima, Kidm, Blizzard, Izuku and Todoroki entered the large building that was the Ingenium Agency. They were promptly greeted by the receptionist and led to a large meeting room. Once there, they were greeted with the sight of Ingenium, along with several companions, including Tenya and Ryukyu with his own companions. Endeavor, good to see you, thank you for agreeing to this team up. Ingenium gave a brief bow to the older hero. The hero killer needs to be stopped, I'm here because I'm a hero. Endeavor nodded to Ingenium. Blizzard, you have no idea how happy I am to reveal this to you, said Ingenium. I wish it were under better circumstances, said Blizzard. Now that we're all here, we should start the interrogation and planning. Ryukyu suggested and Ingenium agreed with a nod. This is a map of Hosu. Ingenium pointed to the large map on the table. Everyone gathered around to take a good look as the local hero continued to speak. I was separated from my companions and attacked at this location. He pointed to a circled spot on the city map. If we apply Stain's previous attacks on other cities and assume he follows his current pattern, then we're looking at 3 more attacks at the very least before he moves on. We'll need to reconnoiter all the main areas where crimes happen, that's where the heroes patrol the most. Blizzard examined the map closely. What areas would you recommend for this, Ingenium? The main shopping district, the entertainment district, and this part of the shopping district. Ingenium circled the 3 points on the map. They have the highest crime rates in Hosu. Izuku noticed that the circled area of the shopping district was very close to where Ingenium had first been attacked. He saw Endeavor give him a brief nod, obviously the number 2 pro hero had noticed Izuku's observation. The chances of Stain attacking the same area were lower than him going through to the shopping or entertainment district. I have companions who will be more than happy to help you navigate Hosu while we track down the hero killer, Ingenium nodded as 2 of his companions stepped forward. The Hosu-based pro explained that one of them had a quirk that allowed them to fly with the help of their gear, one had a water-type quirk, while the other had a fire-type emitter quirk and could work well with Endeavor's group. How much area can we cover with teams of 4 at least? Endeavor asked, knowing that Ingenium had just over 60 sidekicks in his agency. The standard patrol routes are here, here, and here. Ingenium began to outline the normal patrols his agency did in Hosu. So, we've hit the 4 main areas of interest ourselves. The normal hero agency, run by Manuel, covers this area here, and he's already agreed to work with us. His companions are already on the lookout for any suspicious activity in their area, in case Stain is hiding there. That's good. It would be strange if Stain stayed in the same areas he carried out his attacks. Having eyes in different parts of the city would be crucial. Ryukyu agreed as he looked at the 2 different patrol areas. They won't exactly blend in with the outfit he was seen in before. People tied up to their teeth with bladed weapons rarely do. Endeavor let out a small grunt. Speaking of which, what do we know about Stain's quirk? It's some kind of paralysis. Ingenium informed, remembering exactly how Stain defeated him and crippled him when he couldn't move. He didn't activate it immediately when he attacked me, so we can infer that it's not something he can activate before a specific condition is met. In my case, it was only after he cut me that his quirk took effect. A cut. So, some kind of poison. Blizzard's eyes narrowed at the prospect. Poison or venom-based quirks were somewhat uncommon, but they did exist and could have a variety of effects on a person. Not according to the toxicology report that was performed on me when I was admitted to the hospital. Ingenium shook his head. There were no traces of foreign substances in my bloodstream. The act of drawing blood, perhaps. Izuku muttered softly, but Blizzard heard him. If you have any ideas about Stain's quirk, then share them. Synthesis. Blizzard warned his intern, using the chosen hero name. Oh. Yes miss. Izuku saw all eyes on him and took a second to compose himself. If there was no foreign substance in Ingenium's body when he was admitted to the hospital, the poison angle is less likely. I was thinking that Stain is known for carrying tons of sharp weapons with him to commit his attacks, and with Ingenium's experience, perhaps the act of cutting a target has something to do with the activation of his quirk. Maybe he needs his target's blood for that. A good theory. Ryukyu gave the intern a gentle smile. If he carries that many blades and was only able to activate his quirk after cutting through the Ingenium, then that theory has merit. That's true, Ingenium agreed, giving Izuku a smile. I couldn't see what happened during the attack itself. I was cut, and before I could turn to Stain again, my body went limp and I was on the ground, unable to move. So we're assuming he needs access to our blood to use his quirk. Endeavor looked between Ingenium and Ryukyu. Both professionals gave him a nod of agreement, which he returned. That means the only people facing Stain directly should be those who can block sharp weapons without injury, or those who can get rid of any blood before Stain has a chance to use it to activate his quirk. I agree, it would be risky to send heroes vulnerable to sharp weapons in this case. Ingenium examined his many companions, choosing who among them had individualities appropriate for this mission. My dragon form scales will stop a sword or knife blade without any problems. Ryukyu informed her fellow professionals. I can burn any blood before it can be used if Stain gets close enough to me to draw blood. Endeavor confirmed right after the dragon hero. Most villains would stay away if they confronted him. Getting too close to the flame hero was just asking to be burned in a combat situation. I can lower the temperature to the point where Stain's knives or swords will break, said Blizzard. My suit is heavily resistant to sharp weapons, but Stain is incredibly skilled. He targeted the small gaps in my suit to take me down last time. Ingenium informed the other 2 professionals, warning them of the hero killer's proficiency with his preferred weapons. We should form groups then and familiarize ourselves with each other's quirks before we start patrols. Stain's MO is to operate at night when most of the heroes are patrolling, so that a missing person doesn't get noticed too quickly. Ryukyu suggested to the group at large. Both Endeavor, Blizzard, and Ingenium agreed, and the heroes began to talk and explain the functions of their quirks, leaving the trainees to chat among themselves. Iida, good to see you. Izuku smiled at his friend. Learning a lot from your brother. It's good to see you too, Midoriya. Iida smiled back. I've already learned a lot from my brother in the last 2 days. He showed me some aspects of the hero profession that I only partially knew when it comes to running an agency. The bespectacled teenager was all smiles as he talked about his brother. I hope you and Todoroki are learning the same way. Paperwork mostly. Todoroki shrugged to explain what they were doing most of the time. Me too. Izuku said. Ah, yes, that's part of what we've been going over since day one. Iida nodded, though the look in his eyes suggested he was also shocked by the amount of things there were to do. Izuku. Nijire suddenly jumped at Izuku, giving him a strong hug. Izuku reciprocated. The 2 boys almost jumped back from the girl and her surprise appearance. I'm Heido Nijire, UA Hero Course, Class 3A. I'm your senpai. She laughed happily at Izuku's friends. I didn't know I would meet other trainees in this team up. It's so interesting to see. Hi to you too, Najire. Izuku greeted the cheerful girl. I'm Iida Tenya, Class 1A. Iida quickly replied with a proper greeting. Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki gave a brief nod to the girl. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Najire was still smiling before almost zooming in on Izuku. Hey, Izuku, I learned a new move, wanna see it? The two students from Class 1 quickly discovered that their senpai was a curious chatterbox and was actually very close to Izuku. Yes, I do. What does it do? Can you regulate the strength of your explosions or will they become stronger? Does flying consume a similar amount of energy or less? Najire was now the one on the receiving end of a barrage of questions. Hey, Izuku, one at a time. Najire laughed with her hands raised in front of her. Is that why Yayu says I need to slow down? She looked thoughtful for a second before laughing. To answer your questions, the energy I produce doesn't match any known in the natural world, so it was classified as an energy unique to my quirk. I can also fully control how weak or strong my explosions are. Flying consumes even less energy than an explosion, but it's a constant consumption, not a sudden drop. I see, that makes sense. Izuku muttered as he wrote down everything Najire was telling him. I think we lost them. Todoroki looked between the conversation and Iida. So it seems so. Iida blinked at the rapid questions and answers flying back and forth between Izuku and Najire. On top of a building in the center of Hosu. Night. A swirling black portal of mist appeared out of nowhere. From within the swirling mist emerged Shigaraki Tamura, clad in the severed hands that made up his villain outfit. He looked out over the city as Kurogiri formed from the portal and stood behind him. So this is Hosu, huh? Shigaraki asked rhetorically, scratching his neck. More excited than I thought he'd be, with a hero killer running around. He sneered at the man who stabbed him when they first met. For all his arrogant talk, he's still only at the small potato stage. It's almost precious how much he's trying. You shouldn't criticize him too much. Kurogiri spoke. Every city he's appeared in has seen widespread drops in crime rates. Some theorize that this is linked to an increase in the hero's awareness. The Warp Gate user informed the one he was tasked with taking care of. Stain was at least accomplishing part of what he set out to do. Well, that's great. Shigaraki scoffed at the hero killer's efforts. Enough with the end of heroism. Hero killer. More like hero maker. Even if only indirectly. He grumbled at the fool who actually increased the hero's effectiveness. I knew it. We're too different, deep down. He irritates me. Shigaraki growled as he crossed his arms. Kurogiri, bring the Nomus. Of course. Kurogiri's hazy body began to ripple before spinning into a large warp gate next to the villain's body. From the purple-black abyss, 3 enormous figures emerged. 2 of them were whitish, a sickly color, with their brains exposed on top of their heads. The one crawling along the ground had incredibly long limbs and 4 eyes embedded in its exposed brain. The other terrifying-looking monster had large bat-like wings on its back and 4 limbs that ended in claws. It also wore what appeared to be some sort of breathing mask over its mouth. The final figure was a massive mountain of muscle. Its skin was jet black, and most horrifying of all was its complete lack of a skull. Its large exposed brain simply sat on its neck and jaw, with no eyes at all. As if I would let him get away with stabbing me like that. Shigaraki spat with his long messy hair covering his eyes. If he wants to get angry, we let him. He let out a mirthless laugh. Which one of us can cause more destruction? Let's see. He made a motion with his arms, and all 3 Nomu jumped from the top of the building. I'll crush his pride and dignity. Stain. Shigaraki promised with a hiss as he watched the Nomu descend on Hosu. Streets of Hosu City. Almost 6 hours and not even a minor crime. I suppose that's a good thing. Burnin commented as the Endeavor group patrolled one of the 3 routes where Stain would likely appear. This allows us to search for any signs of the hero killer, so we should be grateful for the calm. Kid mentioned, making sure to take a good look at an alleyway as they passed. We are all in communication, so if anyone finds him, they will certainly inform us immediately. Anima tapped the receiver to her ear. Who did Ingenium say was patrolling the area near this route? Endeavor asked, realizing they hadn't seen who it was yet. Native. Todoroki replied with a neutral tone. He and his father were still distant, the rift between them could not be bridged in a short time, but he would try to talk to him and be helpful during the internship. Hound Dog had told him that the first step to overcoming his problems was to acknowledge them. The second step was to try to overcome his intense dislike for his father, which meant acknowledging the man and seeing his response. So far, he was somewhat surprised at how his father's behavior had changed since the last time he had voluntarily spoken to the man. Not a bad hero, professionally, Endeavor nodded to Shoto in acknowledgement, but I can't say much about him beyond his public record. I've never worked with the man before. He likes the spotlight, but so do many professionals. Anima shrugged, before scanning the street with her eyes for signs of criminal activity. Boom boom boom. 3 faint explosions occurred in the distance but were still loud enough to reach the group. All 4 professionals were instantly on alert and trying to identify the source of the explosions. A few moments later, a popping sound was heard in the headphones they all had. City center. 3 villains. I think. What the hell are those things? Ryukyu's voice came over the radios. What part of the city center? Endeavor asked with his finger pressed on the device so he could speak to the other pro hero. Entertainment district, almost right in the center of it. How did these things infiltrate the city without being noticed? Ryukyu gave them the information. We're engaging them. They're attacking indiscriminately. We're going. Endeavor looked at his sidekicks and 2 interns. Shoto, Synthesis, you 2 are in civil evacuation. Do not get involved unless your life is at risk or you prevent someone else from getting hurt. Yes, sir. Izuku and Todoroki nodded in accordance with the instructions. A few minutes later, Endeavor, Blizzard, Ryukyu and sidekicks arrived at their destination. Todoroki was about to follow them before his eyes widened and he suddenly stopped. Todoroki. Izuku winked at his classmate. The hero killer. Todoroki pointed to the alley where he saw the man illuminated by the city lights long enough to make a positive identification. What? Izuku turned his head only to see the empty alley. Are you sure? Yes. Todoroki nodded and the 2 boys exchanged a look. They shouldn't have gotten involved, but the incident in the city center had called all the heroes there. What should we do? Izuku looked between the portal that was still open in the alley. Damn. Todoroki actually let the curse slip as he was pulled in 2 different directions. One was to follow the current instructions, but that would allow the hero killer to probably kill whoever he was attacking right now. The other option was to go after the hero killer and at least keep an eye on him so they could report his location. The 2 interns exchanged a glance, both with serious looks as they ran down the alley to track down Stain. City center. What the hell? Endeavor's words were echoed by his 3 companions as they emerged into a battle zone. 3 massive creatures, they certainly couldn't be called human, were tearing through the area, knocking the heroes down in the process as the local professionals tried to subdue them. Endeavor. Ingenium stopped next to the flame hero and Iida stopped behind his brother a split second later. Tenya says they're the same as that Nomu thing that attacked the USJ. Nomu. The biological weapon. Endeavor asked for clarification. Yes, sir. Iida nodded to the man. I'll never forget what that beast looked like. These things are definitely the same thing, especially that huge one with the black skin. Rarg. A roar from above saw Ryukyu in his dragon form, colliding with the flying Nomu in aerial combat. We're authorized to use lethal force against these things, right? Endeavor was already starting to heat up, flames burning along his costume. Yes, the general authorization for the extermination of the Nomu has been instituted by the HPSC. Ingenium nodded to the other pro, his engine quirk accelerating noisily. Burnin, Kidm, and Ima help subdue the 4-eyed Nomu and eliminate him. Endeavor ordered as he and Ingenium advanced towards the greatest threat. I don't see any eyes. Ingenium landed a powerful kick at high speed on the black Nomu's side, making the beast skid back a little. So it's either infrared or echolocation, maybe some other kind of sensory quirk as well. Endeavor bathed the abomination in flames, causing it to let out a strange sound from its twisted body. Regeneration. Endeavor blinked as all the burns he inflicted healed in seconds. These things have multiple quirks. Ingenium reminded as he stepped out from behind the large Nomu and slammed into it with a shoulder. The eyeless beast stumbled forward before screaming and charging at Ingenium with a wild punch. The pro hero was out of range without any problems thanks to his speed. In the chaos of the battlefield, none of the professionals noticed that Izuku and Todoroki had fled. The threat of the Nomu and the panicked civilians trying to flee the bioweapons took precedence over everything else. While the professionals fought off the Nomu and evacuated civilians, 2 trainees tracked a serial killer in the alleys on the other side of the city. It was not yet known whether their choice would be good or bad. In the sky above Hosu City, a battle was taking place. The villain was a winged Nomu, screaming as he fought 2 heroes. The duo fighting the Nomu was the pro-hero Ryukyu and his protege Nijire Hado. The fight in the sky was also reflected in the fight taking place below them. 2 more Nomu, one with long limbs and 4 eyes on its exposed brain, and another with a huge muscular form with black skin and the top of its head missing, were fighting Endeavor, Ingenium, and the combined sidekicks of their agencies. Nijire, attack. Ryukyu knocked the flying Nomu back with her dragon form's claws. The shrieking bioweapon struggled to right itself as it flailed in the air from the blow. Full cowling, level exit 15. Nijire wave. Nijire's golden energy swirled around her arms before exploding to strike Nomu. The winged monster was sent hurtling towards the ground by the explosion and shattered the concrete below when it hit the ground. I did it, Ryukyu. Excellent work. Ryukyu dove sharply towards the fallen bioweapon. The dust kicked up by the impact was blown away as Ryukyu slammed into it with the weight of his dragon form. Grieg. The winged Nomu screeched through its respirator-like mask. It didn't seem to be regenerating like the black-skinned one, but Ryukyu wouldn't take any chances with this abomination. Stay down. Ryukyu roared, and her clawed right arm slammed into the Nomu's head with all the force she could muster. The concrete shattered and blood sprayed as the bioweapon's head was completely crushed. The threat has been neutralized. She spoke clearly as Nijire floated up to join her. Yuck. Nijire grimaced at the sight of blood splatters. She knew it was necessary in this case, but it was still disgusting. I know, Nijire, but there's a general order of elimination for these Nomu. Ryukyu gave the best smile she could in her dragon form. The gray scales and reptilian features made this a bit more difficult than usual, of course. You've also gotten much better at controlling your power. She gestured vaguely at the surrounding area and the lack of damage. I've been practicing as much as I can. Nijire raised her fists in front of her with a smile. A golden spark emitted from both her fists wrapped around her forearms like a crooked bolt of lightning before disappearing. I don't need to charge as much to get the same results anymore. Ryukyu, we need help with the long-limbed Nomu. Some helpers requested. Several of our emitter quirks are being turned against us by one of their quirks. Take care of this Nomu, we'll take care of it. Ryukyu ordered, receiving nods of acceptance from the companions. It's an absorption and release mechanism, Ryukyu. One of the companions informed the dragon hero. If you blast it with things like fire or electricity, it absorbs them, accumulates them, and then releases them all at once. Thanks for the information. Ryukyu liked the warning. Nijire, stay here, we can't risk this Nomu absorbing your energy and releasing an even bigger explosion in such a crowded area. Alright, Ryukyu. Nijire agreed with a quick salute. She knew how powerful her quirk was. Letting a villain control her energy would be bad. Ryukyu quickly flapped her large wings to fly and glide to where the fight with the four-eyed Nomu was still going on. Ha. Ha. He regenerates from every damage we cause. Ingenium commented as he caught his breath and watched a large headless Nomu quickly recover from his last attacks against him. Attacking his body won't get us anywhere. Endeavor agreed, looking at the bioweapon's exposed brain. All regeneration quirks are controlled by the brain. So maybe I can find a way to deal with this permanently. What do you need? Ingenium's quirk engine revved loudly as the large Nomu leapt at them with a gurgling bellow. Distract him long enough so I can help him. Endeavor and Ingenium shot to the side as the massive monster struck their previous position. The concrete shattered into pebbles and sand from the force of the blow, and the tremor could be felt in the ground. Got it. Ingenium literally blurred as its engines roared, and blue flames could be seen from the exhausts. Recipro burst. With that, Ingenium disappeared from the sight of anyone who didn't have the senses and cognitive perception to keep up with its ridiculous speed. Rawr. Gaiak. The headless Nomu's roar was cut short as it gurgled from the impact of the Ingenium. The speedster's legs suddenly bent the beast almost in half. The sheer speed that the turbo hero had built up was transferred into an insane amount of force as it met a solid object. Endeavor. Ingenium used his still-burning quirk to disappear before Nomu could try to recover and grab him with his insane strength. You can't regenerate cells if they're charred. Endeavor's large hands grabbed the Nomu's head from behind. An intense burst of flames erupted, and the Nomu screamed a horrible sound as the flame hero literally cooked its brain. The orange flames almost instantly turned orange-yellow. Within seconds, the heat skyrocketed as the orange-yellow turned to pure yellow, then yellow-white, pure white, and then blue. With a sound almost like the afterburner of a jet engine, the Nomu's flailing arms went limp. The bioweapon made no more noise as Endeavor finished it off. The blue flames disappeared, and Endeavor released the abomination's head. It fell forward, the charcoal that had been its head shattering onto the concrete. Threat eliminated. Ingenium's recipro burst ended as he called the rest of the sidekicks. Are you okay, Endeavor? I'm fine. Endeavor dismissed the other hero as sweat dripped down his face. He was able to produce that level of heat, but his body couldn't disperse it at the same rate. The biggest drawback of his Hellflame quirk was that it produced more heat than his fire-resistant body could technically handle. When he pushed it into the blue fire range of roughly 1600 degrees centigrade, even his body began to sweat profusely due to the intensity of the heat. Have the other Nomu been knocked down yet? Ryukyu has already taken down the flying Nomu and is currently helping in the elimination of the four-eyed Nomu. Ingenium informed when he had just been updated through the headphones that they all had. Civilians are being evacuated, but so far no one has been injured and everything is going according to plan. Well, we still have to deal with the hero killer. Endeavor looked around the area, saw how the plaza was destroyed in such a short time, and wondered why these Nomu were here in the first place. Shouldn't these bioweapons be part of that league of villains? Why are they in Hosu? I'm not sure. But it seems strange. Ingenium stood next to the dead Nomu with Endeavor beside him. You don't think they made contact with the hero killer, do you? He really hoped that the serial killer hadn't become part of a group that had already targeted students in the past. Even UA couldn't protect all of its students if Stain decided to make examples of them. If that happens, we'll need to step up the manhunt for the League of Villains before anyone else is targeted. Endeavor narrowed his eyes at the thought, unknowingly thinking the same thing as Ingenium. Alleys. Hosu City. Where did he go? Todoroki whispered to Izuku. The two were doing their best to follow Stain without the serial killer noticing. They kept their distance, but that may have come back to haunt them as they lost sight of the man. I don't have a quirk that allows me to search large areas to find people. Izuku shook his head and made a mental note to see if he could copy such a quirk at some point in the future. We can't just go out there looking for him either. Todoroki shook his head. That would mean the possibility of running into the serial killer and being attacked when he least expected it. Ah! A short but loud scream of shock and pain echoed in the distance. There! Izuku and Todoroki exclaimed as they tried to identify where the distant sound was coming from as they advanced. The pair of interns quickly headed towards the source of the scream. Several alleys ahead, in a wide alley between two multi-story buildings, the two teenagers spotted the hero killer again. Obviously, a brief exchange had taken place before they arrived. There were some marks on the walls of the alley from some sort of fight. But it didn't end in the hero's favor. Pro-hero native was being pressed against the wall by his face, and Stain stood before him with his tattered sword in hand. So flashy. What is that idiot doing? Stain wondered, looking at the distant sounds of explosions and screams of panicked civilians. I'll take care of him later. But for now. He turned to face the motionless native. I'll do what I came to do. I can't move. Native let out a grunt of pain. You bastard. I'm going to get you. If you are a hero. Stain drew his sword. Then choose your last words wisely. Shut up, you murderer. Native looked as hard as he could at Stain. You're nothing more than a villain. And you're not a hero. Stain replied with his own look. You started patrolling this area only after it became known that I was here in Hosu. Of course. I did. If you weren't here. Then I would have no reason to patrol this area. Native stepped back, trying to move his body against whatever Stain had done to him. I'll take you down. For all the heroes you killed. Save them first. Stain nodded toward the still audible screams from the incident that had occurred in the city's entertainment district. Forget about yourself for a second and try to save the others. Stain narrowed his eyes at the pro-hero who hadn't headed toward the sounds of chaos and instead continued to look for him specifically. Don't wield your power for your own good. Getting caught up in your own fame and notoriety, acting out of pure self-interest. That makes you the furthest thing from a hero. Stain brought the paralyzed native to his knees as he readied his sword. That's why you have to die. Consider yourself a humble offering for the betterment of society. It doesn't matter what you say. Native's words were calmer now, lacking the sharpness they had before. Perhaps realizing that he was about to die had cleared his head in a strange way. But in this state, he could admit that what Stain had said about him wasn't wrong. He had heard the commotion, he should have gone to help those in danger, but instead he had remained in this area chasing the hero killer. If he hadn't been about to die, perhaps he could have truly looked at his actions as a professional hero and changed for the better. Stop craving attention and the spotlight and truly focus on helping the people he was supposed to protect from the villains. Crack. The loud sound made Stain turn his head toward the alley's entrance. The massive wall of ice blocked the alley within seconds, but Stain didn't see anyone looking at him. He vaguely saw something green in his peripheral vision and swung his sword at it. The blade bounced off the green thing, and Stain had only a split second to realize that he was now surrounded by a semi-transparent green cube. Rescue successful, Izuku called out to Todoroki, looking up at the top of the building on the left side of the alley. Todoroki nodded that he had heard his fellow trainee and placed his hand on top of the ice wall he had made to distract Stain. It would also have kept him trapped in the alley if anything had gone wrong with Native's rescue and Stain's capture. But now it wasn't necessary, so he slid down carefully, occasionally using his quirk to create footholds to slow his descent. Once he reached the ground, he switched hands and placed his left hand on the ice. Steam rose as the ice began to rapidly melt from the heat on his left side. What? Children? Stain looked confused by what had just happened. He kicked the barrier containing him with his spiked boots, but his foot simply bounced off the construction. Your warp gate is very useful, Midoriya. Todoroki nodded to Izuku. He was transported through the rotating gate to the top of the building for their plan, and it made it much easier to execute. How long can you keep him there? The longest I've ever held it was 30 minutes. Izuku remembered as Stain continued to try to escape. It gets harder to hold the longer I hold it, and dividing my focus can shorten that time. Don't ignore me. Stain growled from inside the cube. This is no place for children. I'll check on Native then. Todoroki completely ignored the trapped villain's words. You keep your focus on your barrier. The two-tone boy approached to try to assess Native's injuries. Yes. Stain swung his worn sword at the barrier, only to hear a crack as the blade shattered against the cube holding him. His eyes widened behind his cloth mask as the top half of his blade fell into the bottom of the cube. You can't break this barrier by force. Izuku looked at the hero killer resolutely. At least not with the force that a normal human body could generate. Are you another fake hero? Stain questioned the teenager. I'm an intern now. Izuku decided to keep the man talking to buy time. Native isn't too hurt, Midoriya, he should be fine with some treatment and rest. Todoroki shouted as he helped Native lean against the wall. Be careful. Native warned the teenagers. Don't let him get out of there, one cut and he'll paralyze you like me. He was relieved to have been rescued, but now he realized that he really needed to reevaluate himself and his actions. If two interns could make the right decision in such a situation, what would that say about him? I wasn't planning on that. Izuku shook his head. As long as he kept Stain trapped within his barrier, he wouldn't be a threat to anyone. Can you move the barrier after you get it? Todoroki wasn't familiar with how most of Izuku's quirks worked. I can, but it's slow, less than walking speed. Izuku discovered this after the USJ. He initially assumed that he wouldn't be able to move his barriers once they were formed. But the reality is that they could be moved very slowly if he focused on it. 2 against 1. At least you weren't naive about it. Stain glared at the teens bluntly. Many had come after him, one-on-one, looking to take down the hero killer for the fame and notoriety it would bring them. He'd purged them all for tarnishing the hero title. These two hadn't come after him. They'd seen what he was about to do and distracted him, then arrested him, all to rescue Native. Why risk yourself for this charade? He gestured to the still-down pro-hero. Because it's the right thing to do, Izuku replied instantly. Todoroki nodded in agreement with Izuku's words from his spot next to Native. You kids. Make me realize that I need to do better. Native spoke with a heavy breath. There's no point in pretending. Stain turned to face Native with a deadly gaze. A person's true nature is not changed so easily. He almost pressed his face against the barrier to growl at the professional. You're nothing but a fake who prioritized his own selfish desires. The cancer in this society distorted by people who call themselves heroes and mock the title. Someone needs to fix the system. So you're a fundamentalist. Todoroki knew that some people believed that heroes shouldn't be able to do the lucrative merchandising and side business deals they were currently allowed to do. But that was a rather old-fashioned way of thinking that only a few people held to nowadays. Get with the times. Who would listen to your so-called reasoning? No. Native spoke from his position against the wall. He's right. I have no right to call myself a hero. I should have bothered, but I didn't. I chose to continue searching for the hero killer. He admitted with a heavy sigh. I've been making choices in my career based on the notoriety it would bring me for a long time. You're hopeless. Stain looked like he wanted to kill Native right this second. Enough. Izuku spoke, raising his voice to break the tension. Regardless of how you see it or what you say, murder is murder, and you're still a villain. Let's go. He made the barrier move slowly, with which he could move it as they headed towards the street. As long as a person lives, they can still change. Todoroki helped Native up. Stain's effect seemed to have started to wear off. You took that chance away from everyone you killed, hero killer. The two-toned boy glared at the masked man tied with blades. How is that improvement of any kind? You stopped them from improving. He was still going through his own attitude change and looking to become the hero he wanted to be. Hound dog sessions with him made him realize that even his father had been making changes in the past few years. Changes that he refused to see or acknowledge in his own anger and hatred towards his father. It took a few minutes to move the barrier containing Stain to the sidewalk. Once they were out in the open, Todoroki made the call through his earpiece. The two teens were almost certain they would receive some sort of punishment for not following orders, but they had saved a life tonight, and that meant more than any punishment that might come. This is Todoroki Shouto, we have hero killer. Stain contained, we need pro-heroes and police support at our location. Todoroki spoke with all the communicators connected to his headsets. Shouto. Endeavor and Blizzard's voice roared over the communicator a split second later. Izuku actually took off his headset in surprise at the volume. Roof. Hosu City. What the hell? Shigaraki looked through binoculars. Did the heroes really kill all my Nomu? Since when do these hypocritical bastards kill? He turned his gaze to a different location when he saw a group emerge from an alley a little closer to his current position. And that one. Making sure of what he saw, he was at war with himself. Midoriya Izuku. And Stain. He almost gritted his teeth when he saw that fucking cheat again. But a powerful urge to laugh out loud was warring with his anger. Stain was caged like a damn animal. That was hilarious. Kurogiri stared, not saying a word. But the nebulous villain already knew that things had not gone as Tamura had expected. There was almost a guarantee that the young man would explode soon. If that happened, he would need to take Tamura back to the hideout so Sensei could calm him down quickly. Why the hell did they instantly go and kill the Nomu? Why the hell is that brat here? So many questions, but no answers. He started scratching his neck, irritated. Why aren't things going my way? With Izuku. Luckily Izuku had great senses even after finishing the fight. He kind of forgot to relax a bit, but that served as a blessing when he spotted a large object rapidly approaching their position. It seemed to be bombarding them. Izuku wasn't the only one to notice as Blizzard yelled for Izuku to dodge. Having already activated time, Izuku was thrown to the side only for the creature to grab Native. Izuku cursed before flying after the creature, but he was slowly losing control. Damn it, Native, how many times in one night will a villain capture you? Wait. The air shoes. That's it. I still have the air shoes. The quirk creator didn't care if the people below saw him using another quirk. Native would be worth it. Izuku pointed his feet downwards at an angle that matched his hands and ignited them by pushing them with everything he had. With the bonus speed of the air shoes alongside the concussive blast, the boy was now rapidly approaching the creature. Once the teenager finally managed to grab the creature, he stretched his arms out in front of him, trying to create as much drag as possible, launching himself towards the ground. The creature finally stopped moving and was doing everything in its power just to stay up, while Izuku did everything in his power to bring that thing down. Izuku fought this thing tooth and nail for several long minutes or seconds, who knows how long, before Endeavor finally caught up to him. Turning back, Izuku noticed that the man had climbed up the wall, melting it to create steps with his feet. Boy. I'm going to incinerate the creature's head, can you get the other child? Endeavor exploded questioningly at Izuku. Yes I can, hurry. Izuku shouted back to the man. Izuku watched as, true to his word, blue flames erupted from Endeavor's hands, completely melting the creature's head. They were no longer fighting back, but before they began to fall, Izuku grabbed Native's body before slowing his descent to the ground with a jet stream. Izuku quickly deactivated each quirk before landing. The fewer questions people asked about his quirk, the better. Blizzard had previously spared the boy, but when Izuku handed Native over to the doctors, she gave the boy a good slap on the wrist. You crazy brat, stop wandering into danger, you and Shoto are worse than All Might. I swear. Izuku just sighed, I'm sorry Fayumi. Tonight was a shit show and boy was he going to get this later. I'm sorry, Nedzu, I'm sorry, All Might, and when Izawa finds out, I'm so screwed. Everyone is going to want the truth. Izuku climbed into the back of the ambulance carrying Shoto, and they raced together to the hospital. Roof. Let's go back, Shigaraki scoffed as the binoculars in his hand disintegrated from his quirk. He was still struggling between anger and hysterical laughter over what had happened to Stain, and it was confusing him. Did you achieve the results you hoped for, Shigaraki Tamura? Kurogiri asked as the black and purple mist that made up his body swirled beside him and formed a warp gate. Idiot. Shigaraki gave Hosu one last look as he walked back to the portal. This all depends on everyone's reactions tomorrow. The villain disappeared into the gate and Kurogiri followed him. The mist spun on itself and disappeared as if it had never existed a few seconds later. Izuku. Izuku watched as Endeavor stood with the police near Stain. The serial killer was being stripped of every weapon the officers could find on him. Dozens of knives of various sizes were collected from the temporarily paralyzed villain. They removed his spiked boots, took off his vest, mask, and bandana, found another small knife hidden in his left wristband, and then restrained him while a suppression jacket was placed on him. Izuku had never seen one of the items in person before. They wrapped around a person's body to restrain them, making it impossible for them to use their arms. Even top-tier strength quirks couldn't escape one of the specialized restraints of law enforcement. And full service, Todoroki mentioned next to Izuku as they both observed the various blades lined up on the ground, along with Stain's spiked boots. A police officer placed a numbered marker next to each weapon, and after they were all numbered, a different officer began taking pictures of them one by one for evidentiary purposes. Yeah, Izuku nodded as the two teams realized what they had done tonight. I understand why law enforcement and the heroes are separate entities even better now. The idea of having to try to go through this entire process for each villain alone made Izuku's head spin. It was better to let the police handle the arrests and evidence gathering that way. It made things much easier for the pro heroes, who could solve multiple incidents in a day. What kind of punishment do you think we'll get? I'll probably have to clean the entire agency training area with hand brushes. Todoroki replied while still observing the processing in the prison. You, on the other hand, will have to do the paperwork for the rest of the internship. Todoroki looks at Izuku. We might also have to write a report on what we did wrong and why we did it. I'm sure Endeavor and Blizzard will understand our reasoning. Izuku looked at the pro heroes from where they were. Don't count on it. Todoroki spoke categorically, and Izuku suddenly became much less certain of his theory. A few hours later. Izuku was honestly tired of hospitals. Every time he came to one he had to use his quirk to save someone, and honestly he thanked whatever god had let him keep a small regeneration, he almost gave it away. This quirk had already done a lot for him. After tonight's events it had shot up to his second favorite quirk. If Izuku ever finds a better version of the quirk he would still keep the thing. It had a lot of sentimental value at this point. So there he was, sitting in the hallway of another hospital, just waiting to see how his friends were doing. Though his wait was cut short when a very large man with thunderous footsteps approached. Endeavor looked at the child. "Boy, we need to talk, follow me." Izuku sighed before following the man, he really wasn't in the mood for this. Number 2 found out about his true quirk. That shouldn't be possible, so what else? Ah. Duh. Izuku was taken to an empty hospital room, Endeavor didn't speak until he locked the door and briefly looked around the room. "You have multiple quirks, kid." The glow never left his face, if anything it intensified at the mention of the only villain who had ever assessed the SSS's threat level. "Endeavor, I have no idea." Izuku was interrupted. "Don't think I'm a foolish boy, I'm the number 2 hero for a reason. I saw those jets on your feet while you were chasing the Nomu." The man intensified the flames that constantly surrounded his body, hoping to intimidate the child before him. Of course number 2 would know about all for one. "Oh, fuck it, I don't care anymore. You know, yeah, I have multiple quirks, so what do you want, Endeavor?" "Obviously the school already knows about this, and I didn't break any laws with this, so I swear to God if you're here to give me another one, I'm watching you because you might end up talking shit, I promise you're getting old really fast." Surprised by the boy's indifferent mood despite his best efforts to intimidate him, Endeavor stammered a little. You see, yes. Cool, can I go now? I have much more important things to worry about, and you should too." "Your masterpiece got hurt, didn't he?" Izuku was snickering, being able to trip up number 2 was a nice confidence boost. Endeavor recovered when he remembered that this kid knew his secrets. HMPH, all kids are like you brats these days. Izuku had already started to leave the room when he heard the man say. "Only when we need to be, sir." He unlocked the door and left, pausing briefly before leaving. "I'm sure you know what will happen if you talk about my quirk, Endeavor-san." Izuku winked at the man before he left. That night. "You did what?" Kami, Itsuka, Midoriya, Melissa, Mei and Momo exclaimed in their video call with Izuku. He had just told them what had happened with the hero killer in Hosu, and this reaction was exactly what he expected. "Why would you go after the hero killer?" Kami gaped at Izuku as if he was crazy. "Are you okay? That was so dangerous." Midoriya was clearly worried about their boyfriend. "You didn't get hurt, did you? Are you okay?" Momo asked him, approaching the screen to try to see Izuku better. "You're okay, right?" Melissa looked like she was on the verge of tears with worry. "I'm fine, I promise. I'm sorry for worrying you, but I thought it would be better to tell you in person than via text message." Izuku tilted his head to his friends. "Actually, we didn't fight with him or anything. We weren't crazy. Todoroki distracted him with an ice wall, and then I separated him from native with a barrier, that's all. That's not as bad as I was thinking." Kami admitted, calming down a bit as she let out a sigh of relief. Not fighting him directly was definitely a good choice, Izuku. Melissa wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "I'm glad you're safe, Izuku." Midoriya smiled beautifully at her boyfriend. "Thank you for telling us directly, Izu." Itsuka also gave her a warm smile. She leaned a little against Momo since the two were sharing the screen at the Uwabami agency. "Still, you saved a pro hero and caught the hero killer, that's amazing." Kami praised where it was due. "Yeah, even if it was reckless." Momo's smile shrank a bit as her eyes narrowed on Izuku. "We're just students now. We really shouldn't go after A-rank villains." "I know, but we couldn't just let him keep killing heroes." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck with a sigh. He knew it was reckless, but he and Todoroki had done everything they could to limit the danger they were in. Still, if something had gone wrong. "I don't intend to make this a normal thing. I know it was dangerous, and I'm sorry I scared you with the information. I'm glad you told us yourself." Midoriya shook her head slightly. "I'd rather hear it from you, rather than read about it online tomorrow." "Same here, thank you for telling us and letting us know you're okay." Mei's smile was adorable, and Izuku felt himself smile back immediately. "Same here." Kami smiled softly at her boyfriend. "But don't scare us, or we might have to take away some boyfriend privileges." She joked to help lighten the mood. "Boyfriend privileges?" Izuku blinked to Kami's words. Kami nodded with her arms crossed and a smile on her lips. There was a knock on the door, and Izuku turned just as a blizzard sidekick poked its head into the room. "Midoriya, it's almost time to turn off the lights." "Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were still doing couple stuff." I'm sorry. The man closed the door behind him. See couple stuff. Izuku's entire face turned deep red and he returned to the video call. Itsuka, Melissa, and Momo were all equally red at what the man could think they were doing. I mean, if I was at home, in my room, I could lock the door, then maybe we could do some couple stuff. Kami had a relentless smile on her face as she teased her boyfriend and girlfriends. They would have to see how it went as they continued their relationship. Kami, Itsuka, Najire, Momo, and Melissa shouted, and Momo looked like she was about to pull the brown-haired girl out of the video call they were sharing. Izuku's head was practically boiling as his teenage mind played out imaginary scenarios of what Kami had said. You were all thinking that. Kami defended her statement even when Momo removed her from the group. Ah. Momo. Finally peace. They caught the hero killer. Amazing. Seriously. Who hit him? I'm relieved, but also a little disappointed. I know what you mean. The news that hero killer Stain had been apprehended and was in custody broke this morning. It was all over the media along with the Hosu incident. People read or watched the news on their phones, heard it on the radio, read it in the newspaper, saw it on TV or online at home or at work. The impact of Stain's capture could not be understated. The man was single-handedly responsible for the murder of 17 pro heroes. He had the highest hero count of any independent villain since All Might became the symbol of peace. There was no way Stain's arrest wouldn't be big news. The fact that the interns from Endeavor and Blizzard agencies, names withheld because the interns are minors, were the ones who apprehended the infamous hero killer was a big part of the various articles and news stories. The heroes had to give a short interview to confirm that the interns in question were unharmed and that their safety was a priority. Most people didn't care much other than the fact that two high school kids were the ones who finally took down the villain that no one else could corner. Currently, the origin point of these mysterious Nomu creatures is unknown. Dakaku Miyagi, a well-known and respected reporter, spoke on TV screens and phones across the country. However, due to the sighting of two men watching the event from an NHA TV helicopter, many are speculating that they are linked to the incident at USJ last month. The group of attackers, known as the League of Villains, has not made it clear what the purpose of the attack on Hosu was. He moved a paper in front of him to the side before continuing. With the highest number of pro-hero murders since the advent of All Might, the hero killer Stain has certainly left a mark in the history books. Next, we will take a look at the motives behind this villain's crimes. Haruna. He turned to his co-anchor with a nod. The hero killer Stain, real name. Akaguru Chisum, 31 years old. Haruna began her segment on Stain. Neither anchor could have known that a number of people were reacting strongly to the possible connection between the hero killer and the League of Villains. But it was happening in various parts of the country. From hardened criminals with horrific crimes under their belts to first-time offenders looking to follow in Stain's footsteps, things were starting to get a little bit more heated. League of Villains hideout. No matter where I go, the Nomu are just an afterthought. Shigaraki glanced at the TV, then crumbled the newspaper in his hands. Far from forgetting about it, now it's like we're a sideshow. He nearly growled as the newspaper disintegrated into dust between his hands. Best Genist Agency. The incident in Hosu City last night. Best Genist looked at his various companions with serious eyes. It certainly worries me. Yes, it worries me a little. He continued to comb Bakugo's shaking hair, the explosive blonde suppressing a growl at the waste of time he had come here. People are easily distracted by major incidents like these. But it is now, more than ever, that heroes need to remain calm and collected. Because chaos is often very good at drawing out the dormant brutality from people's hearts. He finished combing Bakugo's hair into a tame part, very different from the ash blonde's normal spiky hair. As such, we will continue our usual operations today, as always. Let our genes keep our bodies and minds upright. Of course. Best Genist. The group of companions, all wearing some type of jeans, agreed in chorus. I've come to the wrong place. Bakugo's combed hair suddenly turned into normal spikes as his irritation grew. He didn't even care for jeans, but he was forced to wear them when he was an intern at the Best Genist Agency. Gunhead Agency. So, Stain has finally been arrested. Gunhead held up the newspaper to show his companions and intern. This is good news, but we must not let our guard down. Incidents like this encourage various criminal elements in society who think they can get away with crimes while everyone's attention is diverted. Yes, sir. The sidekicks in Ichako nodded in confirmation. We will be conducting our normal patrols today, as usual. Don't let your guard down, remain vigilant. We all know that some of the worst villains operate in the shadows. The arrest of an infamous villain is exactly the kind of opportunity they will try to take advantage of, so stay alert. Yes, sir. Ichako and the rest of the companions called back. Selkie Agency. Well, damn. Selkie shook his head at today's news. The hero killer had finally been taken down. Honestly, he thought it was about time, but he knew how slippery the villain was. It was doubtful he'd come after me, given his modus operandi, but I can't say he wasn't on the lookout for any suspicious activity at the port. Everyone was worried about having a falling out with Stain. Sirius looked at her boss with understanding. The man has some twisted beliefs. His ideas about heroes and how they should act and operate are also incredibly fundamentalist. Kiro. Sayu let out a soft croak, knowing that Izuku had been one of the 2 trainees who helped arrest the hero killer. His ideals weren't bad initially. She heard the reporter talk about how Chisholm had once given speeches about the need to reform the hero profession, away from the influence of the media and business that had permeated it over the decades. But he became a killer because of them. Some people can't accept the fact that the majority don't agree with their views, Froppy Selkie explained to the teenager. Having your own idea of what it means to be a hero is fine. I personally don't do much in the way of merchandising, although I've been on a few shows and given interviews, even done a few public service announcements about ocean safety and things like that. But I understand why some heroes do a lot more, getting their names and faces out there. This is a dangerous profession, and there's no reason why people shouldn't get paid for putting their lives on the line. Having ideals doesn't mean forcing them on others. Sirius shook his head. What he did was unforgivable. He became the very thing he claimed heroes should fight against. I fail to see how that proves his ideals. It was just murder. The Bluenet didn't forgive the hero killer's actions. Selkie. One of the mates in traditional sailor garb entered the ship's galley. We've received a call from the Coast Guard. They believe they have encountered alien smugglers and are requesting assistance. The alleged smugglers apparently have mutational peculiarities that make them highly mobile in the water. Alright. Selkie quickly got up from the table. Let's board and meet them. He left the kitchen and headed to the upper deck in seconds. Time to go, Froppy. Sirius nodded to Sayu as the 2 girls ran after Selkie. Kiro. Sayu nearly made it up the stairs to the deck in one simple leap, barely needing to bend her knees. Her strength had certainly improved while training with Selkie. Iwabami Agency. Iwabami looked curiously at the 2 girls who seemed more relieved than when they had finished a photo shoot with her. He saw Momo smiling happily with her eyes even looking a little teary, and Kendo was leaning back in his seat with his head held high and his eyes closed in relief. It seemed that the person they had news of was very important to them, so much so that she became curious. You 2 look happy, she smiled, leaning forward in her chair. Care to share why? His voice brought the 2 girls out of their relief and realized that the pro hero was in the vehicle with them, making them blush slightly. Well. We just found out that one of our friends is safe. Momo began. Iwabami's smile disappeared. Wait, safe? Did something happen? Kendo rubbed the back of his neck. Well. He kind of got involved in that whole incident in Hosu. Iwabami's eyes widened. Wait, he was one of the 2 who faced the hero killer. Kendo nodded as Momo began texting Izuku at lightning speed, ignoring what Iwabami asked. Ooh. Iwabami's smile returned. Don't tell me it was the same boy you called yesterday. Both girls looked at her as steam suddenly rose from their heads, both looking nervous and embarrassed. Oh, I knew it. Iwabami laughed, clapping her hands. You 2 are so adorable. Momo frantically moved her arms in all directions, turning redder by the minute. And it's not like that. Oh, really? You've been calm and collected with such formal composure for the past 2 days, but the moment that boy got involved, you became an adorable mess. Iwabami smiled. Kendo looked away awkwardly as Momo covered her face with both hands. Well. That got weird. Iridi's sighed. Hours later. You know. Iwabami smiled mischievously as she, Momo and Kendo entered a busy studio for yet another filming, all of them in their hero costumes. About that boy you 2 were worried about. Momo and Kendo froze with wide eyes. Why are you mentioning him again? Momo asked, her cheeks turning red. Kendo sighed and put his hand to his face also turning slightly red. Please don't try to mess with us. No, I really want to help. Iwabami laughed as she stopped walking and turned to them with her hands on her hips. Momo and Kendo blinked. She held up a finger as she smiled, making sure they were both paying attention. If you want to make sure you don't blow your chances with a guy, then you have to be aggressive. Momo and Kendo blushed a little more, not liking the implications. Guys really like aggressive women. That's how I got my husband. Iwabami said with a loving sigh, remembering her experience. Then be more aggressive. What do you mean by that? Momo swallowed. Iwabami's smile grew even wider. Use everything about you to attract him. Your cute looks, your intelligence, how smart you are, and act on the fact that men are weak to a woman who tries to charm them. I don't think that's entirely true. Kendo thought with his face turning even redder at the thought of her acting cute around Izuku. She looked at Momo, the girl's onyx eyes widened, and her entire face turned red as she listened to Iwabami intently. Momo even looked at her own assets. Kendo looked at her with a blank stare. I don't just want to use your body. There's a difference between charming and simply seducing. You naughty girls. Uwabami laughed when she saw their appearance. They both shuddered, steam rising from their heads. Alright, Jiro, you'll be off patrol today so we can work on controlling your quirk that you told me about. Fayumi stood in front of Izuku with her arms crossed. Yes, miss. Izuku nodded, eager to begin. With what happened in Hosu, Izuku thought it best to tell her the truth about his quirk. Jiro. Fayumi turned her eyes to Izuku first. What about the one of your quirks that you most hope to improve while you're here? Well, I'd like to gain better control of my ignition change. Izuku replied quickly. It's a quirk that allows me to change the temperature around me. I can increase or decrease the heat. I can increase it with other quirks, but I'd like to see how well I can control it so I can increase it even more when I need to. I see. Fayumi understood the desire to completely control the temperature. She had spent most of her life learning to control every aspect of her own ice. Let's test the range of cold you can produce with it at the basic level, and then I want to see the absolute limit to which you can lower it. Once I have that information, I can determine how best to help you. Yes, ma'am, thank you very much. Izuku gave the woman a brief bow. Izuku took a deep breath before releasing a blast of ice, small compared to Shadow. Very good. Now show me how your quirks help you, said Fayumi. Alright, here I go. Izuku took a deep breath as he began to compile quirks together. Quirks rapidly compiled before Izuku threw his head forward and blasted the massive glacier apart. Fayumi watched a wave of ice roar the entire time Izuku was able to release it. Interesting. Alright then, let's focus on one of the most important parts of why I brought you here, she said, her regular attitude forming in place of a wild smile. I'll help you fight even better than you already do. She began moving through the halls of her agency, Izuku trailing behind as she saw mostly office people and a small handful of heroes. One philosophy I've learned is that if you can't do it yourself, improve until you can, she said. From watching your fights at the sports festival, what we need to work on is using your strength more efficiently. I know you're much stronger than the other kids, but I don't think many people will like it when your best hero skill is brutal destruction, she explained. So what I'm going to do is have you train with me. After that, I'll give you some tips I've learned from other professionals. She stomped on the ground, assuming a fighting stance. Izuku cracked his neck, moving a little in front of her. Go. Fayumi began with a predictable move. A glacier swept across the field, trapping Izuku and immobilizing him. However, it didn't get close enough, as Izuku simply reached out and reduced the ice to harmless particles. His wings exploded from his back, and Izuku dashed towards Fayumi, the ice cracking in his hands. The heroine responded with a wall of ice to protect herself from any attacks. Izuku simply made it disappear and launched a hailstorm at his opponent. Fayumi gritted her teeth. She charged forward and raised a pillar of ice from the ground to knock Izuku out of the air. Izuku flew backwards and somersaulted to avoid being hit. He then retaliated with a blast of icy snow that temporarily froze Fayumi to the ground. However, this did not last long, as the heroine managed to break her feet from the ice and continue with the battle. The exchange quickly turned into a stalemate. The two traded attacks, with Izuku frequently turning Fayumi's ice against him. In turn, Fayumi would retaliate, resuming the cycle once more. Fayumi saw this as her cue to push the ice even further, but as the match continued, the disadvantage began to take its toll on her body. As Izuku destroyed a storm of icy projectiles, he noticed that his opponent's movements were becoming slow and difficult. Ayumi's breath came out like a frozen mist, and ice was already spreading throughout her body. Her attacks were sloppy, some even missing Izuku entirely. Another blast of ice followed, though Izuku simply made them disappear with a flick of his wrist. After a few minutes and realizing that this would continue, Fayumi stopped the fight. Looks like we're at an impasse, she said. Let's continue later, okay? Yes, miss. Izuku nodded. UA Hall. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Toshinori's cell phone ringed and rang. He answered it and excused himself from his colleagues to answer the call. Seeing the number, his eyes widened and his legs began to tremble slightly. Hello, Gran Torino, it's been a while. Toshinori greeted his former mentor. I saw the news, Tashi. More of those Nomu creatures have appeared in Hosu. Gran Torino's elderly voice came over the phone. Two supposed members of the League of Villains were caught on camera observing the chaos. Yes, but the heroes have dealt with Nomu, and the hero killer, Stain, has also been arrested. This is all good news, Toshinori replied, occasionally glancing at the door to the small meeting room he had appropriated for himself. Tashi, you know it wasn't because of the hero killer that I called. Gran Torino's tone left no room for distractions or other news. Monsters with multiple quirks, a group of fanatics willing to kill children to get to you, seemingly perfect plans to compromise a UA facility, and now possible connections with a serial killer who specifically targets heroes and has a clear fixation on you. I believe you know what I'm thinking, right? Toshinori grimaced, knowing exactly where Gran Torino was going with this. He had hoped that he would have more clues by now, or that Nezu and the investigation hero group he was working with would have found the medical expert responsible for the Nomu. I'm sure they will, he replied to his former mentor. That villain, Stain, he has a powerful belief in his ideals. Gran Torino stated clearly. As the investigation continues, his ideals and opinions will become known to the public. On the internet. In newspapers and magazines. On TV. He took a deep breath that Toshinori could clearly hear through the phone. For better or worse, this time we live in is one of suppression. But mark my words, people will be influenced by it. The heroes will deal with them, just like Stain. Toshinori spoke confidently to his fellow pro-heroes. So there's this league of villains. Gran Torino didn't bother to respond to his former student's words. The media is already making connections, whether they're true or not, so this league will go from being a gang of rookies who attacked UA and got beaten up to an organization with something to say. He cleared his throat silently. In other words, they're the perfect magnet. The evil of individual villains isn't worth much, but when everything is united under a single will, it will become 100 times more dangerous. I know. Toshinori admitted as his free hand clenched into a fist. If this situation was what they wanted from the beginning, then their boss is no slouch. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed as he continued. Constantly removing obstacles, manipulating the entire situation from the shadows, ensuring that everything goes according to his plan. That way of doing things. He took a deep breath. Shimura was my friend, her predecessor as the holder of One for All. And the man who killed her, the one who opened that hole in her gut. I think we both know that All for One is behind this. Yes. Toshinori admitted with a grimace, feeling pain from the wound. To think that he somehow survived after those injuries. I didn't want to believe it. Toshinori accepted it with a heavy sigh. Even though those deep breaths or exhalations irritated his damaged respiratory system. Kanrakuga Ali. Barbasu. It seems like no one is willing to break the law these days. A somewhat portly man sighed. He had black hair tied back in a short ponytail, an eye patch covered his right eye, and he had about 4 days worth of stubble on his face. All this complaining about not betraying your friends. It's a real pain. He picked up his drink from the table and took a sip. That's because producing and selling props and costumes without a license is considered a serious crime. The man in front of him spoke with what appeared to be a revolver in his left hand. He was a middle-aged man of moderate height and slight build, with round glasses over his notably narrow pink eyes. He had short gray hair, parted on the right, with side bangs hanging over his eyes, along with a small mustache and goatee on his chin. One of his front teeth was missing, leaving a gap when he smiled. He currently had an unlit cigarette dangling from the rim of his mouth. What's your point, Jiren? The larger man raised his left eyebrow. You don't know. Jiren chuckled lightly at the other man. Recently, established support companies have been selling their products to non-heroes through secondary channels. Or so I've heard. Bye. The scruffy man grunted. No wonder all our business suddenly started drying up. He swallowed the rest of his drink with a frown. Man, I miss the days before All Might showed up. I was young and this country was a much more impulsive place. It's time for me to retire, I suppose. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. Wait now. Jiren leaned forward a little with a smile. This is between you and me, but I have the opportunity of a lifetime here. He raised the revolver right next to his head, pointing the barrel at the ceiling. He pulled the trigger and a click was heard, a flame appeared at the tip of the barrel and lit his cigarette. The weapon was nothing more than a sophisticated lighter. Now I'm only telling you this because your people have a reputation for quality. He raised his cell phone and showed the screen to the other man. Have you seen this video? The hero killer is the man of the moment. He pressed play and the video, taken from a strange angle, showed Stain trapped in a transparent green cube. The hero killer was banging his head and fists against the construction while complaining about Endeavor with such conviction that all the companions present took an instinctive step back from the trapped man. Hell. The rotund man blinked as the video cut off after Stain was subdued by a short guy in a green costume and fell to the ground limply. The hairs on my arms are standing on end after that rant. He grinned at the screen. This clip keeps getting put up and then taken down because both sides get it. Especially the last part, this guy's whole style is going to spread like a plague. Jiren put away his phone and looked seriously at his criminal companion. From the punks with some background to the thugs on the run, anyone who is anyone, including brokers like me, is going to be drawn to this. He exhaled a small cloud of cigarette smoke into the air. All that evil spreading around is going to be taken by the same fever. Every single one of them is going to be drawn to the organization that the hero killer was working with a league of villains. Alright Synthesis, this is your last day of internship, let's patrol to see if anything is happening in the city. Like police. No, even if that counts, like carjackings and robberies. She replied as they started walking. There are things that a true hero needs to focus on more, and little bugs are minor and not as important. Littering is bad, but compared to losing money, burning down buildings, or even getting attacked by villains, this is nothing in comparison. He nodded before seeing a huge cat-headed dog vomiting ice all over the city. Grommel. Like this. She said pointing at him. Synthesis, go and make sure the civilians are away while I distract him. Okay. He said as Blizzard attacked the cat dog with ice. Bad cat. She shouted, throwing a glacier at the villain. He dodged it to avoid freezing, but the ice hit his face, while Izuku escorted screaming people who didn't think twice to get to safety. Grommel. He roared as he stood up and attacked the woman. She smiled and gently lifted her leg and stomped down hard, creating a huge glacier to push him away, as a few people stood and started taking pictures of her, to which she ignored at first. But the villain growled in anger before attacking her while scratching her face as she dodged. Hey. She growled and threw ice at him, making him retreat into a car. You made me dirty. Grommel. The villain roared before launching a beam of ice from his mouth. Oh shit. She thought before standing up as the shot went off and hit her feet and began to freeze them to the concrete. Grommel. He growled before grabbing her arm tightly. Hey. Get out. She yelled as she waved her arm. Damn. This is why I don't have a pet. The monster growled even more before Blizzard threw more ice at its face, making it retreat towards Izuku. Grommel. Synthesis beware. Blizzard shouted. Ah, ah. He cried before rolling out of the creature's way. It slipped and hit the building's head first. Meow. He growled as he stood up when a large piece of steel hit his nose. Ha. Serves you right. Blizzard left as he broke his legs off the ice. Are you okay, Synthesis? I'm fine. Very fine. He said before realizing that the beast began to cover itself in ice and looked like a bomb. Oh shit. Huh. She looked and her eyes widened. Synthesis, go away. Izuku quickly backed away as Blizzard sent out a massive glacier, freezing him completely as it flew away. Boom. The glacier contained the explosion. Izuku gasped at the near explosion, while Blizzard sighed in relief. That was close. She said before turning to Izuku. Are you okay, Synthesis? Why yeah, thanks Blizzard. He nodded as he patted his chest. You're welcome. She said. But be a little more careful. I can't save you all the time, you know. He was sweating a little at that. After all, look at these injuries. She raised her arm. Now it will stand out even more to the paparazzi while taking pictures. You really don't like attention, Blizzard. He laughed. More or less. She smiled. It's good for publicity, but it gets in the way of the hero's work. She smiled. Keep this in mind. A hero must always prioritize his work first. Really? He said uncertainly. Because I heard that some heroines like to show themselves a little. It's not about showing off, it's about showing what you're capable of. She smiled. If you show what you're capable of, then people will like you. So if a heroine shows her ass in public like that, it's a good thing. She blushed at that blow. That's different. She crossed her arms with a smile. For them this is just a bonus for the fans. Oh. He said. So they like taking pictures of their asses and being perverted because of it. He's really annoying me. She thought with a blush. And if they did, it would be in the fans' best interest. Okay. He raised his hands. I just wanted to make it clear, that's all. She sighed before a loud explosion erupted in the city center. Right at the city's main bank. Ah, it seems like today is full of surprises. Now watch how a hero handles a bank robbery. Okay, but are you sure you don't need help? He asked. It's a simple robbery. I'll be fine. At the bench. Haha. Laughed a woman with black hair, a dominatrix outfit and two large wings on her shoulders. That's what I, the seductress, live for, right my slaves. Yes ma'am. Shouted the guards and civilians at the same time. Now take the rest of the money and get out of here. She smiled as people started taking money and gold bars from the safes. No one can ruin this day. Wait a minute. She turned around and saw Blizzard and an unknown hero running into the room. Oh, it's the ice slut and who's the toy? Huh. Izuku said confused. Let me guess. Seductress smiled. You have a mate you can milk, right? Wrong, this is just a hero in training who will see how I will send him to prison. Smiled Blizzard. Oh really? She said as people turned to them. I know you can't take much of your ice, and you hate fighting innocents, so. What are you going to do about it, slut? She laughed before frowning. Get rid of them, slaves. The slaves groaned before surrounding the two. Not good. Blizzard thought. I can't just use my quirk here. I might hurt them. And take the boy. The woman said. I may need him for fun later tonight. Yes ma'am. They shouted in unison as they attacked the heroes. Synthesis. Separate. Blizzard said, rolling between two civilians and running to the side. He nodded as he dodged three civilians and ducked past a woman who tried to grab his head. This is crazy. A zombie-based quirk. That's really weird and strange. Keep her from leaving. Alright. He said before running towards the seductress and blocking her path. Ah. So the boy wants to go with me. She smiled. Well, I'll just take your mind and body. She winked before flying and shooting big black hearts with her kisses at Izuku. His eyes widened and he ducked and looked away as he passed him as he saw Blizzard running to the front of the bank with the villain and the citizens with their backs to them. Haha. Seductress laughed. I'll take the opportunity to grab your cherry and make you my little toy. And that slut can't do anything to save you. Izuku blushed at that comment before seeing Blizzard do something that made him smile. Blizzard took a step back and began to run before jumping off the counter towards the seductress and tackling her in midair as they rolled towards the exit. You bitch. She growled before smiling and giving him a kiss that made Blizzard's eyes glow pink. Haha. Looks like you're my slut now. Do me a favor now and do something about that boy. Blizzard turned around and went back inside as seductress smiled but didn't notice that Izuku was right behind her after running out of the bank with his right hand focusing on his quirk. Smash. He yelled before punching her in the face that sent her flying through the air and landing her, ironically, in a prison cell a few blocks below. However, to his horror, Blizzard still acted like a zombie as civilians fell to the ground and passed out. Get the boy. She said as she ran towards Izuku. Be Blizzard. He shouted as he avoided her. Get out of this. She walked closer to him before hugging him. Safe boy. She then kissed his lips. W what? He thought with a blush. She's not getting out of this. And she's kissing me. As she continued to kiss him, a crowd began to form and take pictures of the new super couple. Yes. This is the scoop of the century. Hell yeah. That's front page news for sure. I had no idea Blizzard liked someone so young. But it's so good anyway. Keep it up, you two. Smile for the camera, you two lovebirds. As the constant camera shots and encouragement were explored, the seductress's power disappeared as Blizzard's eyes returned to normal. W what? What happened? Keep it up, you two lovers. A reporter shouted. Kiss and make sure you show up. Yes. Continue with your boyfriend Blizzard. She blinked and saw how close she and Izuku were before putting the pieces together and blushing a crimson red. I just kissed him. Oh god. Ah. Said a woman. How cute, they really seem happy together, right Rob? Yes. Just like us Martha. Blizzard pulled his lips away from Izuku's lips and grabbed the hero as he ran away at a very fast speed. Oh god. Oh god oh god oh god oh god. See calm down, Blizzard. Izuku said. I just kissed a boy. Oh god. Oh, fucking god. I'll never hear the end of this. Hell, it's my first kiss too. Natsu is going to piss me off. Ah. Izuku took a deep breath before shouting so loudly that it made the heroine stop. Blizzard calm down please. Ow. Watch out. She screamed as she stopped. I can hear you loud and clear. Sorry. But you needed to calm down. He said. It's not that bad. What do you mean not that bad? Everyone saw me kiss you. And they thought we were a couple. She blushed. Oh, I feel like hiding under the bed for a month. I can't let my family see me after this. Well, if it helps, no one seemed like they were going to call the police and even called us to keep doing it. But, what about the kiss? She swallowed hard. Won't they? Get the wrong idea. They already did. Izuku joked. Oh god, why? I had it all planned out. I would meet the right guy, we would start dating, we would get married and have 2 kids. That's kind of silly. He said. I mean, life is a stage, yes, but it's not fixed. Not everything is going to turn out the way you planned, so why waste the effort trying to realize an ideal dream that would fall apart when you could realize a simpler dream that is more tangible and believable? She snorted. I could have made it work. Not really. He said. Especially when the heroes don't have the best track record for celebrity couples. Especially when they cheat and or just hate each other. I can't believe I'm letting a newbie give me life tips. And Blizzard. He said. I understand you didn't like the kiss, so maybe we can just forget it. Okay, this is stupid. He gave me my first kiss and then he wants to forget about it. That's not going to work on me, asshole. She frowned. Sorry, but you gave me my first kiss and ignoring it isn't going to work. But what? I'll say that. We could try dating. She blushed. But only because we got caught. And it was kind of a nice kiss. Seriously. He swallowed and was stunned. Yes. She blushed. And call me Fayumi. Oh okay, Fayumi. She smiled before using her finger to gently rub Izuku's head. I can either regret this or enjoy being this idiot's girlfriend. But Fayumi, I think you'll have to talk to my girlfriends before that. Fayumi stopped. Wait. What? UA high school. First day back after internship. Hahaha. Shiro and Kirishima laughed when they saw Bakugo's hair. Seriously? Seriously, Bakugo? Shiro pointed at his head, still laughing uncontrollably. Stop laughing. Bakugo growled at the two. It stays stuck like that, even after a good wash. He raised his hand, cracking sounds coming from his palm. Keep it up and I'll kill you both. He was shaking with rage because the stupid hairstyle Best Jeanist had forced on him over and over seemed to have stuck. Look at that hair. It's a perfect piece with a 2:8 ratio. Kirishima slapped the table next to him as he laughed. You two are dead. Bakugo jumped over the laughing boys, his ash blonde hair seeming to explode as it returned to its normal appearance. It changed back. Bwahahaha. Shiro and Kirishima almost burst their stomachs when Bakugo grabbed them. On the other side of the room, ignoring the noisy trio of boys, Mina, Jiro, and Sai were talking. Wow. You have to face the villains. Mina got emotional when Kayaka told them about her time at the Death Arms Agency. I'm so jealous. All my patrols went completely uneventfully. It was just evacuation procedures and logistical support. No real fighting. Jiro shrugged, wrapping one of the monkeys around his index finger. That's still amazing. Mina jumped a little in place. It was just training and patrolling for me. Sayu put her index finger on her chin. Although we did catch some foreign smugglers once. I only helped a little. That's amazing. Mina and Jiro looked at her with wide eyes. Last week went well for you too, right, Achako? Sayu smiled at her best friend. Yes, it was very. Achako gave a good punch to Hagakure's outstretched palm. Instructive. I'm glad you three managed to get out of Hosu safely. Shoji looked at Iida, Izuku and Todoroki. Yeah, you two captured the hero killer, that was crazy. Kaminari pointed at Izuku and then at Todoroki. We didn't fight with him. Todoroki cleared up any misunderstanding that might be in anyone's mind. A wise choice. Koyami nodded to the two. I doubt that would have ended well. I distracted him, so Jiro captured him, that's all. Todoroki explained to the class in general. Stain couldn't escape Midoriya's barrier, so he wasn't a threat when he was trapped. That's a much wiser alternative than fighting, but you two still disobeyed instructions. As trainees, that was improper, though it allowed you to perform a truly heroic act. Iida lightly reprimanded them, but also gave them credit for taking down the villain who nearly ended his brother's hero career and left him crippled for life. Oh man, I can only imagine the kind of punishment Endeavor and Blizzard give you two for this. Kirishima shuddered as he broke free from Bakugo's grip. I had to write an essay about what I did wrong, while Todoroki had to scrub the floor of the main training room with just a hand brush and a bucket for each of us. Izuku informed them easily. That doesn't sound so bad. Shiro mentioned. Bakugo seemed to have gotten over the two and was now sitting in his chair, ignoring everyone. The main training room has over 200 square meters of usable area. Todoroki clarified, looking at Shiro. I take that back, Shiro apologized, rubbing his knees as a sympathetic phantom pain ran through them. Something wrong, Mina. Sato noticed that Mina was looking at him with half-closed eyes. You didn't tell us about your girlfriend. Mina approached, her black and yellow eyes almost piercing the older teenager's eyes. After the excitement of the sports festival, I forgot to ask again. Then we had the internships and I forgot even more. But now I remember. So, speak sir. She pointed at Sato with a wide smile and bright eyes. Ah, me too, me too. I want to know. Toru was beside Mina in an instant. Both girls were interested in the gossip. Sure, it's no big deal. Sato blinked when he saw how excited the two of them were about this. He took out his phone, unlocked it, and tapped the screen a few times. Here, this is my girlfriend, Ruri. He let them see the screen after looking at the photo for a moment. Ah, she's cute. Mina was moved by the girl on the screen. Ruri had shoulder-length light blue hair, bright green eyes, and in the photo she was wearing a green apron over what appeared to be a purple shirt. The rest of her could not be seen because she was behind a counter. Yes, very cute. Toru agreed with Mina. How tall is she? The counter is messing up my estimate. She's about Mina's height. Sato moved on to another photo, showing Ruri next to him, both smiling at the camera. What's her quirk? Is she in UA? Mina knew it was a long shot, but maybe she was studying general studies or business administration. No, she goes to a school not far from my neighborhood. Sato shrugged as he still saw her in person almost every day. Her quirk is called blue, it allows her to turn things into various shades of blue for a short period of time. But she has to touch them to do so, and that has a limit on the size of the object. Does she cook like you? Toru asked with a giggle as another photo of Ruri and Sato together in a kitchen, both wearing aprons, was displayed on the phone. Actually, I'm kind of teaching her how. Sato rubbed the back of his neck with a laugh. She tried a cake I made once and really liked it. So we started talking, and that led to some cooking and baking lessons, and then, you know. One day I got the courage to ask her out. He had a little red in his cheeks now. So cute. Mina laughed, almost jumping in place with how cute the relationship was. How long have you two been together? Toru was laughing along with Mina. It's been a year now. Sato smiled when he saw his girlfriend's photo on his cell phone. Birthday. Toru and Mina cheered, and Sato couldn't help but laugh at their exuberance. The classroom door opened and everyone rushed to their seats as Aizawa entered the room. Welcome back, students. I hope your internships have been productive. He scanned the room and saw all of his students looking attentive. We will be going over the reports your internship mentors sent me in detail. But before that, a quiz on hero law and licensing. His eyes locked on Izuku and Todoroki as he said this. No. Kaminari let his head hit the table. It's not a pop quiz. Mina collapsed onto her desk with crocodile tears. Sorry, Izuku looked down at his desk after his silent apology. Later that day. I'm here. All Might announced to Class 1 as they stood before the wall training ground they would be using today. And the reason for that is your fundamental hero training. He placed his fists on his hips with his signature grin. It's been a while, boys and girls. How's everyone? It's not exactly an entrance, Kaminari muttered to Kirishima. I kind of expected more after a break. Kirishima nodded to the blonde. Maybe he ran out of money. Sato guessed with the other boys. Stop. Never. All Might laughed at the comments. My stock of shit is inexhaustible. He declared with a wide smile that attracted several smiles from the students. Your Golden Age costume is so cool. Izuku was always excited to be able to learn from his idol and favorite hero. As an immediate follow-up to your internships, today's activity is a playful one. All Might raised his right hand, his index finger pointing upwards. A rescue training run. Iida's hand shot quickly into the air. Shouldn't rescue training be held at the USJ, sir? This place is for disaster rescue training, particularly for young Iida. All Might shook his head. But remember what I said, it's a race. This is Gamma Field. He spread his arms to introduce the training ground. It's a dense distribution of factories that come together to form an intricate network of labyrinthine alleys. For this exercise, all of you will divide into 4 teams of 5 members and do this one team at a time. Seeing that everyone understood, All Might nodded and continued with the explanation of the exercise. I'll send out a distress signal from somewhere inside, and all of you will start at the edge of the field in randomly selected locations. It's a race to see who can reach and rescue me first. Yes, sir. Class 1 is said in chorus, smiles appearing on several faces as some excitement began to grow. Naturally, keep property destruction to a minimum. All Might reminded, looking at Bakugo and pointing at the explosion user. Stop pointing at me. Bakugo grumbled as he was called out for the collateral damage his quirk was capable of causing so easily. Alright, now randomly select the first group and their entry points to the Gamma Field. All Might took out a tablet and turned it to show the screen to the students. A list of names scrolled across the screen like a slot machine for a second before stopping. Group 1 will consist of Shiro, Ashido, Iida, Asui, and Izuku. Please go to the spot next to your name and we will begin shortly. Yes, sir. The 5 students took a step forward. After receiving the signal, you can begin. All Might instructed before jumping from the ground to the middle of Field Gamma in a single movement. As the 5 students in Group 1 made their way to their designated starting positions, the rest of the class sat on a raised platform with a large screen and speakers. The screen was divided into 5 perspectives, each following one of the students. Iida is better at top speed, but in a series of narrow streets like this, isn't he at a disadvantage? Achako pondered the location given what she knew about Iida's quirk. All the mobility experts in our class were evenly matched, so I don't know what to call this one, you know. Shoji looked between the 5 screens to determine who had the biggest advantage in this race. Yes. But Jiro is there, can't he just use that warp gate of his? Kirishima questioned the others. It seemed like the easiest way to win, in his opinion. Doesn't it need line of sight to work? Or at least a target area to teleport to? Tokoyami asked, not being fully aware of most of his class representatives' quirks. I'm not sure, but even the line of sight distortion gives you a huge advantage, right? Kayaka reminded the group from her place next to Momo. Yes. Izuku's various quirks could be combined to give him exceptional mobility, but his warp gate makes distance almost a non-factor. Momo agreed with her friend wholeheartedly. Plus, I'm sure he could open a gate to the sky and simply peer through it if necessary. I'm giving the win to Izuku Jiro in this case. Ochako smiled. It wasn't favoritism. Okay, it was. But it was also the most realistic outcome. Same, Izuku has it under control. Momo cheered for her boyfriend, a bright smile on her lips. Yes, but who would come in second if Jiro simply reached the finish line? Kaminari questioned everyone. Zero, maybe. Kirishima thought about it. Wouldn't he be the best bet after Jiro's deformation? I think Tsu-chan is the most likely candidate for second place. Toru spoke brightly. She was already fast before, she can stick to walls, and I bet she got even stronger in the internship. Yes. Hagakure and Ochako applauded along with the invisible girl. Go, Tsu-chan. I hate to bet against her, but although Mademoiselle Ishido is fast and agile, I believe she may be at a similar disadvantage to Iida in this race. Aoyama commented, posing as sparkles seemed to come out of his body. Unless she can significantly increase her speed on such unfavorable terrain, this race is not in her favor. Start. All Might's voice rang out from the speakers, and all 5 students inside Field Gamma took off. This kind of test is made for me. Zero threw his ribbon high into the air, sticking it to one of the many pipes scattered around the field, and then retracted the ribbon to launch himself into the air above the obstacles. See? Kirishima pointed. Going up is better in a tight space like this. Zero is also good at staying in the air. So that gives him an advantage. Shoji agreed as the class watched. Kiro. Sayu crouched down, tensing her legs and thighs as she prepared to jump with all her might. In the blink of an eye, the frog-like girl disappeared, launching herself into the air and landing on top of a multi-story factory that existed before her. With another leap, she cleared 3 more of those buildings and landed safely on the roof of the 4th. Oh my god. Momo was happy for her friend and amazed by the display. I told you. Toru laughed happily, watching Tsayu travel great distances with each jump. Go, Tsu, go. Ochako was cheering for her happily. Does anyone else see Iida? Sato questioned, seeing the resident speedster running through the buildings and streets without slowing down. Since when could he corner like that? He's almost halfway to the center of the field already. He must have learned from Ingenium during his internship. Todoroki spoke as he observed Iida. Clearly, the honest teenager learned a lot from his older brother. Is Mina doing Parker? Tokoyami pointed at Mina's screen. Yahoo! Mina was indeed parking through the intricate network of pipes, buildings, ducts, and other obstacles. With a smile, she jumped towards a flat wall, only to produce a thick viscous acid on her hands and special shoes. The pincat stuck to the wall almost like Tsayu, and quickly climbed up the side before resuming her parkour across the rooftops. You won't stop me. She laughed heartily, seeing the rooftop where she was sure All Might was. Man. Everyone has improved a lot. Kirishima smiled at his teammates as they ran through Field Gamma. TCH, Bakugo snapped to the side of the group, his eyes hadn't left Izuku since the beginning. His angry red gaze was practically burning a hole through the green-haired teen. Since I don't have a fixed target. Izuku knew that the coordinate part of the warp gate quirk wouldn't be of much use here. Line of sight, yeah. A swirling black and purple mist appeared from his body, and he leapt through it. He exited through a gate that was high in the air, gravity reaffirming its grip on him as he began to fall. There. Izuku took the time to scan the rooftops of the industrial field to try and locate All Might. It didn't take long for him to see a large man standing on the roof of a building near the center of the area. A new gate appeared below him, and Izuku fell through it. Ah, I suspected as much. All Might chuckled as a black mist appeared just above the building he was waiting for. Midoriya's green costume flew out of the gate as the boy crouched and rolled to absorb the impact of his fall. He stood up with a smile that made All Might smile back. Well, we have our winner. Yes. Izuku cheered a little as he won the race. You beat me, Jiro. Sayu landed on the roof on her last jump, just a moment after Izuku had been declared the winner. Congratulations. She smiled at him and let out an adorable Kiro as he pulled her into a warm hug for a moment. Damn. Zero sighed when he saw that he was the third. I thought I had chosen the fastest route too. I'm here, sensei. Iida almost passed through the door leading to the roof. The bespectacled teenager quickly counted his classmates and lowered his head as he came in 4th place in a race of all things. Damn. Mina pouted as she swung over the railing to the roof. You guys are making me look bad. She playfully accused, pointing at her friends. Jiro may have come in 1st place, but you've all discovered new and better ways to use your quirks since you started studying here. All Might praised the 5 students with a bright smile. Keep up the good work as you prepare for your final exams. Alright, the finals are coming. Izuku reminded as the group walked down the stairs of the building to vacate the field. I need to study more. Mina groaned, not being the type to work with books. You can do well if you apply yourself, Ashido. Iida cut the air towards him. I could use some help with a subject or two myself. Zero admitted, running his free hand through his hair, while the opposite hand held the helmet of his costume. Classical Japanese isn't helping my overall score. Maybe we should make a study group. Kiro. Sayu suggested, looking at Izuku. That's not a bad idea, as class representative it's part of my responsibilities to make sure we're all doing our best when it comes to our grades. Izuku agreed as he got into his thinking pose. We need to make sure everyone who needs help participates, if they want to of course. I'm sure Momo will want to help too, she came first in the tests, so she could help in any subject. Sayu gave a happy little smile as she took Izuku's hand as they walked, just listening to him mumble as he planned to form the best study group he could to help his classmates. So cute. She cooed in her mind. When it was the next group's turn, the 5 students were Tokuyami, Jiro, Kirishima and Aoyama. Begin. All Might's voice once again rang out over the speakers. The number 1 hero moved to an entirely different location within Gamma Field to prevent the next group from knowing where to find him. Dark Shadow. Tokuyami shouted, and the sentient quirk rose from the black-headed teenager's body. Fallen Dark Angel. He exclaimed, making some of his classmates chuckle softly at the Chunubu name. Understood. Dark Shadow seemed to retreat into Tokuyami's cloak, only for his large arms to wrap around his belly. Tokuyami jumped as high as he could, about 5 feet, and then literally flew through the sky. EHHH. The students watching exclaimed in shock. Tokuyami can fly. Shoji's eyes widened as he saw his friend flying. Since when? Kaminari was left speechless at the new development. A new movement. Mina applauded happily, even laughing at the name. I see. Izuku took out his notebook, hid it somewhere with him, and was quickly flipping through Tokuyami's page as he began to mutter. Using Dark Shadow's apparent immunity to gravity, Tokuyami can make Dark Shadow hold him and then move. Instead of Tokuyami staying on the ground and Dark Shadow moving independently, they become like horse and rider to achieve flight. This is amazing. Shining. Rocket. Aoyama announced extravagantly as he aimed his laser at the ground. The bright light was released and sent the armored teenager flying down the side of the nearest building until he landed on the roof. Monsieur Tokuyami is not the only one who has learned new tricks. The blonde glowed as he ran across the rooftops, occasionally launching himself higher with a carefully controlled beam. Internally, he was hopeful that All Might would not score too many points on his scoreboard for the damage he was causing while launching himself. Aoyama too. Zero was surprised and happy for his classmate. It's not actually flying, but it's still crazy. He must have gotten better from his stomachache, huh? Echako could sympathize with Aoyama. Having to deal with nausea from using his quirk for too long was a similar reaction the two shared. I didn't expect this to happen. Toru commented. How is he flying like that? Todoroki wondered. That's crazy, Kaminari shook his head. He was sure he was getting a headache just thinking about it. Kirishima and Jiro are really out of luck, huh? Sato lamented to his classmates, watching the two run towards the area All Might was waiting for. Kayaka seems to know exactly where she's going. Mina pointed out. She connected one of her monkeys to the ground as soon as the race started, maybe she heard All Might's location. Momo guessed, wondering why her friend did that from so far away. From that far away? Can she do that? Shoji, also a reconnaissance expert, questioned as it became increasingly clear that Kayaka really did know where All Might was. Sensei, I answered your distress call. Tokuyami flew from the air and landed on the loading dock where All Might was. From this side of the factory, he was only visible from certain angles. It made it quite difficult to find him if you couldn't see him from above, or if there was no other way to find him. Excellent work, young Tokuyami. All Might smiled and gave the teenager a thumbs up. I'm very impressed with your new move, very creative. Thank you, sir. Tokuyami was so happy that he had gone to Hawk Agency to do his internship. He would never have thought of flying alone with Dark Shadow. Your shining knight has arrived. Aoyama declared as he descended a ladder from the roof of the nearby warehouse-like building. Although it seems that I have been defeated by the flight, my shine will not diminish. He declared, making All Might laugh at the dramatic entrance. Have fun, young Aoyama, be proud of your growth and development with your quirk. All Might praised where it was due. Aoyama was proud of the compliment and posed. Thank you very much, sensei. Aoyama had a wide smile on his face. You guys are ridiculous. Jiro laughed as he ran into the area. Flying, rocket jumping with lasers, what's next? Tell me. About it. Kirishima ran into the loading dock from the other side, clearly out of breath. I couldn't figure out where you were except in this general direction. Who? He exhaled and then inhaled deeply. I must have run another dozen blocks just trying to find you, sensei. Don't worry, young Kirishima. This exercise is meant to show you not only how you've improved, but also how you can continue to improve. All Might consoled the redeed. If mobility is hindering you, then work on reconnaissance to find the fastest way to your destination. He gave Jiro a thumbs up and the rocker smiled with a little pink on her cheeks. Don't worry, young Kirishima. This exercise is meant to show you not only how you've improved but also how you can continue to improve. All Might consoled the redeed. If mobility is hindering you, then work on reconnaissance to find the fastest way to your destination. He gave Jiro a thumbs up and the rocker smiled with a little pink on her cheeks. Now. After the grueling class, the bruised and battered students returned to the locker rooms to change. At this point, Denki cleared his throat to address his male classmates. Fellow Class 1A, I have a question for all of you, Denki said sternly. A question that could upset the balance of this class and tear us all apart. But it's a question I must ask, because leaving it unanswered would leave us all adrift. Especially now that all of Japan knows about us. The other boys turned to Denki, confused but intrigued. Which of the lovely ladies in our class would you most like to date? This surprised everyone, but not for the reasons Denki intended. Bakugo didn't want to hear it, so he left before everyone else. Tenya was the first to recover. Kaminari-kun, this is highly inappropriate. Our classmates deserve better than to be treated like pieces of meat. Wow, relax for a second, Ida. Denki raised his hands in protest. I'm not saying give me a list of who's the most attractive or anything. I'm saying who you'd most like to date. Like, they're all gorgeous, who would you like to try a relationship with? That sounds very personal, Fumikage said sharply. I guess, but it's also partly because I want to make sure I'm not hurting either of you. You know me, I'm a big flirt. But I don't want to try anything with someone you really want. Denki said, a little embarrassed. Tenya straightened. I suppose that makes sense. Although, in the interest of fairness, I think you should go first. Ah, that's easy. Our rocker Jiro. Denki said happily. This seemed to scare everyone. Isn't she always putting you down and beating you with her jacks? Izuku asked. Yes, but it's not real. Denki said with a big smile. Plus, I like that she can give it away and take it. Plus, there's that side of her that comes out whenever she talks about music or anything else she really likes. She's so nice and passionate. It's cute. Everyone blinked. Izuku laughed. Denki was confused. What's funny? Sorry to cut short your dreams, but it's not going to happen. Izuku said. Kayaka doesn't play on this team, Denki. Kaminari's heart broke. What's up? Don't tell me. She hasn't confessed yet, but I know the truth. Denki cried comically. Tenya rubbed his chin, that was surprisingly explanatory, Jiro-kun. In that regard, I will say that I consider Class B student Abara Shiozaki to be a pillar of strength and integrity and would like to get to know her better. However, I personally believe that it is counterproductive to start a relationship at this time. Denki nodded, sure. She's a little strict with me, but I think you two would work well together. Ijiro gave a thumbs up. Yeah, man. For me, it's the complete opposite. I've known Ishido since middle school, and she's always been the best. She's always been so outgoing and brave. And back then I was nothing like I am now. She helped inspire my debut at UA. If there's anyone I'd ask out, it would be her. You have good taste, Kirishima. Ijiro patted Ijiro on the shoulder. And you have history, so that's always a plus. I'd say Hagakure. She also has the same fun and carefree attitude. Fumikage crossed his arms. I don't think it's important to say who I can or can't commune with. It's Tsayu. Dark Shadow interrupted, emerging from beneath her arms and spilling the beans. Fumi likes Tsayu. Cheeky beast. Fumikage blushed violently as he scolded Dark Shadow, who just laughed. Alright, since my shadow decided to reveal my secrets, Tsayu's interests and mine align, and I feel attracted to her. Denki looked apologetic. Sorry, man. I don't want to make any of you uncomfortable. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. He said to the rest of the boys. Izuku was silent for a while and was honestly scared. He'd never been able to tell anyone anything without it being thrown in his face before. But none of the guys in his class had ever acted like that. They'd always helped him as much as he'd helped them. Guys, I have something I need to tell you, but I need you all to keep it a secret, Izuku said. If this is about Yayoi Rozu-san, we know, man. Denki said. I mean, you guys are in class calling each other cute nicknames. Ijiro added. Your affection for her shines brightly, like a beacon in the darkness. Fumikage said. And if you fear rejection, know that her affection for you is just as bright, if not brighter. Honestly, we're all waiting for the wedding. Ijiro smiled. And you better ask us to be godparents. I would ask to be godparents if it wasn't clearly Ida bro. I believe it is premature to speak of such things at this time, Tenya said. Although, if you choose me, I will perform the duties of godfather to the best of my ability. Guys, this is serious, Izuku said abruptly. Everyone looked at him, surprised by his tone. Koji started signing. You really don't need to worry about me talking, but I promise I'll keep any secrets you have. Thank you, Kuda-kun. Izuku smiled. Sorry for acting so unmanly, Mido bro, Ijiro said, his head down. If you trust me, I'll be up to it, Tenya added. I swear on my soul that I will not reveal anything you tell me in confidence. Fumikage stated. I didn't mean to make light of it, man. Denki apologized. But, if you're worried about secrets, we know about you and Yaoi Rozu. Izuku nodded, yeah, that's it, it's not just Momo. Wait, what? Denki said, shocked. No one else spoke, stunned. We are polyamorous. We are a group and we. Izuku struggled to find the words. I like them and they like me, we managed to reach an agreement and we are in a polyamorous relationship. Wait, so how many girls are you with? Denki said, almost reverently. Well, I'm dating 6 girls. That eases my concerns, Fumikage said. I would find it disturbing if you removed agency from your lover's decision-making process. Indeed, Tenya said, cutting his arm for emphasis. To be honest, I find the idea of such a relationship a little disturbing. But if you all agree and are happy, I wholeheartedly support it. That's it. Ijiro said. Love as you wish. I mean, I never thought about having more than one partner. Shiro added. That could be a lot of fun. So, who are you dating? Denki asked. If that's not too much of a snoop. Our polycule consists of me, Itsuka-chan, Yamomo, Kami-chan, Mei-chan, Melissa Shield, and Nijire Senpai. Izuku stated. Holy shit. Said Denki. Watch your mouth. Tenya intervened. Although crude, the sentiment seems appropriate, Fumikage said. Wait, is that why there are 2 support students going to one so often? Tenya asked. Yeah. Izuku sighed. I think Nezu is trying to find a way to experiment with my quirk that isn't explicitly illegal, and this is how he's choosing to do it. Tenya paused. Are we sure he's a hero? I sure don't want to get on his bad side, Izuku shrugged. That seems like the most prudent course of action, Tenya agreed. As soon as Izuku left the locker room, he noticed his red-faced and extremely guilty-looking sister Kayaka standing nearby, approaching him, but avoiding direct eye contact. Her jacks had extended and were clicking nervously. Izuku added 2 and 2 together. Did you hear? Kayaka nodded shyly. Why yes. Kayaka squeaked. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have, but Mina and Tura insisted, and, well. I should have seen that coming, Izuku muttered. You're mad at me, right? Kayaka asked miserably. You have to be, I basically outed you all. I knew beforehand, but I never said anything. Izuku thought carefully. I'm a little angry, truth be told. But, I trust you girls just as much as I trust guys, probably more, considering how many of you I'm dating. He tried to joke, but it didn't work. If you can't forgive me, I'll understand. Kayaka stated. Honestly, with the dorm set up, it would be revealed eventually. Izuku said. And this isn't a terrible way to reveal it. I'm a lesbian. Kayaka said quickly, the words overlapping. Izuku blinked and tilted his head, eyes wide. Ugh. Kayaka put her head in her hands. I was prepared for you to want some blackmail on me as payment, and I was mentally preparing myself for it. So you had to go and forgive me. Izuku smiled. Alright. And since apparently this is a day for sharing, I like girls too. Kayaka snorted. Really? I had no idea. The two laughed as they walked back to class. All for one side, if Tamura wasn't the perfect way to get revenge on All Might, he would have gotten rid of him years ago. The kid was a disappointment, frankly, and clearly not progressing the way All for One wanted, 3 other Nomu destroyed with no chance of recovery. Not to mention the supposed perfect candidate to join the league not only assaulted Tamura, but died the day after meeting with him. Maybe it was time for a change. Izukujiro perhaps. The boy clearly had some fire inside him if Tamura's description of the fight was accurate. After all, beating someone to death, turning their brains to pulp, was something All for One was deeply familiar with. Maybe he could use that fire to ruin the boy, and it would hurt All Might much more than Tamura Shigaraki. Knowing All Might himself created the next All for One. Yeah, the more I think about it the more I like the idea. Kurogiri, bring Tamura here. Yes, master. The misty man opened a portal, disappearing before returning with the boy in question. You summoned me, sensei. Tamura bowed before his master. Yes, I've had a change of plans. Under no circumstances are you to kill or harm Izukujiro, the good doctor, and I are working with some associates to find a way to temporarily remove the quirks. Once that is complete, we will be taking him alive, am I clear? All for One summoned the most intimidating aura he could at the last part, making it clear that disobeying his orders would result in very unfortunate circumstances. I thought that was already the plan, sensei. Once we have his quirk, we can kill him. The boy looked questioningly at the man. Well, I just wanted to reiterate to you how important it is that he doesn't die or get maimed. You're not exactly known for your temper, my protege. Well, I suppose that's to be expected after everything I've raised you through. He chuckled. You're dismissed. He nodded at Tamura before returning to his musings. I'll let Tamura live for now, he can be my backup in case I can't convince Jiro to join. Tamura would be a great asset as well. If the boy was driven to such brutal acts out of his desire to protect his allies, then offering him Tamura as penance for what happened to Eraserhead seems like a good way to get inside his head. At UA. Summer vacation is coming up. Aizawa mentioned during class, looking at his students. Of course, it would be completely unreasonable for all of you to take a whole month off. Don't tell me. Kaminari was already worried about what Aizawa was going to say. You will be doing a summer training camp in the forest. Aizawa informed everyone categorically. I knew it. Cool. Kaminari cheered as the rest of the class started talking as well. This was at least something different from their normal training. Truth or dare? Mina almost jumped out of her chair as she threw her hands up with a bright smile. Shall we go to a place with onsen? Toru asked with a curious look. She hadn't been to a hot spring in a while, and it would be amazing to have one nearby for summer training. Fireworks would be cool. Sayu placed her index finger on her chin, imagining him with a cute smile. Making curry and other meals, yeah. Iida recalled some of the summer trips Ame Private Academy took while he was studying. Since we will be in nature, our training activities will also change. Shiro mentioned with a smile the change of pace. So it's all about making the right decisions regardless of the environment. Cool. Sato nodded at what was probably the basic idea of summer training. All of us living together. I'm excited. Kirishima punched the air with joy. However, Aizawa's eyes glowed red and his hair stood on end slightly. The class immediately fell silent. Anyone who fails the upcoming final exams will be in summer school hell, right here. Do your best, guys. Kirishima turned to his colleagues to encourage them all. Okay, you idiot. Bakugo grumbled at the idiots who were close to failure. Hidden location. The hero killer. I never thought he'd be caught, but for the most part, he performed as expected. All for one mused as he used his electric imaging quirk to see what was shown on the screen in front of him, a picture of Shigaraki Tamura. Those who want to attack, those who sympathize with the cause. All sorts. That was the catalyst needed for them to seek out the League of Villains. Now, it's Tamura's job to unify them. Can the child do it, I wonder? Garaki expressed his doubts without speaking directly against All for One's plans. I still believe that if you reach the front lines, it would happen without a problem, Master. Heh. For that to happen, you'll have to hurry up and fix my body, Doctor. All for One chuckled lightly so as not to disturb his weakened body. It took us almost 5 years to acquire hyper-regeneration. Garaki sighed deeply at the time it took to find the powerful quirk. But that kind of quirk is of no use if your body is already healed. That was the limitation of most healing quirks, the injury still needed to be in a state of active healing for any of the quirks to be effective. Wounds that were healed, even if they left horrible scars or missing pieces, could not be fixed by healing or regeneration quirks. Or none of the ones we could find with my extensive access to medical records, at least. Such a setback had already paralyzed his plans years ago. Alright. All for One reached out and touched the screen with Tamura's face. We'll let him do the heavy lifting. All to prepare him to be the next me. He gently rested his chin on his left fist. I know that boy will rise to the occasion. He was born twisted. So enjoy it while you can, All Might. This fleeting piece of yours. All for One grimaced instead of looking, since he had lost his eyes. Back to UA. Okay, that's it for now. There's only 1 week left until the final exams. You guys are studying properly, right? The teacher's question brought mixed results, from nervous sweats to confident smiles. Aizawa sighed, I'm sure you all know by now, but it won't just be a written exam. There's also a practical component. Make sure to train your mind and body at the same time. Remember, we have the training camp scheduled after the exams, so anyone who fails will have supplemental lessons. He straightened his view and held them in one arm. That's all. He then left the room, closing the door behind him. Immediately after his departure, Kaminari and Mina came out in unison. I didn't study at all. With the sports festival. Kaminari began. And the internships. Mina added. I didn't study at all. They both finished. It's your fault for being an idiot. You should manage your time carefully to ensure that you'll be able to do everything that's important. Shoto said. So cold. Kaminari and Mina screamed comically. Maybe I can help with the classes. Momo said hopefully. Yeah, Momo. Kaminari and Mina cried out with comical tears, both bowing to her. But I can't help with the practical part. Momo said a little depressed. She really wants to help everyone with whatever she can. Izuku smiled from his desk. Yayoi Rozu, can I join you guys too? How are you with classical Japanese? Shiro asked the smart girl. Huh. Momo said. I'd like to join in too. There are a lot of things I don't understand. Ejiro admitted as he rubbed the back of his neck in an embarrassed manner. Please. Everyone said to Momo. Momo felt so happy that her classmates asked for help and she jumped up. Yes, of course. So, let's have a study session at my residence this weekend. Really? I can't wait to see your house. Mina exclaimed excitedly. Her elasticity is so cute. Izuku chuckled as he noticed how excited Momo was. Bakugo sat silently in his chair as he looked at his notebook, reading through several notes he wrote earlier. Hey Bakugo, are you studying now? Kirishima appeared next to him with a big smile. What do you want? Bakugo replied coldly, not even taking his eyes off the notebook. Kirishima flinched, but still maintained his smile. Come on, Bakugo. You don't have to be like this. He laughed awkwardly. What do you want? Bakugo repeated, his voice becoming more hostile. Kirishima rubbed his head as his smile faded, looking more nervous as he thought of what to say next. Then he came up with an idea that returned the positive look on his face, pointing a thumb at himself. Hey, you were great in the midterm, weren't you? Teach me. There was a pause between the two as Bakugo didn't seem to react to his words, causing Kirishima to start sweating nervously. HMPH, why me? His response was cold, but at least it wasn't angry. Kirishima stepped forward. Because I feel like being taught by you would be best for me. I'm really slow at learning a lot of things, and I don't want to hold anyone back in Yaoyorozu's study session. I think you'd be the best one to teach me. Hearing the word better made Bakugo's eyes twitch, but other than that, there was no change in his composure. There was another pause of silence between Bakugo and Kirishima, but the usually hot-headed teenager responded. What, do you want me to put the knowledge in you? Kirishima's eyes sparkled as he smiled. Yes, I'm counting on you. Ha. Are you a damn masochist? Bakugo shouted abruptly as he turned to the Redeed with crossed hair. Izuku, standing behind Bakugo's seat, heard everything between the two and couldn't help but smile sadly. Good luck, Kirishima. Kaken is tough, but he really knows what he's doing. Later that day. So, Aizu. Kami smiled at her boyfriend. Do you have any plans for the next few days? Besides studying, not really. Izuku shook his head. Why? Well. Kami uttered the word and not so subtly moved Itsuka closer to him. I was thinking we could go on some dates. Momo, Itsuka, Melissa, Mei and Najire blushed prettily. Itsuka first since she's sexy. Kami-chan. Itsuka's face was now bright red. Why yeah. I'd love to. Izuku smiled, though his entire face was even redder than Itsuka's. We're dating, so we should definitely set aside time for dates together. Izuku. Itsuka smiled adorably as she gently took his hand with hers. They both shared a warm look, their hearts beating strongly together. Great. Kami clapped her hands. Let's talk about this. The days of the guy having to decide everything are over. Seriously. I agree. It seems reckless to expect Izuku to invent everything on his own. Momo nodded, her face flushed, but a beautiful smile on her lips that made Izuku feel like his heart would burst with affection for his amazing girlfriends. I have the afternoon free this weekend. Melissa smiled at Izuku. My mom is leaving next week. Mei had told her boyfriend and friends about her home life. So we'll have these dates. Izuku declared and surprised everyone when he leaned in to give her a soft kiss on the cheek. Okay. She took his other hand with a bright smile on her lips. Ooh. Isaacin is getting quite bold now. Kami smiled happily upon seeing this. That's exactly what we want to see, right girls? She giggled and burst out laughing as the girls nodded happily. Izuku felt like his face might catch fire soon, but he didn't care how happy he was right now. Making his girlfriends happy was important to him. Their relationship was unconventional, but he wanted it to work and was willing to put in the time and effort to make it work. They all were. The next morning, Izuku woke up feeling much more rested and rejuvenated than usual. He had no idea how or when he would get to bed, but he certainly wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. After taking a shower, brushing his teeth, and checking the latest news related to the hero, the sound of his phone ringing caught his attention. Kayaka. What are you doing today? Izuku. Nothing, why? Kayaka. Good. Be there in 10 minutes. True to her word, 10 minutes later Kayaka was knocking on his bedroom door. When he finally opened it, the purple-haired teenager stood before him, fully dressed and with a slight smile on her face. Kayaka, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. Get dressed. She simply replied. What? Why? Because we're going shopping. Your date is tomorrow and you need some new clothes. The Joe Smo look won't work. He couldn't argue with Kayaka when it came to her fashion sense. Her wardrobe was simple at best. Tomorrow would be his first real date with a real girl who actually liked him, and he certainly didn't want to make a bad impression. Ah, okay. Izuku relented. And you're going to cut your hair. What? Hours later. 2 hours. 2 long, tiring, and annoying hours was how long Tokage and Komori spent preparing Kendo for her date. It was bad enough that the two of them dragged her all the way to the Kiyashi neighborhood on Friday afternoon for an impromptu shopping trip that nearly caused them to miss curfew. But they also broke into her house at 3 in the afternoon to get her ready for her date with Izuku. As much as she appreciated the amount of effort her friends were putting into this, Kendo had more than reached her limit when Komori tried to stuff her into a bright pink dress with polka dots that was a bit inappropriate for a teenage girl to wear in public. After several quick arguments and apologies from Tokage for reasons that shall remain undisclosed, the quartet finally completed their preparations. As Kendo looked at herself in the mirror for what felt like the 1000th time, she was truly pleased with the result. After a message from Kyoka telling them that she and Izuku were ready to go, everyone waited at the meeting point. As the three of them stood in the empty common area, Kendo did his best to calm his nerves. Just before his brain descended into a black hole of shyness, the sound of the elevator opening caught his attention. "Okay, it took some work, but I think he's ready to go," Jiro said with a satisfied tone in his voice. When she finally mustered the courage to look at him, Kendo's brain froze and she let out a not-so-subtle sigh. Standing in front of her was Izuku, looking very different than he usually does. The first thing she noticed was his outfit. The boy was dressed in his usual red boots along with black jeans, a red t-shirt with a star in the middle of the chest, and a thin green jacket that perfectly matched his hair and eyes. The entire outfit was a far cry from his typically baggy clothes and was tailored to show off how well built he truly was. But then there was his hair. The fluffy mop of purple highlights she was so used to seeing was gone. The sides and back of his head were shaved close to the scalp. On top, his hair was still fluffy, but cut to about 2/3 of its original length. Oh shit. He's hot. Kendo snapped out of his mental stupor when he felt Tokage's hand grab his shoulder. "Now listen, Red, if you screw this up, I'll be playing the role of Wonderboy supportive friend who has no problem being his replacement." Tokage whispered to her with what was possibly the most serious expression she had ever seen on the green-haired girl's face. "Oh no. She's beautiful." Izuku thought just before his brain turned to mush at the sight of his date. Kendo was wearing a simple teal knee-length dress that was a little too girly for her taste, a pair of black high-top sneakers, and one of her favorite black leather jackets. Unbeknownst to him, Komori had unilaterally decided that Kendo would forgo her signature side ponytail tonight and wear her hair down. It was only the second time he'd seen her without her hair tied up, but the way her orange curls fell just past her shoulders forced heat straight to his cheeks. Hey. Kendo stuttered a little as she composed herself. Hi. An equally nervous Izuku greeted back. "So, are you ready to go?" "Why yes. Cool." She gave him a smile. With most of the awkwardness finally resolved, the young duo left the building to go out and enjoy their night, leaving the rest of their friends with satisfied smiles. A job well done, if I do say so myself. Tokage's pride was practically leaking out of his pores. "We're still going to follow them, right?" Komori asked the other 3 girls. Duh. The user of the lizard tail splitter quirk replied with a devious smile. "There's no way I'm going to miss this after all the work I've done." Jiro quickly shrugged and wondered how exactly she got involved in this nonsense. "Well, we better hurry up and get dressed then." The short train ride to their destination during the night was rather quiet for Izuku and Kendo. The two didn't really know what to talk about other than regular school-related topics. There was a lingering sense of awkwardness in the air that neither of them knew how to address. So for now, they sat next to each other in peaceful silence. Before long, the young couple arrived at the concert venue with about 20 minutes left before the show was scheduled to start. When they showed up, the venue was practically packed wall to wall. Izuku knew that his mother was a decently popular musical singer. But from the sheer number of people present, he had a feeling that the headliners that night would be more popular than he had initially thought. In truth, he still wasn't used to being around larger crowds. "Man, this place is packed." Kendo looked around with wide eyes. Seriously, there must be more than 2,000 people here. I don't even think we can get to our seats." "Well, I guess it was a good thing Kyoka gave us these backstage passes," Izuku said as he took off his VIP badges. "Do you want to see if we can go there now?" "Sure." Kendo nodded. It didn't take long for the two to find their seats near the stage. After making their way through a crowd of teenagers their age and spotting one of the event staff, Izuku and Kendo were escorted to an opening near the DJ booth. From what Kendo could tell, they were out of sight of everyone else, but had an unobstructed view of the entire stage. "Excuse me. You two wouldn't be the VIPs, would you?" A familiar female voice asked the two from behind. "Mom," Izuku said in shock. Kendo's mouth dropped open. Well. Mikijiro had a mischievous smile. "My little Izuku having a date." Izuku and Kendo had red faces. "Anyway, Kyoka asked us to make sure you two got here safely." I was just checking on you guys. Thank you for your concern, Jiro-san. Kendo said. Please call me Mika. She said just before walking towards the stage. Well, I better go. I hope you guys enjoy the show. Within minutes, the show was underway. Singer Mika wasted no time in giving the audience what they wanted and delivered the performance of a lifetime. From where they stood a few feet behind the band, Kendo looked surprised as the crowd quickly erupted into a sea of energy she was not prepared for. As she watched the crowd move along to the lively rhythm of the music, Kendo decided she wanted to join in on the fun. She let the beat of the drum and the riffs of the guitar resonate through her body. She felt her feet begin to move from side to side. Although she wasn't a good dancer, Kendo knew enough to not look like a complete idiot. And it didn't take long for the redeed to get lost in the music. The movement of her feet was quickly imitated by her hips and then her shoulders and arms. It turns out that years of martial arts training translated very well when it came to dance. And Kendo did a great job of incorporating some of her favorite moves into her impromptu dance recital. A not so subtle smile formed on her face. In his mind, Izuku was enjoying the show. Watching her body move to the beat put the green-haired boy in a sort of trance. While it was obvious that Kendo wasn't an expert when it came to dancing, the way she moved like a steady stream of water was certainly enough to make him lose focus of his surroundings. That was until he felt his girlfriend bump his hips into hers. It's no fun if I'm the only one embarrassing myself here. Kendo said with a wink and a smile. I'm not much of a dancer. Izuku nodded shyly, wiggling his thumbs between his fingers. Me neither. Kendo laughed before taking his hand and pulling him towards him. Teal eyes met green ones, and for a brief moment, it felt like the world around them ceased to exist. Kendo took charge and began moving her hips and shoulders from side to side, just like she did before. Only this time, with each movement, she pulled her partner along for the ride. Izuku was understandably nervous at first. But eventually, he got into the swing of things. The purple-haired boy began to copy her movements and let their bodies fall into sync. Both Kendo and Izuku wore big smiles as the fast pace of the music along with the bass of the speakers got their blood flowing. When the melodic tune of the song ended, the two had a moment to catch their breath. Who knew dancing could be so tiring? See, was that so bad? Kendo laughed as he leaned on the boy's shoulder. Using the excuse of his momentary exhaustion as a chance to take the opportunity to get closer to him. No way. Izuku laughed back with a good amount of redness on his cheeks. That's good to know, because we have 2 more hours of this ahead of us. She looked at him with a smile. I think so. He smiled back at her. Eventually, the concert came to an end. After congratulating their friends' parents on their excellent performance, Izuku and Kendo quickly left the concert venue in hopes of avoiding traffic. The young duo did their best to weave through the sea of people to reach the exit. But just before they could make it out the door, Izuku felt a sharp pain as he raised his right hand. Ouch. The green-haired boy shuddered as he controlled himself. Looking at his hand, I saw a small cut that was already starting to bleed slightly. Izuku? Kendo looked at him with concern. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? A female voice said in a frantic tone. The two turned their attention to a young, fair-skinned woman who looked to be about their age. She had black hair, sky-blue eyes, and very prominent canine teeth. She was dressed in a black blouse and skirt, along with a pair of spiked bracelets covering her circumference. When he took a good look at her, Kendo couldn't help but feel like he had met her somewhere before. Yeah, I think I cut my hand on something. You must have bumped into my bracelet, sorry. The girl said apologetically with a quick bow. Her voice definitely sounded a little familiar, but the orange-haired girl couldn't quite put her finger on it. He is well. Here, I have some tissues in my bag. Let me clean this up for you. The girl quickly took out some tissues from her bag, wasting no time in grabbing Izuku's hand and wiping it. After a few seconds, the blood quickly dried. But the girl ran her fingers over the wound with a slight glint in her eyes. Oh, wow, you sure have strong hands. She said with a slightly unnerving smile. Kendo felt a slightly familiar tug in her chest at the girl's words, but she pushed it aside. The last thing she needed to do right now was get jealous over a harmless compliment from a complete stranger. Thank you. Izuku, now with a red face, replied shyly. Hey. Aren't you Jiro? The guy who won the sports festival? The girl asked with an even bigger smile. Yeah. Oh man, that's so cool. Hey, can I take a picture with you? Please. By the way, my name is Hinami Motoyasu. Sure. The girl now identified as Motoyasu quickly took out her phone and handed it to Kendo. And without hesitation she grabbed Izuku and pulled him close. Taking the liberty of wrapping her arm around his waist, placing her hand directly on the right side of his abdomen. All Izuku could do was blush even more at this. As for Kendo, that pulling sensation in his chest was now stronger than it was a second ago. Hoping to end this sooner rather than later, the orange-haired girl took a few quick photos of the two and handed her phone back to Motoyasu. Okay. Thank you very much. The girl clapped as she examined the new photos on her device. Her smile grew wider by the second. It was no problem. Izuku waved as casually as he could. Still a little confused after a girl got so close to him. Motoyasu decided that now was a good time to leave. But not before quickly raising her eyebrows and blowing him a kiss. See you later, kitty. She said before turning around and walking away. The young duo sat in awkward silence for a second after processing what had happened. They knew that simply being UA students made them quite famous, but having fans asking for pictures with them was still something that needed some getting used to. She looked like an anime character. Kendo scoffed. Why yes. I feel like I've met her somewhere before. She pondered as she racked her brains, doing so for only a few seconds before shrugging her shoulders. Okay. So, what do you want to do next? His companion asked. We still have a few hours until curfew. Do you want to go to a ramen stand before heading back? Yes, I would like that. The green-haired boy smiled at her, forcing some heat to rise to his face. Minutes later. So you're still having trouble finding a support item for your quirk? Izuku asked Kendo after taking another sip of his bowl of pork ramen. The two were lucky enough to find an empty tent not far from their previous location. Kendo would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy the atmosphere of finally spending some time alone. Yes. The orange-haired girl sighed. All my ideas so far have been decent, but the main thing is to try to find something that I can expand with my hands, that is light enough to carry, but durable enough not to break. I see, that's a problem. Support items are difficult to deal with. Look who's talking, sir, I have an invincible body. She gave him a playful nudge. He was right, though. Kendo had never given much thought to having a support item before. But after the provisional license exam, the test had highlighted some of her own shortcomings. So far, she had only managed to have some sort of glove or gauntlet that could help her, but with the way her quirk worked, it was a rather daunting task. She ended up making a request for the support course that morning. And as luck would have it, Hatsune, of all people, had granted the request. She knew the girl had done a great job based on what she had seen her do with Izuku's costume, but a request would take at least a week to come to fruition. Maybe I can help you with a design. I think I know enough about how your quirk works to come up with something. But I'll have to check my hero notebook later. Izuku suggested. Oh? You write about me in your notebook? Kendo asked him, giving his best impression of Tokage's signature smile. That was enough to cause Izuku's face to erupt into its usual shade of red. The boy quickly tried to back away in hopes of not appearing too scary to his peer. Well, I mean, yeah, but I write about everyone, so. You're too easy sometimes, Izuku. Kendo let out a not-so-subtle chuckle at his fish-out-of-water impression. But I like the idea of you helping me. I really appreciate it. All good. Eventually, the two finished their food and began to head back to school. Seeing that there was still a good hour before curfew, Kendo suggested that they walk the rest of the way to burn off all the ramen they had managed to swallow. After about 30 minutes of walking around and taking in the sights the city had to offer, they found themselves on the main road that led directly back to the school. The area was practically deserted, minus a few people still around. But for the most part, the two students had privacy as they walked along the concrete path. Kendo was glad she had opted for her sneakers instead of the hideous high heels Tokage had tried to convince her to wear. Walking around this place would have been a nightmare otherwise. The two had a fairly casual conversation along the way. Nothing important, just more talk about things like school and their own personal interests. Naturally, Izuku spent most of his time fanboying over hero-related topics, and Kendo chattered non-stop about his martial arts studies. But as they got closer and closer to school and subsequently the end of their date, Midoriya still had something on his mind that was nagging at the back of his neck. There was still one question he needed to answer. Hey Itsuka, what does that make us? He asked as he sheepishly rubbed his hands together. I mean, I know we're dating and everything. But I've never been in this kind of situation before, so. Kendo stopped moving as she took a second to think about it. Yes, dating. That was the correct word, wasn't it? That's how most people would describe what was happening between the two of them, right? Well, if you think about it, we're kind of dating already. Technically, we've known each other for quite some time. And not that I'm counting or anything. The girl waved her hands awkwardly in front of her face. I think you're right. Midoriya continued playing with his thumbs. But are you sure you want to date me? Why wouldn't I? I mean, I'm not really the most interesting person in the world, or the most experienced when it comes to things like that. Besides, you already know about my habits, and I'm not particularly good looking. The beginning of Izuku's characteristic mumble was cut short when he felt Kendo wrap his lips around his mouth, followed by a tight hug. This caused the purple-haired boy's already hyperactive mind to go into overdrive. At the same time, Kendo did his best to keep his head from exploding. She honestly didn't care about any of this and wanted him to know. As long as we're being honest, I'm in the same boat. She said with a slight smile, looking him straight in the eyes. I'm also pretty boring. The only thing that's kind of interesting about me is that I practice martial arts. And when it comes to looks, I'm definitely not the prettiest girl out there. And people call me masculine all the time. But you are very. So what I'm trying to say is that none of us are really perfect. But I still like you anyway. Besides, you're not the only one here with no dating experience. Oh. Okay. She gave him a warm smile that could almost be described as loving. For the second time that night, Kendo took the initiative and grabbed Izuku's hand. Tightly intertwining their fingers just enough so that it wouldn't be uncomfortable for either of them. Unbeknownst to them, a floating ear and eyeball were not far behind. Listening to their every word with rapt attention. Damn. I was sure she wouldn't kiss him. I'm so proud. Tokage smiled mischievously at her best friend's initiative, earning a few laughs from Komori in the process. The two of them, along with Shiozaki and Kayaka, followed them around for most of the night. They made sure to keep their distance at all times. But Tokage had to restrain herself more than a few times from running up to the two of them and knocking them over the head. She just couldn't understand how two people who were so obviously attracted to each other could be so strange and somewhat adorable. I told you were underestimating her. Kayaka laughed. If it were me there with Wonder Boy, I would have already tried to do it. Slap. Shiozaki was quick to shut down what would surely be another lewd comment from her green-haired counterpart with a vine on the back of the girl's neck. What? I'm just saying. Tokage rubbed his head in annoyance. Geez, that hurt. I don't see how Wace can put up with that all the time. Let's hurry up and get out of here before they find out we've been following them all night. Komori sighed in defeat. The next meeting was with Momo. This one was set in stone, as the Aoirozu family was hosting a gala and Izuku was invited as Momo's date. In reality, Izuku was going to be staying the night at a guest house on the property. They claimed it was to give him time to rest as they had class the next day. Momo had said that it was a good thing that the guest house in question was less than a kilometer away from her room. Because the property was large enough for that to be a concern. Momo lives in a world I barely understand. Izuku thought as he was taken to the estate. Alright. Izuku thought to himself as he was escorted to the mansion. Welcome, Izuku-kun, Momo greeted him in the main hall with a smile. Izuku smiled warmly at his beautiful girlfriend. She chuckled lightly at his clothes. Izuku was wearing one of his joke shirts, which said pants. You were the one who told me to dress as casually as I wanted to begin with, Izuku said with a smile. He knew she really liked the humor of the shirt. Indeed, Momo said, that's why you're here so early. You'll need some new clothes specifically for tonight. We'll meet again when Nishima and his crew are done. Izuku said before a group of butlers led him away. The next hour and a half was a blur of activity. His measurements were taken. One man even took out a pair of calipers, which unnerved him greatly. Once he was fully measured, he was placed in a barber's chair. His hair was washed, trimmed, and combed. They gave him a light touch of makeup before taking him to a fitting room. Soon, he was dressed in a custom-made suit, dark green in color with black trim. The clothes were surprisingly comfortable. He wore newly patched shoes that fit him better than his usual red sneakers. Instead of a tie, he wore a dark red bow tie that bore the Aoirozu group symbol. Once dressed, he was deposited in front of Momo, utterly shocked by the high-speed handling he had been subjected to. He expected his eyes to be spirals at this point. He shook his head to clear it. I suppose such treatment would be intense if you weren't used to it, said Momo, herself dressed in an elegant red dress, looking absolutely perfect. I still can't believe they created an entire outfit for me in that short time. Izuku said in awe. They're the best for a reason. Momo said, smiling slightly. How are you? Izuku asked. I'm fine. She replied. Mom and Dad were very proud of my victory at the festival. I'm honestly grateful that you could be here with me today. I wouldn't want to face the crowd alone today. Izuku conveyed a sense of comfort. I'm sure you could have handled it, but I'm glad you don't have to. As Momo smiled, her eyes turned. Has the gala started yet? I'm surprised we're the only ones here. We are not following the main routes that our guests would normally take. Momo explained. No one would be escorted in this way without the permission of a member of my family. I've been honored before, Izuku said, shocked. I'm even more honored now. There has to be something more than honor. Super honor. Exalted, perhaps. Momo laughed as they approached the ballroom. Izuku was shocked when a butler opened the door, signaling them to stop, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Momo Yaoirozu and her esteemed guest, Mr. Izuku Jiro." Izuku tried to remain calm as he walked down the stairs alongside Momo. "I wasn't expecting this." "Hey, pretend you're going to the podium about to badmouth the people who organized the sports festival and call Inko Midoriya a whiny bitch," Momo said. Izuku looked comically at Momo. "Sorry, I tried to lighten the mood, I failed spectacularly, I'll stop now," said Momo. Izuku followed Momo's lead for the most part. Many of the people he met simply wanted to congratulate him on second place or express surprise that he had beaten the boy who had beaten Endeavor's son. Most of the people he met were pleasant. There was one exception. The exception was a tall thin man in a pinstripe suit. He had a long pointed nose, elven ears, and a jutting chin. His hair was slicked back except for 3 spikes, his hairline was receding, and he had visible spots on his forehead. He smiled as he saw the green-haired youth. "Ah, it's the man of the moment. Jiro-san, I'm very happy to meet you. It was a fantastic performance." Izuku blinked. "Thank you, sir." He bowed slightly. "Please forgive me, but I don't recognize you." The man laughed amiably. "There's no need to stress about it. I'm Riki Yatsubashi, CEO of Detonate Lifestyle Support Company." Izuku twitched slightly. "Ah. I must say, young man, your skill has been a marvel to behold. It is quite liberating to see you thrive in such competition," Yatsubashi said, smiling. "In recent years, Detonate has been expanding from our established work for the general public and has begun to enter the world of heroes. Now that I have the opportunity, I was hoping that we could strike a sponsorship deal. Your popularity is already growing, and you can always start building your career early." Izuku gave Momo a meaningful look. He didn't even need to ask her, either out loud or mentally. She gave him a nod. He was off the leash. "Well, sir, I'm glad to hear that your corporation is new to the heroic support field. It goes a long way toward explaining the incompetence you've displayed," Izuku said politely. Deadly silence. "A bold statement, young man," Yatsubashi said, her smile no longer reaching her eyes. "A statement that requires evidence. I saw it myself. A design team at Detonate created some hero costumes for my classmates. Costumes that were designed with minimal, if any, protection, hindering components like high heels and lacking any Quirk-integrated fabrics," Izuku said, breathing evenly and making sure his words weren't mumbled. "When I called your Detonate's work for UA incompetent, I was being charitable. If I weren't being charitable, I would have accused your company of deliberately avoiding more expensive materials and relying on exposure as a way to cut costs, while also putting the lives of future heroines at risk. And if I wanted to be really uncharitable, I would say that the designer was too enamored with the idea of poorly dressed teenagers to bother doing his job," Izuku said. There was a murmur from the crowd at this. Yatsubashi, to his credit, maintained his composure. "Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention, young man. It's obvious that in our enthusiasm to enter the world of heroes, we appointed people whose ambitions far outweighed their talents. I will make sure the parties involved face the consequences of their actions. Perhaps we could discuss this in a private meeting. It would be a fantastic way to show our commitment to getting this right." Izuku looked thoughtful for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I don't think I'm the kind of person your company would want to associate with." Yatsubashi looked confused. "Why would you think that? Your staff, all the way up to upper management, were adamant that you did not wish to associate with me when my mother was looking for an affordable wardrobe option to suit my mutation," Izuku stated. Yatsubashi blinked. "This goes against every single one of our company's goals. What kind of mutation would we ignore? The wider foot due to the inclusion of a second joint in the little toe," Izuku replied. "Accompanied by a quirk that wasn't activated until I was 9. There was a brief flash of scorn, which disappeared, but the man's smile did not reappear. "Oh. Indeed," Izuku stated. "Detonate doesn't feel the need to go out of its way to accommodate a dwindling customer base," Yatsubashi said, his expression impassive. "Well, a company with such a policy would undoubtedly find my performance at the sports festival disturbing," Izuku stated. Did the man gain more liver spots when Izuku said that? Clearly irritated, Yatsubashi stated, "It's clear that this conversation was a mistake. Miss, I must commend your family for throwing a beautiful party. I will give your praise the seriousness it deserves, considering that I was one of the students who was poorly served by Detonate's attempts, and that Midoriya-kun here was the one who informed me of the options that your staff ignored," Momo stated imperiously. It was clear that her liver spots were multiplying. Saying nothing more, Yatsubashi left. "That was good," Izuku said, sighing in relief. "It was a sight to behold," replied Momo. Mei's date was the hardest to plan. Honestly, Mei would have been happy if they just hung out in her workshop together, him helping her make things and talking. But this was their first date and Mei's first date. That made it special. It meant he had to do something. He rang the doorbell, and a man with white dreadlocks opened it, looked at Izuku and said, "Holy Tesla, this is really happening." "What?" Izuku asked. "Sorry, young man, I'm in shock. One moment, please." He turned around. "Honey, the boy from the sports festival is here." A woman with lighter red hair walked in, took one look at Izuku and assessed him. She made a stern face and said, "If this is an attempt to leave my little girl alone so you can do something horrible to her, I will." "Never." Izuku paled in shock. "Idiots have done this to me my entire life. I would never do that to anyone." "Oh, that's good," the man said, relieved. "Next possible scenario, are you being coerced in some way or form?" "Blackmail, perhaps." "No. That would be extremely strange," Izuku said cautiously. "Don't even talk to me about it," said the man. "We're sorry, Midoriya-kun." The woman, obviously Mrs. Hatsume, replied, much more gently. Our maid doesn't have the best social skills or understanding, and we were worried that something bad might be happening. At first we thought she made it up, Mr. Hatsume said. Then when we saw you at the sports festival, we thought she might have assumed you were her boyfriend just because you joined her. So we were afraid you might stand her up. Actually, my daughter is getting ready to go out with a boy. She took a bath and everything. She's voluntarily giving up some time at the workshop. I don't know whether to be thrilled or horrified." Izuku cleared his throat and bowed. "You don't have to worry about me, Mr. and Mrs. Hatsume. I think Mei is wonderful just the way she is. She's very intelligent and has a lot of clever ideas for inventions. I'm really glad I chose her as my support technique, and it's great to have her around. She's the first person I've ever met who can follow me when I talk about a quirk and its possible applications, and she uses it to make great equipment. And when she talks about her babies, it's super captivating, even though I can't always follow mechanical science, it's so amazing to see theory put to practical use." "Oh, how nice," Mrs. Hatsume said, interrupting Izuku's storm of murmurs. "Our Mei found another one." "Great Scott!" Mr. Hatsume exclaimed, heading to a chair to sit down. Any further discussion was put to rest when Mei appeared. She was wearing overalls as usual, but they were good, with no stains or tears. Her glasses were missing, but her dreadlocks were held back by a headband. "Izuku!" she shouted, nearly attacking him. "Where are we going?" "Mei, dear, maybe you should wear something a little more." Mrs. Hatsume began, worried. "It's okay," Izuku said, and it really was. That look was so iconic of her that seeing her in anything else would be wrong. "You'll fit in at the Hamada Enterprise Expo." All three Hatsumes were shocked when Izuku casually mentioned the name of one of the world's largest technology exhibitions that would be taking place that week. "Aren't tickets for that super limited?" Mei said in shock. "We have Yaoi Rozu," Izuku countered, holding up the tickets as proof. Mei squealed in joy, grabbing Izuku by the arm and dragging him outside. There was a pause and Mrs. Hatsume said, "Well, at least we won't have to worry about having grandchildren." "Maybe, but now we'll have to worry about our grandchildren," Mr. Hatsume countered. 1 hour later. What followed when they entered the expo was a whirlwind. While most conferences of this scale were held for the business side of technology, he was held by inventors for inventors. And Mei managed to be a supporting student who made it to the third round of the UA Sports Festival, using the equipment she built. And she showed a hero student using it effectively. It turned out this was a big deal. Everyone showing off their inventions were as intrigued by Mei as she was by them. Watching Mei was like watching a shark in a feeding frenzy, except she was feeding on other sharks who were also feeding on her, and that made her feed even more, and the analogy was getting away from him. Izuku was basically reduced to a note-taker, but Mei was having so much fun that he didn't mind. It was great to see her face light up. When they finally caught the train back home, Mei was asleep on his shoulder. And unfortunately, as soon as they stopped, she was out like a light. In the end, Izuku had to put her on a fireman's body and bring her home. Luckily, he was strong enough to do it. About halfway to her house, Mei stirred. "Hey Izuku. I was talking to your parents the other day. They're nice," she said. "Did that bother you?" Izuku asked. "No. It was a little weird, but learning things about you was worth it," Mei replied. She frowned and switched to normal speech. "Could you continue carrying me home? Your parents might be a little worried," Izuku said sadly. "And I want to make a good impression." "Okay," she said reluctantly, as Izuku crouched down to help her get to the ground. They continued walking. When they reached her door, without preamble, Mei grabbed his face and gave him a kiss. Their teeth clicked at first, but they quickly corrected themselves, continuing passionately until they stopped mostly for air. They looked at each other. "I'm so happy to have you, Izuku," Mei said. "I'm much better because of you and everyone you brought with you." Izuku smiled, crying. "I feel the same way about you." Mei then returned to her house. As Izuku walked away, he felt as if he was floating, without the need for a quirk. The next day. On a free Sunday, Izuku managed to get tickets for him and Melissa to visit the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. In fact, he had never been there and Melissa certainly hadn't. It made no sense to let her come to Japan and not let her see what they had to offer. They had taken a stroll through the East Gardens and admired the works in the Imperial Collections Museum and were now sitting together on a bench along one of the palace moats. Sitting next to her made him realize that she was actually only a few inches taller than him. Her choice of footwear made a big difference. "It's a little disconcerting how different it is when those boots of yours aren't counted," Izuku said, looking down at his feet. Melissa shrugged. "I like being tall." "I can relate," Izuku said. Well, he wasn't terribly short, he'd always felt that way. This was the first year he'd been taller than most of his classmates. "Do you want me to add elevators to your hero costume?" Melissa asked. "I mean, I can't think of a reason why you shouldn't," Izuku said as he debated whether or not it was a good idea. She laughed, which made Izuku's heart race. "Do you want to keep the color red?" Izuku scratched the back of his neck. "Otherwise it feels weird. You have options now. Maybe you should try," Melissa asked. Izuku paused. He didn't whisper, but he was very quiet when he said, "Sometimes I feel like a fraud." In both directions. "I've never been quirkless, but I don't feel very comfortable having more than one quirk." Melissa rubbed his back. "It's all you've known for most of your life. Do you think you should have this quirk?" Izuku finally asked. "No," Melissa replied. "I wanted to be a hero too when I was a kid. But Uncle Mike told me that my dad was his hero. That I didn't need to be a professional hero to be someone's hero. And I like what I'm doing. I don't need a quirk for it." For a second, it stung. That All Might had said it like that to her and his harsh words when he asked her that question. But he remembered that she was his honorary niece, he knew her strengths and weaknesses, while Izuku was a fan he had never met before. Not to mention that this was probably before his injury and the slow, painful journey All Might had taken to become the wizened man Izuku had met on that rooftop. "For now, I'll focus on what I have. I have a prototype for you, but it won't be ready until after the final tests. It should help with your punches," Melissa said. "I can't wait. When do you think it will be ready?" Izuku asked. "Some of the materials are more readily available at home, so I should have them ready for you after a month," Melissa replied. "This is going to be amazing." The two continued to talk as the sunset sparkled on the water. Now it was Najira's turn, she knew a place that sold really good fudge. He walks out the door a few minutes later, jacket zipped up and smelling faintly of a warm campfire. He's nice and comfortable, which is all that really matters. The train ride is short and crowded. Izuku makes a point of keeping his head down the entire time so as not to be recognized. This has happened a few times, which is nice, but he really doesn't feel like talking to fans or strangers tonight. It's supposed to be just him and Najira. The last thing he wants is to divert his attention from her. The restaurant is small. A small, fancy kind of place that would probably be packed with people waiting if it were a weekend or a holiday, but on a weeknight in early fall, it's not too bad. There are enough people that it feels lively without feeling cramped. Perfect, in Izuku's opinion. He walks in the door and tells the hostess that he's meeting a girl with blue hair. Najira hasn't arrived yet, which is good, so Izuku hangs his coat on a nearby hanger and follows a waiter to a table. It's right by the window overlooking a dimly lit flower garden. Two seats are on opposite sides of a small table with a floral centerpiece. A chandelier hangs overhead. Soft, slow music plays in the background. For some reason, it makes Izuku's heart skip a beat. Even more so when he realizes that Najira will be in the seat opposite him in a few minutes. It's probably nothing. Izuku twiddles his thumbs for a while, unable to bring himself to look at his phone. There's no clock on the wall, but he can feel the seconds ticking by. Is this the right place? What if he has to sit here and eat dinner alone? What if Najira is somewhere else thinking he left her hanging? Should he text her? Double check the sir. Izuku looks up and sees a tall, muscular waiter with thin lips and long brown hair. Water. Please, Izuku says, finding some relief in the fact that he's not the only nervous person around. Maybe it's the waiter's first day. Stiller with gas. Izuku looks at the waiter for a moment, unsure. He was lower middle class until a few months ago. Are there different types of water? Sparkling, probably, the waiter says, his voice cracking. Apparently, he's a teenager too. Not that Izuku would have ever thought of that before. He's so tall and solidly built. Yes. I'll be right back. The waiter bows and walks away, leaving Izuku scratching his head. He looks around and sees a waiter at a different table take an order and leave without saying a word. It's almost certainly that guy's first day on the job, then. Izuku will leave a nice tip and… No, that's not a thing. All Might leaves tips because he just does. He even did it at Izuku's birthday lunch a year ago, which was pretty painful to watch because the waiter at the burger joint had no idea what was going on. Izuku didn't either until All Might explained. Maybe he's just being polite. Yeah, there's no need to cause a scene, especially with Midoriya at the table. Midoriya hasn't even arrived yet, which makes his stomach flutter uncomfortably. And here's your sparkling water, ma'am. Izuku glances over his shoulder to see a waitress placing a thin glass of carbonated liquid in front of an older woman. He resists the urge to slap his forehead because sparkling water is just bubbly water, he's so. Someone taps you on the shoulder. Hello. Izuku turns around, stands up and hugs Midoriya. Hey, he says, feeling her wrap her arms around his lower back. It's good to see you too. Midoriya squeezes him tighter for a moment before pulling away. Not that we've been apart for a long time or anything. Izuku feels his face heat up. Why yeah, sorry. I was just. He waves his hands in front of him, unsure of what to say. I guess I kind of thought you were late. He settles in. Midoriya smiles shyly and blushes a little. I was, actually. She admits. I was having trouble putting together an outfit. My dad washed what I planned to wear, even though it was clean, and I missed the train I wanted. I would have gotten here sooner, but. She shrugs. You still look great, Izuku says. For something you must have done in a few minutes, yeah, he says, speechless, because she really does look amazing. A pastel pink v-neck tucked into a knee-length skirt just looks good. Like, really, really good. Izuku coughs and strategically looks away. Did you just come out of a bonfire or is this cologne? Midoriya asks, stepping back a little and pulling out her chair. Cologne, I think. Izuku says, relieved to have something else to talk about. It's my dad's and my mom made me try it. Does it smell good? Yeah. Midoriya says, watching him sit down. I wouldn't use too much of it, otherwise people will think you're in a forest fire. Yeah. Izuku agrees. It might be too much for normal days, I guess, but for special occasions, yeah. Yeah. Midoriya laughs. Has a waiter passed by yet? I'm a little thirsty. I got myself some water a little while ago. He should be back soon. Izuku shifts in his seat and rests his hands on the table. He starts drumming his fingers, looking at Midoriya over the flowers on the table. Her eyes are cast downward as if she is looking at her lap or the table. He stops moving his hands. Have you been here before? Midoriya asks, looking up. She leans forward and rests her chin on one hand, angling her neck. I probably should have asked sooner, but I forgot. No, never. Says Izuku. I'm sure it's good, though. I've been a few times, Midoriya says, drawing lazy circles on the tablecloth with her other hand. Her nails are painted, which is unusual. And the colors don't match either. One hand has all her nails painted seafoam green except one, which is periwinkle. Her other hand is the opposite, and for some strange reason, it sends heat up her neck. I had their katsudon the first time. It was really good. I'll have to try that then. Izuku says with a smile. Katsudon is probably my favorite food, but I can't eat it often anymore. Because of your diet, right? Midoriya asks. Izuku agrees. Fried food is a no-go for me. Or anything sugary, processed, or full of chemicals, really. I mostly eat meat and fresh vegetables. What about grains? I've seen you overindulge on rice bowls before, but they're mostly carbs, right? Carbs are good for energy, Izuku explains. But not, like, cookies and stuff like that. Sweets aren't good for long-term energy because you crash after a while. Rice and meat give me a lot of energy and protein, so I can build muscle and last longer. He flexes his bicep for dramatic effect. He doesn't notice how Midoriya's eyebrows rise toward her hairline. I do it because of my quirk, though. If I didn't have to be so efficient with everything, I'd eat junk food. Yes. Midoriya says, still looking at her arm, the upper part of which is outlined by the sleeve of her shirt. I eat basically anything in moderation. Maybe I have ice cream once a week or pizza after a big test. I ate cake on my birthday. Izuku remembers. That was probably the last time I ate something unhealthy. You had popcorn when we watched that documentary. Yeah, I definitely ate popcorn then. Izuku says too loudly. Midoriya laughs, though, so it's not so bad. Her laugh is actually pretty good. He still silently vows to put sugar in Grandma's coffee the next time he sees the man. Excuse me, sir, and, ma'am. Izuku breaks eye contact with Midoriya to look at the waiter who is back and holding a pitcher of water and 2 glasses. I brought her drink and a glass. I didn't know what she wanted, but you can't go wrong with regular water, right? Neither Izuku nor Midoriya respond, so the waiter continues talking as he places the glasses on the table. Miss, if you would like something to drink, just signal for me. And, sir, if you would like something different, feel free to ask. And, are you guys ready to order? We haven't even looked at the menus yet, Midoriya says. The waiter looks at the table that is devoid of any form of menu or meal selection. A bead of sweat runs down the boy's face. I'll be right back. I think he's your fan. says Najire, taking her glass of water and bringing it to her lips. Is he? Najire nods, quite a feat since she's taking a sip of water at the same time. How do you know? He's really nervous and doesn't look you in the eye. Najire says, putting her water down. This is usually thought of as someone being into you, like, romantically, but you're a celebrity. No, I'm not. Izuku defends himself without much enthusiasm. Yes, you are. Najire laughs. But he either finds you very attractive or wants an autograph. Probably the autograph, since he's kind of forgotten how to do his job. If it were me and I had a cute boy at a table. Well, first of all, if he was with someone else, I wouldn't do anything, but I'd do my best to keep it calm and casual. He's probably just fascinated. Where did you learn that? Ryukyu, Najire says proudly. Part of being a woman who flies around in a skin-tight bodysuit is knowing what people on the street think of you. It's part safety and part branding, you know. That seems like a useful skill. Izuku says. But I probably won't have to use it. Why? Ah, well, you know. Izuku gestures to his body, chuckling a little. No, I don't. Ah. Izuku looks out the window for a second and then at the tablecloth. I'm not that handsome. Najire remains silent. And I'm fine with that. I don't care about my scars, I'm happy with my body type and I like how my hair is. But I'm just average. I have muscles and that's it. And they're not even amazing muscles. You're hot. Najire says out of nowhere. Her face quickly turns beet red. I mean, like, from an objective standpoint, you're really, really attractive. People like all kinds of people, you know. You don't need the body of a Greek god to be hot. Because you're already hot. Like, you're hot. No, I think you're hot, but not like a. You're really attractive and excusez-moi, les mignons, but I have your menus. Izuku and Najire look over to see a different waiter holding 2 sheets of thick paper in front of his face in an awkward pose. He lowers the menus gradually and looks at them over the paper. He blinks, his blonde hair bouncing as he places the menus in front of them. I simply must apologize for my coworker. Sora gets quite nervous around famous customers. He just doesn't know how to handle someone else's glare, something I'm desperately trying to fix. We're both really big fans of yours. He looks at Izuku, smiling brightly. Thank you for bringing this, Najire says, her voice the embodiment of relief. She squints at his name tag. Could you give us a few seconds to look at this? No need. He says, leaning over the table and dramatically resting his hands on his hips. I can help you two adorable heroes choose the perfect meal for the evening. That won't be necessary. Shall we start with the wines? The waiter tilts his head to the side and starts counting his fingers. We have a lovely Merlot, a delicious Chianti, the perfect Pinot Noir, a delicious Cabernet Sauvignon and grape juice. But we didn't order anything. Izuku looks at Najire as the waiter walks away, completely confused. Is that normal? No. Najire says as she flips the menu. The staff here is usually pretty normal. A good normal one, anyway. But your two superfans must be trying to make some extra money. And take a picture of it too. Izuku sighs. Being famous is weird. It's kind of bad too, isn't it? Najire clasps her hands on top of the table and leans back in her chair. I don't think I'd mind it much, but if people just came up to me when I was minding my own business, I'd probably get annoyed. I'm fine with it most days, but tonight I just want to spend time with you, Izuku says, glancing at the new waiter who's trying to interest another table in a plate of exotic cheeses. He's failing miserably. Yeah. Izuku looks back at Najire. She has a slight pink face and takes a sip of water. Just two normal, totally non-heroes in one. Yeah. Sure. Izuku frowns, not quite understanding. Being normal is great sometimes, like tonight. But I still want to be a top hero one day. I think the same. Najire says. I want to be big and popular, but only in costume. That's almost impossible, because, well. She shakes her hair a little and tucks a strand behind her ear. Izuku feels himself blush. And you have the same problem. It makes you think twice before going ahead with Nezu's suggestion. I'll probably agree. Says Izuku. Really? Izuku shrugs, I'm already popular. What's one more video? I mean, considering what the video contains, you might want to reconsider. It's completely your choice, but it's also a very important one, because, you know. She looks around and leans in. It's all might. She whispers. It will definitely make a big impact. Izuku agrees. But you guys deserve some recognition too. I shouldn't be the only one in the spotlight. Okay, but what do you want? Najire asks. Do you want this to be exposed for all the billions of people to see? Izuku smiles uneasily. When you put it that way, it seems like something much bigger. Probably because it's a much bigger deal. Najire says. She raises her arm and points a finger at him. You shouldn't agree to this just so me and the boys can gain internet fame. You would do the same for me. Izuku points out. Midoriya remains still. Ugh, you're right. She grumbles. But think about what you want first. I want you three to be popular. I know you don't need it right now, but we're all aiming for the top, so starting early doesn't hurt. Izuku looks at his hands. And if you say no, I'm fine with that too. Yes. They're silent for a moment, but then the waiter returns, and they both realize they haven't looked at the menus. They both fumble as they place their orders, and Izuku tries to figure out why the waiter is smiling so smugly. Maybe it's his face resting. It's hard to tell, but Izuku accepts the glass of grape juice he didn't order, waits until the waiter turns his back, and sniffs it. It's not wine, thank goodness. Izuku knows the odds of someone giving them an expensive wine they didn't want are slim, but the waiter is so over the top that he feels the need to play it safe. When the food arrives, the smell alone is enough to convince Izuku that it's worth the high price. The breading on the pork is crispy and tasty, and the meat itself is tender and juicy. Everything else is good too, and he finishes his plate happily. Once they're done, they pay and leave. Izuku grabs his jacket and waves to the two waiters as he leaves, arm in arm with Midoriya. One winks. The other stares at him with his jaw practically on the floor. Still want chocolate? Midoriya asks, looking at a cozy-looking shop on the street with a sign that says Central Confectionaries. Sure. Izuku says, starting to walk towards him. You said they make really good fudge. Oh yeah, Midoriya says, picking up the pace until they're practically running, which is a little awkward since they're still connected at the elbows. It's to die for, especially when it's cool. Which it must be right now, since they usually get most of their customers in the evening. I'll have to experiment a bit then. You were right about the other place. The chocolate shop is more than just a chocolate shop. There are handmade sweets, coffee, and even a small ice cream machine behind the counter. Izuku and Midoriya walk in and form a line of about 5 people. There's only one person working the counter, but that's okay. They're not really in a rush. They chat a bit as they walk toward the front, mostly about school or work studies. Midoriya's hand stays glued to the crook of his arm the whole time, something Izuku really likes for some strange reason. They buy their snacks and head out the door. The tables in the store are all taken, and the seats in the back are full. There's a park a block away, Midoriya says, rummaging through her bag full of treats. I'm sure there's an open bench for us to sit on. That sounds great. The park is quiet, but not empty. A few people walk around and others sit on benches. Streetlights dot the paths, illuminating the area in a warm orange. A small water fountain sits in the middle of it all. Children toss coins into it while their parents watch. The sun is just beginning to set, the weak rays bouncing off the rippling pool of liquid to make all sorts of pretty colors. Izuku and Midoriya sit on a bench facing the fountain and eat their chocolate. It's perfect, except it's kind of cold, isn't it? Midoriya says, rubbing her legs as she puts a piece of candy in her mouth. She shivers a little, and Izuku instinctively moves closer. Yeah, I'm glad I grabbed my jacket. Izuku says, pulling on one of the sleeves. I didn't think there would be a breeze. Me neither. Midoriya approaches, trying to warm herself by rubbing her arms with her hands. I should have worn a sweater or something. And pants, definitely pants. Yes. Is this the jacket? Midoriya asks, pulling one of the zippers. I got it for my birthday. Izuku confirms. I probably wouldn't use something like that otherwise. Yeah, biker gangster isn't really your style. Midoriya eats another piece of chocolate. Although a lot of other people wear leather jackets. It's not my style anyway, says Izuku. I like hoodies better. Hoodies are warm and therefore great. Midoriya agrees. I wish I was warm right now. Izuku looks at Midoriya. Goosebumps run down her arms and legs. She's practically curled up in a ball. She's shaking. He looks down at himself. You want my? Yes please. Izuku stands up and unzips his jacket. There's a small pop and he freezes. Nothing seems out of place, but this shirt is kind of old, he says, blushing as he slowly takes off the jacket. I probably shouldn't have worn it like mom said. Does it still look good? He tosses the jacket to Midoriya and spreads his arms wide before turning around. It looks okay to me, Midoriya says softly. Izuku smiles and sits back down next to her as she slips on her jacket and wraps her scarf around her neck. She must be warm already because her face is pink. Are you going to be okay? She asks, looking at him. Or rather, at the necklace hanging from his collar. My quirk can keep me warm, remember? Izuku briefly ignites one for all. His skin glows and his arms line with red veins. I'll be perfectly fine. Alright, Midoriya says, her voice barely above a whisper. I really like this necklace you gave me. Izuku says, playing with the green lightning with his fingers. I think I wear it every day, and it, really helps when I have a nightmare. I'm glad this helps, Midoriya says, her face bright red. Izuku looks at her, worried. Are you feeling a little hot? You're so flushed. Fine. I'm fine. Nijire declares. Actually, I'm still a bit cold. Can I come closer? Of course. Nijire clings to his side, wrapping an arm around his back and resting her head on his shoulder. She moves her legs so they rest on the bench. She's practically swimming in her jacket, the bottom half reaching down to her skirt and the sleeves too long. The sight makes Izuku feel warm, even without the energy of One for All. The park begins to lighten and the sun dips below the horizon. Stars begin to twinkle. The fountain quiets. He feels Nijire move and then her breath on the side of his face. Izuku. My god, you're Jiro. They break apart faster than the eye can see, pushing themselves into the arms of the bench. They're both blushing heavily. The girl who said that stands confidently in front of them, her fanged smile shining in the dull light. Two buns of honey blonde hair bounce as she sways, her tattered school uniform moving with them. I'm a huge fan. She continues, taking a few steps towards Izuku. Can I take a picture? Sure. Izuku says, standing up. He does so cautiously. The girl may not be a threat, but the fact that she's wearing a school uniform at 8 at night doesn't make him feel good. Do you have a phone or? She can take them off. The girl throws a battered smartphone to Nijire. Make sure you get on my good side. They take what seems like hundreds of photos. The girl gets close to all of them. Uncomfortably close. Her hands touch his chest and stomach and she practically hangs onto him. On the other side of the camera, Nijire gradually gets angrier and angrier. Izuku gets more and more restless. He's definitely not smiling in any of the photos and at one point he's tempted to push her away with his quirk. Alright, that's enough. Nijire orders. She throws the phone back, but the girl doesn't move away. Oh, come on. The girl pouts. It's only been a minute. And yet it feels like an hour. Izuku starts to slide away, but the girl sticks to him. He looks at Nijire, silently begging her to take the girl away. You know he's gay, right? Nijire says and the girl freezes. She looks at him for half a second and then takes off. Moments later, she's out of sight. Thank you, Izuku says, walking shakily back to the bench. His heart is racing. Why didn't he realize this before? I'm sorry it took so long. Nijire says, sitting as far away from him as possible. I should have stopped after one. Or told her no. Maybe, but you still helped. Izuku said. Are you mad because I told her you were gay? No. She escaped and I don't care about that. Anyway, being gay is not a bad thing. No harm done, really. Besides. You don't need to talk about it now. Thanks. You would do the same for me. Yes. Izuku. Can I hug you? Yeah, that would really help. They hug and prepare to go home. Nijire walks him to the train station. She tries to return his coat, but Izuku lets her keep it for the walk. When he gets home, Izuku tells his family everything. Kyoka is worried about the girl in the park, but Izuku promises that everything is fine. The next day. After school. Come with me, Izuku. Kami laughed, dragging Izuku away almost as soon as the last bell rang. Kami-chan. Izuku questioned his girlfriend as she almost pulled him by the hand. Date time. Kami laughed at him as they headed down a different path than Izuku normally took. Okay, where are we going? Izuku asked as they finally slowed down and began walking together with their fingers intertwined. Arcade. Kami smiled at him as she pointed to a sign with colored lights. The arcade was a bit noisy, being right after school, there were a fair number of teenagers inside. Kami and Izuku grabbed some tokens from a machine and started playing a few games together. When Kami chose a two-player shooter, Izuku was curious as to why. Man. You're a little slow on the trigger, huh, Izuku? Kami's cute laughter filled the area they were in. So, that's why you chose this game. Izuku looked at her with narrowed eyes. Maybe. Kami teased, sticking her tongue out at him. Best of 3. Izuku challenged her now that he had some experience. Only if the winner gets a prize from the loser. Kami's Cheshire grin should have been all the warning Izuku needed. Top. Izuku agreed and the two started another round. Izuku lost abysmally. How? Izuku was dumbfounded by the huge difference in their scores. What? Did you think I was serious in the first round? Amy laughed at her boyfriend. Too bad for you, Izuku. What do you want? Izuku looked at her suspiciously. Nothing big, just come take some pictures with me. Kami assured him as she pointed to a photo booth in a corner of the arcade, away from most of the games. Alright, that's easy, Izuku shrugged, wondering why she hadn't just asked. When they entered the photo booth, Izuku and Kami leaned against each other and smiled for the camera. The first picture was innocent and cute, just a boyfriend and girlfriend enjoying a date together. The second picture had them making funny faces together. The third picture was Kami kissing Izuku's cheek as her face turned red. The fourth picture was Kami laughing at Izuku's nervousness. The fifth picture was Kami's lips being captured by Izuku's. The sixth and final picture of the first set was Izuku and Kami kissing intensely with their arms around each other. Do you want another set? Kami sighed heavily at their passionate kiss. Yes. Izuku didn't even think about it. He just put more money in the booth. The first photo of the second set was Kami nearly jumping on Izuku. The second was of Izuku and Kami making out with Kami straddling Izuku's lap. The third photo showed Izuku blushing and staring as Kami lifted the front of her uniform skirt to show him. With the camera only taking photos from a single angle, it was easy for Kami to make sure her black panties weren't seen by anyone but Izuku. In the fourth photo, Kami was seen undoing Izuku's shirt as they continued to kiss. The fifth was of Izuku with his uniform shirt unbuttoned and Kami running her hands over his chest. The final photo of the second set was Kami leaving a hickey on Izuku's neck. Izuku fumbled for some coins to grab another set, but with the vast majority of his attention on his more adventurous girlfriend, it took him a few tries to actually pay for the machine. Kami would be keeping the last two sets of photos a secret from her parents, that was for sure. The third set was 6 photos of Kami and Izuku making out intensely, both shirtless and Kami wearing only her black bra as their hands roamed freely over each other. Let's get some food, Isaacin. Kami, dressed as if nothing had happened, declared with a bright smile on her full lips. Yeah. Izuku had the biggest smile on his face as Kami led him out of the arcade. The illusionist laughed at the expression on his boyfriend's face, both of them unaware or ignoring the envious looks from the other guys in the arcade as they left the building. Lucky punk. One of the older teens shook his head before going back to his game. I need to find a girl like that for myself. You? Good luck. His friend mocked him. Hi. The first teenager slapped his friend. Izuku walked Kami home after they stopped at a stall and bought some food. He would have had to take an extra train normally, but Kami teasingly whispered to use her warp gate when no one was looking. Looking into his girlfriend's eyes, he leaned in to kiss her lips. You're a bad influence on me. Izuku accused jokingly. I'm the best influence on you. Kami purred back as they stopped outside his house. She kissed him, softly and lovingly, before pulling away. See you at school tomorrow, Isaacin. I'll text you when I get home. Izuku gently rested his forehead against hers, just looking into her eyes. So, in about 30 seconds. Kami laughed at him, her eyes full of affection and love for him. Maybe. Izuku smiled, letting her know that he would indeed follow her advice. Good night, Isaacin. Kami kissed him once more. You should go before my father leaves, otherwise you will meet him today. Good night, Kami-chan. Izuku kissed her lips once more before running away as Kami's beautiful laughter followed him. Summer vacation is coming. As Awa mentioned during class, looking at his students. Of course, it would be completely unreasonable for all of you to take an entire month off. Don't tell me. Kaminari was already worried about what Aizawa was going to say. You will be having a summer training camp in the forest. Aizawa informed them all categorically. I fucking knew it. Cool. Kaminari celebrated as the rest of the class started talking too. This was at least something different from their normal training. Truth or dare? Mina almost jumped out of her chair as she threw her hands in the air with a bright smile. Shall we go somewhere with an onsen? Momo asked with a curious look. She hadn't been to a hot spring in a while, and it would be amazing to have one nearby for summer training. Fireworks would be cool. Tsuyu placed her index finger on her chin, imagining him with a cute smile. Making curry and other meals, yeah. Iida recalled some of the summer trips Ame Private Academy had taken while he was there. Since we'll be in the wild, our training activities will also change. Shiro mentioned with a smile at the change in pace. So it's all about making the right decisions regardless of the environment. Cool. Sato nodded at what was probably the basic idea of summer training. All of us living together. I'm excited. Kirishima punched the air with a shout of joy. However, Aizawa's eyes glowed red and his hair stood on end slightly. The class immediately fell silent. Anyone who fails the upcoming final exams will be in summer school hell, right here. Do your best, boys. Kirishima turned to his classmates to encourage them all. Stupid. Bakugo grumbled at the idiots who were close to failing. As the class began to chat amongst themselves, Izuku and Momo were making plans with the others who wanted help with the study group. With the number of people they would have, it made sense for Momo to host him at her house, of course. The Ravenette was practically bouncing in her seat with joy. Many of the students could only smile at the adorable sight, even when Momo accidentally showed off her vast wealth while talking about teas, snacks, and how best to organize the Great Hall. Hidden location. The hero killer. I never thought he'd get caught, but for the most part, he's acted as expected. All for one mused as he used his electric image quirk to look at what was displayed on the screen in front of him, a picture of Shigaraki Tamura. Those wanting to wreak havoc, those sympathetic to the cause. All sorts. That was the catalyst needed for them to seek out the League of Villains. Now, it's Tamura's job to unify them. Can the child do it, I wonder? Araki made his doubts clear without speaking directly against All for One's plans. I still believe that if you came forward, this would proceed without a hitch, Master. Heh. For that to happen, you'll have to hurry up and fix my body, Doctor. All for One chuckled lightly so as not to disturb his weakened body. It took us almost 5 years to acquire hyper-regeneration. Garaki sighed heavily at the time it took to find the powerful quirk. But this type of quirk does no good if your body is already healed. That was the limitation of most healing quirks, the wounds still had to be in a state of active healing for any of the quirks to be effective. Wounds that had healed, even if they left horrible scars or missing pieces, could not be fixed by healing or regeneration quirks. Or none of the ones we could find with my extensive access to medical records, at least. Such a setback had already stalled his plans for years. It's okay. All for One reached out and tapped the screen with Tamura's face on it. We'll let him do the heavy lifting. All to prepare him to be the next me. He gently rested his chin on his left fist. I know that boy will rise to the occasion. He was born twisted. So enjoy it while you can, All Might. This fleeting piece of yours. All for One frowned instead of glaring, since he had lost his eyes. UA. Director Nezu's office. That's still bothering me. Nezu looked once more at the ever-shrinking list of medical professionals the investigation team was sifting through. One name in particular was starting to stand out more and more with how well it fit all of their search criteria. Garaki, why does that name sound familiar? The Chimera rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The man had all the relevant PhDs and years of experience, but he was also listed as quirkless. But his list of charity work, along with setting up clinics, orphanages, and nursing homes across the country, was nagging at Nezu's hyper-intelligent mind. Something on your mind, Nezu. A woman's voice spoke to the director through his computer. She was blonde and had blue eyes, and her Japanese was rough, which was why Nezu usually spoke English to her. Just considering the information I have left about the last names to investigate. Nezu replied to the woman. Does the name Garaki Kaidai sound familiar to you? Not really. The woman muttered before a look appeared on her face. Wait, isn't it the name of the one who came up with the peculiarity-singularity theory? Like, over 100 years ago? She questioned as if trying to refresh her own memory. I'm sure that name was briefly mentioned in history class at school when we were studying the era called the dawn of peculiarities and all that. Ah, that was it. Nezu's mind clicked as the missing piece fell into place. Well, it's not impossible for two people to have the same name, especially a century apart. He focused back on his conversation. So, how was it getting in touch with the US Heroes Commission? They're curious, of course, and they're asking why you want to work with such a specific American hero. The woman replied, waving her hand as if this were an occurrence she was familiar with. I will compile the findings of our initial investigation into a detailed report for them soon. Nezu nodded to the woman. I believe that, once they understand the severity of this threat, we will speak directly about assistance in dealing with it very quickly. Well, I can introduce you to Zone, that's not a problem, I've worked with him many times in the past. The woman chuckled lightly. But the way he moves up and down the East Coast to wherever he's needed, I'm sure he wouldn't mind taking a trip around the world if it would help stop the things you shared with me. Her blue eyes hardened a bit as she remembered even the little that Nezu had shared with her so far. I'm glad to hear that. Nezu smiled gratefully at the woman. I'm trying to negotiate with the UK's Ministry of Heroism as well. But that's a bit slower, since I don't have a contact like you there. Is there a particular hero you hope to get help from? The woman asked curiously. I may have worked with them at some point. I hope the hero known as Law helps close this case when we get to that point. Nezu sighed at all the international outreach he had been doing since he started this investigation into the Nomu and the League of Villains. Law, huh? The woman nodded as she thought about what she knew about the UK-based hero. I think I'm starting to see the pattern with the heroes you've been requesting. It's pretty obvious when you meet some of them, huh? Nezu laughed at the woman's wit. But I believe that the help of such heroes can be essential to prevent this situation from exploding into the worst possible scenario. I would be willing to come and help when the time comes, the woman offered with a firm nod. We'd love to have you, but that might be a harder sell than getting Zone's assistance, Nezu reminded the woman with a sigh. The dangers of being number one. The woman grimaced at the restrictions she had when it came to leaving the United States because of her position. Still, when that report is ready, I will present it myself so they can see how serious it is. That would be much appreciated, Miss Bate. Nezu smiled at the grateful woman. You'll have to call me by my hero name while we're working together, Nezu. The blonde laughed at the chimera. Of course, Star and Stripe. Nezu returned the good-natured chuckle just before the video call ended. Her help will be invaluable in gaining the cooperation of the US Commission when the time comes. He looked again at the information he had on the pro-hero known as Zone. The only problem his high-specs Quirk could predict was the Quirk warp that the League of Villains had access to. It took time for his own Quirk to take full effect, and for a Quirk warp, even a short period of time could be a large window for them to escape. So many variables to analyze to ensure this would be a success. Nezu went back to working on the investigation, making a note to keep Garaki as a person of interest. 1 week later. Finals day was a nervous time for the UA students, and especially for the heroics course. The practical exam was on everyone's minds, and it was preceded by the written exam that everyone was studying for as well. You could feel the tension in the air throughout the school all day. It's time, pencils down. Aizawa spoke and anyone who was still writing stopped what they were doing. Pass your tests on and they will be graded over the weekend. The tests were passed out to the people in the front row, who then handed them to Aizawa when he came to collect them all. You have 1 hour to prepare for your practical exam, which will require you to be in your costumes. Please arrive at the designated area on time, or you will be barred from taking the practical exam. Yes sir. Class 1 acknowledged in unison. Aizawa waved to his students and left the room. Yeah Momo. Mina cried out in relief and joy. I think I did well. Thank you very much. I didn't leave anything blank, at least. Kaminari gave the vice representative a thumbs up and a smile. I'm glad to hear that. Momo smiled, sparks seeming to come out of her entire body in her adorable excitement. Still, it was a lot to go over at once. Zero exhaled and rubbed the back of his head. Seriously, I think I must have gotten question 12 wrong. Shoji nodded, thinking about his answer to the specific question. The short answer? Kirishima asked, recalling his own answer. That was based on your own perspective. So is there a wrong answer? I'm sure the teachers are looking for at least some kind of answer, at the very least. Toru pointed at the redeed. That's true. Sato nodded in agreement. I felt fine with most of my short answer questions, but not so much with some of the laws and regulations, you know. Indeed, monsieur. Aoyama had clearly dedicated himself fully to his written test. The boy looked exhausted and wasn't even doing his typical pose. Such specific examples too. I'm not sure if I referenced the proper regulations in some of them. Guys, come on, you're starting to make me nervous about my answers now. Kaminari worried if he had answered some of these questions correctly now. Seriously, let's relax a little. Kami suggested as she stretched her arms above her head. It's hard to relax when we have the practical part coming up so soon. Chikuchi looked at Kami with a crooked smile. You can say that again. Ayaka still rolled her shoulders to try to ease the tension. We should probably start getting ready, we only have an hour, Sai reminded the class. Bakugo and Iida are already gone. Echako pointed out that the always punctual Iida and the lonely and angry Bakugo had already left the room. Let's do our best. Izuku gave everyone his best smile and raised his fist in the air to try to cheer up his classmates. Yes. Most of the class applauded along with him as everyone began to leave the room. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.